Chapter 1851. Isn't this President Hua? Just as Hua Yumeng was lost in thought, a voice suddenly came from the side. After hearing this voice, Hua Yumeng could not help frowning and turning her head to look in the direction of the voice. Not far away, a man who looked about 10 years old walked straight towards her, grinning as he walked, his eyes constantly sweeping back and forth over Hua Yumeng's sensitive parts. This man wore luxurious clothes and seemed to have a great background, but his pair of naturally slanted eyes gave him a sinister aura. Being stared at by him like this, Hua Yumeng suddenly felt uncomfortable. Behind this man, there were two origin-returning realm cultivator with indifferent looks on their faces. At first glance, it was obvious they were guards. Jianghu. Hua Yumeng's beautiful eyes could not help flashing a look of disgust and dread, but soon she remembered that she was not alone now and had Yang Kai by her side, so she quickly regained her indifference. It's really a small world. To actually meet President Hua here, it must be fate. Jianghu did not seem to notice Hua Yumeng's repulsive posture and still had a warm look on his face. President Jiang must be joking. You and I are both presidents of the Chamber of Commerce. As the saying goes, peers are enemies. There is no fate between you and me, Hua Yumeng said indifferently. Hearing this blatant flirting, Hua Yumeng's pretty face could not help sinking as she shouted, President Jiang, please conduct yourself with dignity. Why would I need to conduct myself with dignity in front of you? We will soon be a family, Jianghu laughed. By the way, what about the matter I told you half a year ago? This duke does not have the patience to continue waiting. Half a year ago, you suddenly left Purple Star City, making it impossible for me to find you. Now that we have met, you should give this duke an answer quickly. Hua Yumeng's face suddenly became ugly as she ground her teeth and glared at him. Jianghu sneered, President Hua. You should know. Your little Chamber of Commerce won't be able to achieve anything, so what can two kittens do? Why don't you merge with this duke's Saint Origin Chamber of Commerce? Under this duke's leadership, what need do you have to worry about not developing in the future? If it weren't for President Hua being a woman, shouldering such a heavy responsibility, do you think this guild would allow you to take advantage of it? This duke is someone who has tender feelings for the fairer sex. I can't bear to see a beauty suffer. President Jiang, I've already given you a clear answer last time. It is impossible for Five Paths Chamber of Commerce to merge with your Saint Origin Chamber of Commerce. Please give up and stop pestering me. After Hua Yumeng finished speaking, she grabbed Yang Kai and said, Let's go. You want to fight here? Hua Yumeng exclaimed, This is Purple Star City. Jianghu sneered. So what if it's Purple Star City? Guild leader Hua, it seems that my previous friendliness has caused some misunderstanding. Have you forgotten my identity? Not to mention that this duke hasn't made a move yet, even if I did, so what? What's more, this duke heard that the people of your Five Paths Chamber of Commerce caused trouble at the city gate yesterday. Although I don't know why you are still safe and sound, if this duke captures you and hands you over to the guard army, he will be rewarded meritoriously. Hearing him talk about his identity, Hua Yumeng seemed to think of something and her pretty face couldn't help paling slightly as a look of dread appeared on her face. Seeing her hesitation, Jianghu sneered, President Hua, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. This duke doesn't have that much patience. If you give me a satisfactory answer now, we will still be family in the future. If not, Hua Yumeng looked helpless as she looked towards Yang Kai imploringly. Yang Kai sighed, knowing that he had no choice but to step forward and pat Hua Yumeng on the shoulder, signaling her to retreat behind him. Looking at Jianghu lightly, he chuckled, This friend, did you forget to bring something when you went out? Jianghu looked Yang Kai up and down from the corner of his eyes and said fiercely, Where did this little punk come from? You dare talk to this duke like that? Seeing Hua Yumeng acting docile and respectful towards Yang Kai, Jiangchu's heart was filled with anger, so he naturally wouldn't be polite. Daring to call yourself this duke in front of me, you really did forget to bring something when you went out, Yang Kai chuckled. Jiangchu's expression became cold. Little one, tell me, what did this duke forget to bring? Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed forward, but before Jiangchu could react, he was tapped on the forehead. Yang Kai smiled and said, Friend, Did you forget to bring your brain when you went out? Jiang Chao staggered back a few steps as a look of horror appeared on his face. He was a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, yet he was unable to resist being tapped on the forehead by this young man. It was obvious that this young man was much stronger than him. If this young man had really wanted to kill him just now, how could he have survived? Considering all this, Jiang Chao suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and became angry out of shame as he shouted, "Bastard, you dare insult me?" Yang Kai laughed and said, "If you brought your brain with you when you went out, how could you not understand why we are still safe today even though we beat someone at the city gate yesterday?" What reason? Jiang Chao was confused by Yang Kai's words. It turns out that friend didn't bring his brain with him when he went out, but instead grew a pig's brain. Yang Kai showed a look of sudden realization. Pucci. Hua Yumeng, who was listening to the side, could not help laughing, but immediately felt that something was wrong and quickly covered her red lips with her small hand. Impudence! Jiang Chao was furious and his Saint Qi began to circulate involuntarily, as if he was about to fight with Yang Kai. The two cultivator who had been following behind him paled and quickly stepped forward to stop him. One of them seemed to realize something and whispered a few words into Jiang Chao's ear. Jiang Chao stiffened and shouted angrily, "Has a backer? Even if he has a backer, can it be greater than this duke's? This duke is a member of the Jiang family, and Purple Star's 8th elder is my Jiang family's granduncle. Who can have a stronger backer than me?" Yang Kai was stunned and glanced over at Hua Yumeng. Purple Star's 8th elder is a member of his Jiang family? Yes, Elder Jiang Changfeng is the most senior member of his Jiang family. Hua Yumeng nodded solemnly. Hua Yumeng nodded solemnly. It was precisely because of this that she was helpless to deal with Jiang Chao's entanglement. Although Jiang Chao and the 8th elder were separated by many generations and would only meet a few times a year, with such a background, Jiang Chao could still walk sideways in Purple Star City. Jiang Chao had designs on her 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce and Hua Yumeng, and if Hua Yumeng had not been avoiding him, it was likely he would have ended up in a miserable state. "Little, are you afraid now?" Jiang Chao looked at Yang Kai triumphantly. "Kneel down and admit your mistake now and this duke can spare your life, otherwise what?" Yang Kai looked at Jiang Chao with a smile, not showing the slightest fear. "You've got guts, little brat." Jiang Chao's anger rose and he waved his hand, "Capture him." The two cultivators behind him hesitated for a moment. Although they knew that Yang Kai was not to be trifled with, since Jiang Chao had given them an order, they did not dare disobey. Both of them flickered and rushed towards Yang Kai from both sides. Both of them were origin-returning realm masters with extraordinary means. Although they had not been able to figure out Yang Kai's depths, they felt that if the two of them joined forces, he would not be able to resist. But what happened next surprised them greatly. Just as they rushed to Kai Yang's side, before they could even use their own methods, they saw Kai Yang grin at them and then send out 2 slaps to their left and right. His movements were casual and unrestrained, as if he was driving away a mosquito. However, these 2 palms caused the 2 cultivators to be drawn into a vortex of power that they could not break free from. "This is not good." The 2 cultivators shouted at the same time as they madly pushed their Saint Qi to resist, but in front of this vortex of power, their Saint Qi was as fragile as paper and shattered in an instant. 2 screams rang out as the 2 cultivator who had rushed over were sent flying, crashing into the walls of the shops on both sides of the street, creating large holes in them. In an instant, the nearby shops were filled with curses and many cultivator rushed out of the damaged shops, looking around, wondering who dared to hurt people in Purple Star City. C. Jiang Chao was left standing in place, his eyes bulging as he sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling his lungs ache. Staring at Yang Kai in horror, he seemed to understand something and exclaimed, "Origin King Realm?" Although his 2 guards were not the top origin returning realm masters, they were definitely not bad, but the 2 of them had been sent flying with just 2 palms. Without the strength of an Origin King Realm Master, it was absolutely impossible to achieve such a feat. This unassuming guy who was less handsome than him and had been called a bastard by him turned out to be an Origin King Realm Master? The soles of Jiang Chao's feet were cramping as he stared at Yang Kai in horror, feeling that the smile on his face at this moment was incredibly terrifying. He wanted to escape, but to his horror, he found that he could not summon even a trace of Saint Qi or strength. His feet seemed to be fixed in place, and he could only watch as Yang Kai walked towards him step by step. The aura of death washed over him, making Jiang Chao feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Who dares act presumptuously in Purple Star City? An angry roar suddenly rang out, and immediately afterwards, the figures of the guards flickered out of the crowd and surrounded Yang Kai and Jiang Chao in an instant, glaring at the two of them with unfriendly looks on their faces. Purple Star City has decreed that fighting and killing is strictly prohibited in the city. If anyone is found to have committed such a crime, their cultivation will be crippled and they will be thrown into the frozen prison, or they will be killed on the spot. Commander Master has repeatedly issued this order, but there is still someone who dares to ignore it. Good. Today, this Vice Commander will make you understand that those who dare to fight in Purple Star City, it turns out to be the Master. Chu Jing greets the Master. Chapter 1852. The speed of Purple Star City's guard army was undoubtedly very fast. Yang Kai had just sent the 2/3 Order Origin returning realm cultivator flying when someone arrived at the scene in less than 5 breaths. What's more, this person was one of Purple Star City's 8 vice commanders, Chu Zheng. Hearing Chu Zheng's shout just now, all the onlookers felt that Yang Kai had gotten himself into big trouble this time and was definitely doomed. In Purple Star City, there were very few fights, so the guard army had nothing to do all day long. Whenever they encountered a dispute, they would have to deal with it as if it were a small matter, but today, someone dared to fight in the streets, so what good could come out of it? After hearing Chu Zheng's voice, Jiang Chao was so excited that his eyes burst into tears, like a young wife who had been wronged seeing her husband's family, eagerly staring in the direction Chu Zheng had come from, waiting for him to uphold justice for him. However, Chu Zheng's next attitude change made Jiang Chao suddenly have a bad feeling. Chu Zheng actually addressed that bastard as Lord, and bowed to him as if he was trying to curry favor with him. What kind of background does this guy have? Jiang Chao was a little dumbfounded. So, it's Commander Chu. Yang Kai recognized at a glance that this person was the vice commander who had gone to 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce to deliver the land deed. Although the two had never met face to face, Yang Kai had used his divine sense to investigate him at that time and naturally remembered his appearance. At this moment, a man who could stand together with Hua Yumeng and whose strength Chu Zheng was unable to discern could only be the Master Commander Lu had warned him about. At this moment, when he heard Yang Kai's voice again, Chu Zheng immediately determined that this was the master who even Commander Lu had to treat with caution. His attitude immediately became even more humble. Quickly waving his hand, he said, "This Chu wouldn't dare. Master is too kind." In front of Master, how could this Chu dare call himself commander? After saying so, he asked cautiously, "Master, what happened here?" "It's nothing," Yang Kai chuckled. Pointing to Jiang Chao, he continued, "This friend wanted to rely on his status to annex President Hua's 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce, but after being rejected by President Hua, he flew into a rage out of humiliation and tried to use force. I couldn't stand it, so I taught them a lesson." What? Chu Jing flew into a rage. Who dares to use force against President Hua? Are you tired of living? While speaking, a pair of dignified eyes looked towards Jiang Chao. When he saw Jiang Chao's face clearly, he couldn't help but be startled. Young Master Jiang? After recognizing Jiang Chao, Chu Zheng's mood immediately turned sour. Chu Zheng wished he had never come here. But there was no point in regretting it now. Chu Zheng could only curse Jiang Chao in his heart. He thought to himself that this stupid second-generation heir could have offended anyone. Now that he had offended this master, it was going to be difficult for him as well. "So it's Commander Chu. I ask Commander Chu to uphold justice for this young master." Jiang Chao saw the fear on Chu Zheng's face and was overjoyed. Looking at Chu Zheng pitifully, he said, "Commander Chu, this young master didn't use force against President Hua. I just wanted to discuss the merger of the Chambers of Commerce with President Hua." "Commander Chu, You know how business works, it's nothing more than mutual consent, but this guy actually injured 2 of my guards. Commander Chu, look, my 2 guards have yet to wake up, and I don't even know if they're alive or dead. They have elders and children to take care of, so how can they live in the future? When it came to the emotional part, Jiang Chao actually started to cry and complain with snot and tears. This. Cold sweat appeared on Chu Zheng's forehead as he kept wiping it with his hand. With things having gotten to this point, it was no longer something a small vice commander like him could handle. If things went wrong, he would end up offending both sides. Commander Chu, as you just said, Purple Star City strictly forbids fighting and injuring people in the city. If there is a violation, the light punishment is to have their cultivation crippled and thrown into the frost prison, while the heavy punishment is to be killed on the spot. This man has flouted Purple Star City's laws, so I ask Commander Chu to enforce the law impartially and restore my Purple Star City to its former glory. Jiang Chao spoke excitedly as he danced around, as if he could already see the scene of Yang Kai being punished. Yang Kai just stared at him like he was a fool. Chu Zheng's face was also extremely ugly, wishing he could sew Jiang Chao's mouth shut. Purple Star City did have these rules, but it also depended on who they were dealing with. Those with backgrounds could ignore these rules, and the master standing in front of Chu Zheng was obviously one of them. Chu Zheng didn't have the courage to punish Yang Kai, nor did he have the ability to do so, but Jiang Chao's words had forced him into a desperate situation, making him feel as if he was being roasted over a fire. Chu Zheng couldn't help hating Jiang Chao to death in his heart. Commander Chu, do you want to arrest this king? Yang Kai looked at Chu Zheng with a smile. I wouldn't dare, master is being too serious. Chu Zheng's forehead was dripping with sweat as his face flushed red. There must be something fishy about this matter. This Chu needs to investigate before making a decision. Jiang Chao's triangular eyes widened as he shouted in dissatisfaction, Commander Chu, don't lie through your teeth. My 2 guards being injured is a fact, what more is there to investigate? Fuck your 18 generations of ancestors. Chu Zheng cursed fiercely in his heart. Just as Chu Zheng was at a loss and didn't know how to deal with this matter, he suddenly raised his head, as if he had heard something, and immediately after, a look of joy appeared on his face. In the blink of an eye, Chu Zheng restored his calm demeanor and swept his sharp eyes over Jiang Chao. Under the latter's stunned gaze, Chu Zheng shouted, Young Master Jiang, the matter has been investigated. Today's matter was not this master's fault, but rather your actions. You were the first to act and disrespect this master, so the master decided to punish you. Jiang Chao's face froze, never having expected Chu Zheng to dare say such a thing. What's more, all he did was stand in place and do nothing, so how could this matter be investigated? Young Master Jiang, since it's your fault, then please follow this vice commander. Chu Zheng was already filled with anger towards Jiang Chao, but now that someone was backing him up, he wasn't afraid and simply stared at Jiang Chao coldly. Chu Zheng, you dare! Jiang Chao shouted, you dare arrest me? This young master is the grandson of 8th Elder. If today's matter is known to 8th Elder, do you think you will have a good end? Chu Zheng's complexion changed slightly, but soon he sneered and said, Young Master Jiang's courage is too great. This vice commander represents Purple Star City and Purple Star. Even if this matter is brought to 8th Elder's attention, he will not say anything. Yet you dare to contradict and threaten this vice commander? Do you not put Purple Star in your eyes? How could I? Jiang Chao wore an aggrieved expression, never having imagined that things would develop to this extent. Whether you do or not is not up to you to decide. Come with this vice commander. Chu Zheng, don't use a chicken feather as an arrow, think carefully about this young master's identity. Jiang Chao shouted fiercely. Chu Zheng waved his hand impatiently and shouted, Seize him. Several Purple Star City guards rushed up and quickly subdued Jiang Chao. Jiang Chao was still struggling. As he struggled, he cursed loudly. His curses were extremely unpleasant to the ears. Chu Zheng frowned and ordered, Seal his meridians. The guard who had captured Jiang Chao received this order and stretched out his hand to press down on Jiang Chao's back, silencing him. Vice Commander Chu enforces the law impartially and has a noble character, This king admires him greatly. Yang Kai cupped his fist to Chu Zheng with a smile. Chu Zheng blushed and said humbly, "Master is too polite. This Chu was simply doing his duty. Since the culprit has been captured, this Chu will not disturb Master's mood any further. Master, please do as you wish, this Chu will take his leave." "Take care." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Chu Zheng shouted and led the many guards away quickly. The many onlookers were still in shock, unable to believe that Jiang Chao, who had dominated Purple Star City, would be captured and taken away by Chu Zheng. Everyone looked at Yang Kai's expression with great dread, guessing what this person's origins were and why Chu Zheng's attitude had changed. Hua Yumeng also wore a blank look. Although she knew that Kai Yang's identity was definitely not ordinary since even Lu Tianfeng was afraid of him, but in front of so many people, Chu Zheng's actions were no different from slapping 8th Elder Jiang Changfeng's face. How could Yang Kai's identity be so high that Chu Zheng would make such a choice? Was he even more powerful than Purple Star's 8th Elder? Hua Yumeng stared at the tall figure in a daze, as if she was looking at a fog that could swallow the heaven-devouring great emperor, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. "Let's go," Yang Kai whispered to Hua Yumeng before walking off in the direction of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce. Before leaving, he glanced in a certain direction and smiled slightly. Hua Yumeng followed him blankly. Somewhere 1,000 meters away from the place where Yang Kai and Jiang Chao had a conflict, there was a restaurant called the No. 1 Pavilion Under Heaven. The No. 1 Pavilion Under Heaven had a total of 9 floors. The 4th floor and below were for ordinary cultivators to drink and have fun, while the 4th floor and above were only for cultivators with strength and status. The higher the floor, the higher the requirements. As for the 9th floor, only the top masters were entertained, not just because one had money, but also because one had a high reputation and status. It was said that the No. 1 Pavilion Under Heaven had even entertained several elders of Purple Star. At this moment on the 9th floor, 2 people were sitting by the window, looking down. One of them was an old man with half-squinted eyes that flashed with a faint light. This person's aura was restrained to the extreme, but occasionally, a trace of Origin King Realm fluctuations would leak out, indicating he was an Origin King Realm master. Opposite this old man sat a young man dressed like a young master. This young man held a feather fan and had an air of arrogance about him, giving him an extraordinary temperament. Chapter 1853. One old man and one young man both stared at Yang Kai's back as he left, not speaking for a long time. The old man's expression was dignified, but the young man seemed to be very interested in Yang Kai, a faint smile appearing on his face. After Yang Kai's back disappeared from sight, the young man smiled slightly. "Interesting." "Rude brat." The old man coldly snorted. "Why does old Ji say that?" The young man looked at the old man with some surprise. Ji Jun snorted. "That little brat discovered this old master and second young master were hiding here and probably knew that Chu Zheng's change in attitude just now was related to us, but instead of thanking us, he simply left. If that's not rude, then what is?" The young man was slightly startled. That person even discovered old Ji's hiding place? Ji Jun nodded. "Second young master may not have seen clearly, but that person glanced towards us before he left. Obviously, he had discovered us long ago." The young man raised his brow. Old Ji is a master at the peak of the first-order realm, and his divine sense is no weaker than that of an ordinary second-order master, yet he was able to discover old Ji. Doesn't that mean he really has a second-order cultivation? Ji Jun frowned slightly and pondered for a moment before saying, "This old master didn't dare to spy too obviously, so he was unable to determine what kind of cultivation this person possessed. Although Lu Tianfeng had direct contact with him, according to Lu Tianfeng, he couldn't see through the other party's background. It seems that even if this person isn't as good as this old master, he isn't far behind. As for whether he really is a second-order master, that remains to be seen." The young man grinned. Good. No wonder he dares act so arrogant. He's a man of skill. This young master likes this kind of appearance." "Second young master." Ji Jun looked at the young man hesitantly. "Do you want to recruit this person?" The young man nodded. "During this period of time, Purple Star City has been filled with turbulent undercurrents. The party led by Great Elder has been actively acting and has already encroached on many places they shouldn't have. If this young lord does not take action, Purple Star's surname will change. Ji Jun's face changed slightly as he coldly snorted, Great Elder and the others are seeking their own deaths. When Lord returns, they will definitely be held accountable. As for you, second young master, you've been keeping a low profile for so many years. Why are you so anxious this time? Although his lord and eldest young master had been missing for almost 2 years, when his lord left 2 years ago, he said that he and eldest young master were going to handle some important matters. He would be back in a few days. What if His Majesty returns and finds out that second young master? Second young master, you need to know. With his lord's ability, there weren't many people in Star Territory who could threaten him, and even fewer who wanted to kill him. He will come back sooner or later. A faint trace of worry flashed across the young man's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. He chuckled and said, Old G is right. It's not that this young master is in a hurry, but time doesn't wait for me. What's more, I'm doing this for the Z family, not for my own selfish desires. Even if my father comes back, he won't blame me much. I hope so. Ji Jun nodded worriedly. Seeing that the young man was determined, he didn't try to persuade him any further. Old Ji, with your insight, do you think it's possible for me to recruit this person? The young man stared in the direction Yang Kai had left and asked. Everyone has a price. It all depends on whether or not second young master can afford it. As long as we cater to his tastes, we'll be able to act. What Old G said is right, the young man smiled slightly. It seems that I need to find out what he likes first. TSK, Purple Star's third venerable, this power cannot be underestimated. At this critical moment, I must not let him slip away from this young master's palm. Saying so, he clenched his fists, as if he wanted to grasp the world, his purple hair flying in the wind. Yang Kai took Hua Yumeng back to Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, but when he returned, he could not help frowning and looking inside. He found that there was an Origin King Realm Master inside the Chamber of Commerce who was sitting in a room in the backyard. Yang Kai did not know what this master was doing, but the aura he was giving off was unfamiliar and definitely not Lu Tianfeng's. Gao Hong hurried out of the Chamber of Commerce to greet him with an anxious look on her face. Sister Hong, what's wrong? Hua Yumeng looked at Gao Hong suspiciously. Gao Hong glanced at Yang Kai and whispered, Eighth Elder is waiting in the back hall. Master. Eighth Elder? Hua Yumeng felt dizzy and almost lost her footing, her beautiful eyes looking towards Yang Kai with a complicated expression as her heart filled with unease. Since Yang Kai had appeared in Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, these Master Realm Masters, who she had only heard of in the past, had appeared one after another in the small territory of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, making Hua Yumeng feel like she was dreaming. The small Five Paths Chamber of Commerce was like an invisible whirlpool that sucked in these Master Realm Masters one by one. What worried Hua Yumeng was that any one of these Master Realm Masters could crush the Chamber of Commerce with a single finger. At this moment, however, the one who had come was the Eighth Elder, Jiang Chao's granduncle. Could it be that the Eighth Elder had come here because of what had just happened? Hua Yumeng suddenly panicked and could only look at Yang Kai imploringly. Master? Yang Kai frowned. I'll go and take a look. Although he had long expected that once he took out the venerable token, it would attract countless troubles, he really hadn't expected it to come so quickly. Purple Star's Eighth Elder was someone Yang Kai had never met before, but he was definitely an Origin King Realm Master, so Yang Kai didn't know why he was looking for him. However, the Eighth Elder's arrival shouldn't have anything to do with Jiang Chao. After all, time was of the essence, so it was impossible for the other party to act so quickly. It seemed that this Eighth Elder had come looking for him for something else. In the back hall, an old man with a white face and no beard was waiting gloomily with an extremely impatient look on his face. It was Purple Star's Eighth Elder, Jiang. Xia Jingwu, Yao Qing, Hai Tang, and the others were all standing in front of him with smiles on their faces, not daring to breathe too loudly. When had they ever seen such a Master Realm Master? Although they had mingled in Purple Star City for many years, The only people they had ever met were Origin Returning Realm and Saint King Realm Cultivator. They had never seen an Origin King Realm Master before. Even when Lu Tianfeng arrived last night, none of them had come into contact with him at such a close distance. But today, an elder with a higher status than Lu Tianfeng had come. What's more, this eighth elder's mood did not seem to be very good. The pressure he was exuding either intentionally or unintentionally caused the vitality of Jianghu and the others to tumble, forcing them to suppress it, otherwise, they would have already coughed up blood. You call this tea? Jiang was impatient from waiting, and he casually picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. Then, he was furious and threw the teacup on the ground as he shouted, "How dare all of you? I've personally come here, yet you're using such inferior tea to entertain me? Could it be that you don't put this elder in your eyes?" Xia Jingwu trembled in fright and was forced to his knees by the other party's aura, trembling as he said, "Eighth elder is wise, this lowly one would not dare. This scattered mountain cloud mist tea is the best tea our Five Paths Chamber of Commerce has." "This is the best tea you have? It's like trash." Jiang coldly snorted, a displeased look on his face. Xia Jingwu smiled bitterly, thinking to himself, what kind of identity and status do you have? How could a small chamber of commerce compare to the tea you drink? This scattered mountain cloud mist tea was something the people of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce could only dream of, but in front of Eighth Elder, it was called trash. Hai Tang and Yao Qing looked at the spilled tea on the floor, a look of distress flashing across their eyes. They were reluctant to drink this tea themselves and had always used it to entertain distinguished guests. "Master, please calm your anger. I'm afraid this tea is not to the master's taste. Would you like this lowly one to go out and buy some better tea for the master?" Xia Jingwu asked cautiously. "No need." Zhang's face was gloomy. This elder did not come here to drink tea. Where is the person I'm looking for? Why is there no trace of him even now? This. Xia Jingwu turned his head and looked out the door but did not see anyone at all, causing cold sweat to drip down his forehead. Reporting to Eighth Elder, "The master went out with our president early in the morning and we don't know where they went." "You won't go look for him?" Zhang's temper was very bad, and as he spoke, he waved his hand and sent out a strong wind towards Xia Jingwu and the others, shouting loudly, "I'll give you a stick of incense worth of time. If you can't find him, what do you want?" Before Jiang could finish his sentence, a faint voice came from outside the door. Just as the voice rang out, a person suddenly appeared in the room. That person stood in front of Xia Jingwu and the others, and with a light lift of his hand, he extinguished the gust of wind that attacked them. "Master!" Xia Jingwu and the others stared at Yang Kai's back and were all overjoyed. "You've finally returned." Yao Qing and Hai Tang also looked at Yang Kai with aggrieved expressions. Although they were not familiar with Yang Kai's help just now made them feel deeply grateful to Yang Kai. They were all Origin Kings, but compared to this eighth elder, Yang Kai was simply incomparable. Yang Kai frowned as he looked at Xia Jingwu and the others, a trace of anger flashing across his face. He stretched out his hand and pulled them up one by one, saying, "You can leave now." Xia Jingwu and the others obeyed his orders and ran out of the room one after another. Only after they arrived at the backyard did they gasp for breath, their faces pale. Inside the room, Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Jiang coldly, sneering, "Your Excellency is quite awe-inspiring." Jiang frowned as he looked at Yang Kai, his divine sense fluctuating, seemingly wanting to spy on Yang Kai's cultivation, but in the next moment, he discovered that he was unable to see through his opponent's foundation. Just as he was about to withdraw his divine sense, his face changed in horror, because at that moment, the other party's body seemed to have transformed into a vortex that pulled in his divine sense. Jiang turned pale with fright and desperately urged his divine sense to try to break free. However, the vortex that was pulling in his divine sense strangely disappeared. Jiang was unable to withdraw his divine sense in time, and his knowledge tumbled violently. With a muffled groan, he could not help but take a few steps back, his face turning slightly pale as if he had suffered some internal injuries. Yang Kai's lips curled into a sneer as he looked at him sarcastically. That sneer made Jiang feel a little ashamed. How could he not know that he had kicked an iron plate? Forcing himself to focus, he asked angrily, "What is the meaning of this, friend? What do you think?" Yang Kai coldly snorted. Chapter 1854. Seeing Yang Kai not giving him any face, Jiang Changfeng wore an embarrassed look but didn't continue to argue. After all, he had overestimated himself and tried to use his divine sense to investigate Yang Kai, but how could he have known the other party's methods would be so strange that he had suffered a loss? Taking a deep breath to calm the tumbling blood in his heart, Jiang Changfeng suppressed his anger and asked, "Is this friend Purple Star's third venerable?" Yang Kai glanced at him but didn't pay him any attention. Instead, he walked over to the table, picked up the cut-scattered mountain cloud mist tea, poured himself a cup, took a sip and praised, "Good tea, good tea." Jiang Changfeng's old face was so gloomy that a layer of frost could be seen on it. He understood that the other party was deliberately saying this because of what happened just now. The other party not giving him any face really put him in a difficult position. Although there was no one else here to see, he was still an origin king, so when had he ever been so despised? Jiang Changfeng couldn't help coldly snorting and saying, "This old master is Purple Star's 8th elder, Jiang Changfeng. May I ask if this friend is my Purple Star's 3rd venerable?" Jiang Changfeng was furious and trembled with anger. Yang Kai coldly snorted and said, "Since you know this king is Purple Star's venerable, you still dare act so impudent? Have you lived so many years in vain?" After learning that the person who had come was Jiang Changfeng, Yang Kai was not in a good mood. If the upper beam was not straight, the lower beam would be crooked. He had already experienced Jiang Chao's behavior, so it was obvious that Jiang Changfeng was not a good person either. Seeing Xia Jingwu and the others being intimidated by Jiang Changfeng, Yang Kai became even more annoyed. The fate of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce and the others could be said to have been implicated by him, so Yang Kai naturally wanted to return the favor, so his attitude and tone were quite unfriendly. A Purple Star Venerable. A Purple Star Venerable. His status was extremely high, no less than the top 3 elders of Purple Star. Jiang Changfeng was only the 8th-ranked elder. It stood to reason that when one saw a Yang Kai, one had to show the courtesy of a subordinate, but with Yang Kai abusing this rule, even if Jiang Changfeng was angry, there was nothing he could do. So, after Yang Kai's words left his mouth, Jiang Changfeng's stomach felt like it was on fire, but he could only endure. Taking another deep breath to calm his anger, Jiang Changfeng rolled his eyes. He said, "You said you're a venerable one, so you're a venerable one? Only with a venerable token personally bestowed by Master can one become a venerable of my Purple Star. So far, Master has only bestowed this token to 2 people, but as far as this old Master knows, Your Excellency is not one of them." Jiang Changfeng hurriedly grabbed the honorable token and examined it over and over again, confirming that it was the real deal. A look of suspicion appeared on his face as he muttered, "This venerable token is genuine, but why hasn't my Purple Star Elder Council received any news about the appearance of a 3rd venerable? When did His Majesty bestow this token to Your Excellency? What does that have to do with you?" Yang Kai sneered. "What? 8th elder, do you think that your master needs to report to you?" Jiang Changfeng's complexion changed greatly as he hurriedly said, "I dare not say such words. Master's actions are not something this Jiang has any right to question." "If you have no right to question, then why are you still being so long-winded?" Jiang Changfeng's complexion changed several times, but in the end he suppressed his anger, held the venerable token in both hands, walked over to Yang Kai, and quickly said, "This venerable token has been verified and can confirm that Your Excellency is indeed my Purple Star's 3rd venerable. This old master has offended Your Excellency before and hopes that venerable will forgive him." Yang Kai glanced sideways at him before continuing to drink his tea and mumbling, "Do you think this king wants to be your Purple Star's venerable? If it weren't for Zilong's pleas, this king would not have accepted this venerable token. What kind of joke is this?" Jiang Changfeng's jaw dropped as he stared at Yang Kai in shock, not knowing if this young man was just boasting or if he was telling the truth. After all, there was no way to verify this. However, holding onto the venerable token was not appropriate, so seeing Yang Kai not accept it, Jiang Changfeng could only respectfully place the venerable token on the table and withdraw. Eighth elder coming here, I'm afraid it wasn't just to verify this king's identity, right? Yang Kai spat out a tea leaf and stared at him indifferently. Jiang Changfeng's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly remembered that arguing with this guy had almost caused him to forget what he was here for, so he quickly said, "Venerable, this Jiang has come here on the orders of Great Elder." Great Elder? Yang Kai raised his brow. Great Elder heard that my purple star had produced another venerable and was very pleased, so he specially ordered this Jiang to come and invite Venerable to the inner city for a chat. Not interested. Yang Kai curled his lips disdainfully. What? Jiang Changfeng stared at Yang Kai in amazement, a look of disbelief filling his face. You don't understand my words? I said I'm not interested, you may leave. Jiang Changfeng's forehead suddenly broke out in cold sweat as he stuttered, Venerable, this Jiang said, Great Elder wishes to see you. I heard you, so what? So what? Jiang Changfeng suddenly realized that the loss he had suffered just now was not unjustified. This inexplicable venerable did not even give face to Purple Star's Great Elder, so why would he care about an eighth elder? Jiang Changfeng's heart immediately calmed down. However, since he had come here under orders, Jiang Changfeng naturally could not just go back like this. Frowning, he turned to Yang Kai and said, Venerable, now that Master is not in Purple Star City and Purple Star is under the command of Great Elder, I'm afraid it's not good for Venerable to refuse, right? What's not good about it? Yang Kai looked at Jiang Changfeng with a smile. This. Jiang Changfeng thought to himself, you're just pretending to be confused. Not giving face to Great Elder, what's not good about it? Yang Kai coldly snorted and said, This king is the Venerable of Purple Star and is not under the command of Purple Star. Even if Zi Long wants to see me, he will have to visit me personally and discuss with this king first. Go back and tell Gong's son Liang that if he wants to see this king, he can come here himself. This king does not have time to listen to his nonsense. The Gong's son Liang Yang Kai spoke of was Purple Star's Great Elder. He was a powerful second-order origin king. Jiang Changfeng's eyes bulged as he finally realized just how arrogant and domineering this third venerable was. While feeling nervous in his heart, for some unknown reason, he was also secretly delighted. Why haven't you left yet? Yang Kai saw Jiang Changfeng still not moving. Shouting impatiently, his voice mixed with his divine sense, causing Jiang Changfeng's body to tremble and a look of panic to appear on his face. Quickly cupping his fists, he said, Good. This Jiang will take his leave. Venerable, please wait. Saying so, he quickly turned to leave. Wait. Yang Kai suddenly shouted again. Jiang Changfeng was startled and quickly turned around to look at Yang Kai and asked, What other orders does Venerable have? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at him. His voice was cold as he said, Today is your first offense, so leave some Saint Crystals as compensation. Go back and tell Gong's son Liang that if any blind fool dares to act presumptuously in Five Paths Chamber of Commerce again, Yang Kai will not be spared. Scaring my friends isn't something some Saint Crystals can solve. This king will personally go to the inner city and have a good chat with him. Yang Kai emphasized the word, chat, as a ferocious grin appeared on his face. Jiang Changfeng was startled for a moment before he seemed to understand what Yang Kai meant, a strange expression appearing on his face as he said, Venerable wants this Jiang to leave some Saint Crystals. Compensate those people outside? You hurt people, do you think you can just walk away like this? Yang Kai looked at him sarcastically, You don't have to leave any Saint Crystals. If there is enmity, an eye for an eye, an eye for an eye. This king will make a move, if you can withstand it, you can leave. Jiang Changfeng was taken aback. Although he had not been in contact with Yang Kai for a long time, he understood that the other party's arrogance was not without reason. With his first-order cultivation, there was absolutely no way he could compete with him. Taking a single move from him would not kill him, but he would definitely be injured. After weighing the pros and cons, how could Jiang Changfeng hesitate? Taking out some Saint crystals from his space ring, he angrily shouted, "This Jiang does not dare disobey Venerable's orders. Today, this Jiang will also convey Venerable's words to Great Elder without missing a word. That would be for the best." Yang Kai smiled wickedly, as if he was not afraid of heaven or earth. Jiang Changfeng coldly snorted, flicked his sleeves, and left. After Jiang Changfeng left, Yang Kai frowned slightly and began to ponder. He suddenly felt that under the calm exterior of Purple Star City, there seemed to be some turbulence. When he went out with Hua Yumeng today, he had encountered a conflict between Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce's people and Purple Star, and then someone had secretly expressed goodwill to him. After returning to the Chamber of Commerce, Jiang Changfeng was waiting for him. All these signs indicated that Purple Star City was about to undergo a great change. "Master?" Hua Yumeng walked in and saw Yang Kai pondering for a long time without speaking, so she could not help calling out worriedly, "What's the matter?" Yang Kai looked up at her. "These Saint crystals." Hua Yumeng pointed at the Saint crystals all over the ground in confusion. Although she did not count them carefully, there were at least 300,000 pieces of Saint crystals piled up together, emitting a dazzling light. These are the compensation Jiang Changfeng gave to Uncle Xia and the others. Tell them to divide them among themselves, Yang Kai explained with a smile. Compensation? Compensation? Hua Yumeng's expression froze as she was surprised. Elder Jiang's momentum was too imposing just now, causing Uncle Xia and the others to be a little frightened. Elder Jiang is very kind and felt very apologetic, so he left some Saint crystals for Uncle Xia and the others. Hua Yumeng suddenly showed a dumbfounded expression. With her shrewdness, how could she not know that this compensation was won by Yang Kai for Uncle Xia and the others? Jiang Changfeng, as Purple Star's 8th elder, was a lofty and insufferably arrogant man, so when had he ever placed the life or death of an ordinary cultivator in his eyes? Unless someone forced him to do so, he would not take the initiative to compensate them. Understanding this, Hua Yumeng looked at Yang Kai gratefully and said, "Many thanks, Master. By the way, President Hua, can I trouble you with something? If Master has something to say, Five Paths Chamber of Commerce will do its best. Also, Master doesn't need to call this mistress President anymore. This mistress cannot afford it. Just call this mistress by her name." Saying so, Hua Yumeng blushed slightly and lowered her head. Yang Kai lightly coughed and said, "It's like this, I want you to help me inquire about whether there has been any movement in Purple Star City recently. After all, you have some connections in Purple Star City, so you may be able to find some clues." Movement in the wind? Hua Yumeng frowned but did not ask any more questions, immediately saying seriously, "Master can rest assured, this mistress will do her best." Chapter 1855. Late at night, the moon waned and the clouds thickened. In a room in the backyard of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, Yang Kai, who had been meditating, suddenly opened his eyes and formed a seal with his hands. Space force surged around his body and in the next moment, he disappeared. A moment later, near the inner city, Yang Kai appeared from the darkness. It had been 2 days since he arrived in Purple Star City, and although he had been delayed by Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, he had not forgotten his original purpose for coming here, so he planned to try to see if he could sneak into Purple Star Palace tonight and steal the Star Emperor token. If he succeeded, Yang Kai would immediately leave. Whatever turbulence there was in Purple Star City would have nothing to do with him. As for the people from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, at worst, he could just take them away with him. Yang Kai wouldn't leave them behind to take the blame for him. Purple Star City was divided into 2 parts, the inner and outer city. Any cultivator could enter the outer city as long as they paid a certain amount of Saint crystals, while the inner city was only accessible to cultivators belonging to Purple Star. The inner city was the most prosperous and fertile area of Purple Star City. Purple Star's many elders, protectors, deacons, and all kinds of master and servant lived in the inner city, each occupying a good location and enjoying endless cultivation resources. In the inner city, there was a sentry every 3 steps and a guard every 5, making it extremely tight. However, in front of a powerful cultivator like Yang Kai, these defenses were nothing more than empty shells. He didn't even need to deliberately use his space force, simply wrapping himself in his divine sense and swaggering into the inner city. No matter how close the guards were to him, they simply brushed past him as if they didn't notice. The cultivation of the cultivator in the inner city was generally much higher, so Yang Kai simply walked forward. Secretly startled, Yang Kai noticed the auras of more than one Origin King Realm Master. Each Origin King was like a dormant lion, entrenched in their own territory. The slightest movement would alarm them. Fortunately, Yang Kai's divine sense was extremely powerful, so he could always avoid danger ahead of time and conceal himself well. Walking in the dark night, Yang Kai's pace fluctuated between fast and slow, his figure flickering without causing any fluctuations, and soon approached a row of huge palaces in the center of the inner city. Purple Star Palace. The symbol of Purple Star's power. A sacred place revered by hundreds of millions of cultivators of Purple Star. The entire palace complex was made of purple jade. Looking from afar, the Purple Star Palace was like a wisp of purple chi coming from the east, as if the sun would rise in the next moment. Of light. Yang Kai's. He observed the movements around the Purple Star Palace. He muttered, Qian 5, Kun 6, Qin 10. Taking a step forward, Yang Kai quickly moved in a certain direction and soon arrived at a certain spot where the energy barrier was weak. Yang Kai smiled with satisfaction and rushed directly into this weak spot. For them to be able to enter the Purple Star Palace so smoothly, Zidong's contribution was definitely not negligible. Although Purple Star Palace was huge, there was a powerful barrier around it. Without a special token, it was impossible to enter. Once one tried to force their way in, they would inevitably trigger a reaction from the barrier, but with Zidong's guidance, things were different. Zidong, as the young master of Purple Star, lived in Purple Star Palace all year round, so he knew the weaknesses of this barrier like the back of his hand. As the saying went, a thief in the house was hard to guard against, and it was not unreasonable. Inside Purple Star Palace, although there weren't many barriers, each of them was extremely powerful and extremely well hidden. Yang Kai wanted to act stealthily this time, so naturally he didn't want to expose his position, so Zidong came in handy for this purpose. Before coming here, Yang Kai deliberately asked Zidong about the situation inside Purple Star Palace. Zidong naturally did not dare to conceal anything, but he also said that although he knew most of the barriers inside Purple Star Palace, his understanding was not comprehensive. These things were usually handled by special people. As the young master of Purple Star, how could he have the leisure to care about such things? However, this information was enough. As long as Yang Kai was not too unlucky, he should not make any mistakes. While observing the surrounding environment, Yang Kai avoided the barriers and quietly approached a palace in the center of Purple Star Palace. That place was the Purple Star Treasure House, and it was the most heavily guarded place in Purple Star Palace, but it was also the easiest place for Yang Kai to break through because Zidong knew the situation there like the back of his hand, and Yang Kai even had the key to open the treasure house. As such, as long as he could get close to that palace, he could accomplish his mission. Time passed slowly, and his progress was quite smooth. Yang Kai approached the palace little by little. Seeing that there was only a third of the way to his destination, Yang Kai, who was walking through the void, suddenly stopped. Just now, he felt as if he had touched some kind of barrier and an invisible wave of power spread out in all directions. Shit! Yang Kai's face went pale. He had never expected that the barriers in Purple Star City would be so well hidden that even his divine sense could not detect them. The next moment, Yang Kai felt two powerful divine senses sweep towards him. These two divine senses belonged to an Origin King Realm Master, so obviously someone had noticed the movement here. Even though Yang Kai was skilled and courageous, he could not help feeling his scalp go numb at this moment. Although he was proficient in the Tao of Space and was a second-order Origin King, this place was still his enemy's lair. There were countless masters here, and if he was really entangled here, whether he could escape or not was not certain. He didn't dare to be careless. He quickly flashed and was about to teleport away. But at that moment, the pressure of a territory domain pressed down from the sky. This territory domain was so powerful that it seemed to be able to seal off space itself. Yang Kai's figure could not help pausing and was unable to leave immediately. "Scoundrel, how dare you behave so atrociously in my Purple Star Palace?" An angry roar rang out from afar, shaking the entire Purple Star Palace cultivator. Immediately afterwards, a huge vortex appeared above Yang Kai's head, and from this vortex, a giant palm suddenly pressed down. Second Order Origin King. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he immediately judged the true level of his attacker. The other party was not here, but he was able to launch an attack across space. This kind of ability was not something a First Order Origin King cultivator could achieve. Only a master who had been in the Second Order for many years could achieve such a feat. As the giant palm condensed from energy descended, an endless suction force seemed to emerge from it, trying to suck Yang Kai in and prevent him from escaping. This was definitely a powerful secret technique. If he had been in the First Order, Yang Kai would not have been able to block it easily, but now that he was also a Second Order master, the same level of cultivation as his attacker, he naturally did not fear this attack. Yang Kai did not resist and instead leapt forward to meet the giant palm head-on. Mid-air, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and sent out several dozen golden blood threads, condensing them into a golden streak that shot forward while Yang Kai followed closely behind. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk. With a loud bang, the world seemed to shake. The golden light penetrated the giant palm, and the terrifying palm print suddenly dissipated before collapsing. The power that had sealed the world no longer existed. Yang Kai immediately used his space secret technique and disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, 3 figures arrived at the scene of the incident, one after another. The first person to arrive was an old man with a long beard that reached his chest. His hair was white, and his face was gloomy. His expression was dignified without being angry. He turned his head to look around, and there was shock in his eyes. The second to arrive was a man and a woman. Before they could figure out what had happened, they saw the old man standing in the void and immediately wore solemn expressions as they cupped their fists and called out, "Great Elder." This old man was Purple Star's Great Elder, Gong Sun Liang. He was one of the top Second Order Origin Kings in the Star Territory, and his aura was no less majestic than Zi Long, the sect master of Purple Star. "Great Elder, just now?" the female Origin King Realm Master asked hesitantly. Someone broke into Purple Star Palace. Gong Sun Liang shouted with a gloomy expression. "What?" The other male Origin King Realm Master's complexion changed. "Who dares act so presumptuous?" "I don't know." Gong Sun Liang shook his head and narrowed his eyes. "This person's strength is very strong. Being able to break this old master's void-extinguishing palm is not something an ordinary person can accomplish." The 2 Origin Kings looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Previously, they were quite far away. Although they were aware of the energy fluctuations, they weren't able to clearly see what had happened. It wasn't until now that they understood that this person had actually exchanged a move with the Great Elder. Moreover, this person had even broken the Great Elder's void-extinguishing palm. The female Origin King Realm Master hesitated and asked, "Doesn't that mean the other party is a Second Order Origin King?" As soon as this statement came out, she was taken aback. If it was really a Second Order Origin King who wanted to harm Purple Star Palace, it would be very troublesome. Besides Great Elder, who was a Second Order Origin King, everyone else here was just a First Order Origin King. The difference between a First Order and a Second Order was like heaven and earth. Whether or not it was a Second Order Origin King, this old master couldn't see through it. The speed at which the other party attacked and retreated was very fast, and the speed at which he fled. Gong Sun Liang frowned, unable to believe that the other party had disappeared right under his nose. No matter how hard he pushed his divine sense, he could not detect the other party's aura. It was as if the scene just now was just a farce he had orchestrated. While the few of them were talking, more experts were alarmed and rushed over one after another. Even Zi Wuji rushed here with Ji Jun, second young master. Everyone saluted Zi Wuji. Although everyone knew that the next master of Purple Star was Zidong, Zi Wuji was still Zilong's son, so they had no choice but to give him face. Only Gong's son Liang stood there unabashed. Wu Ji greets great elder. On the other hand, Zi Wuji needed to salute Gong's son Liang. Because he was not Purple Star's young master, if Zidong were here, the situation would be different. Gong's son Liang did not say anything, simply gently nodding with a proud expression. Seeing his appearance, a cold light flashed across Zi Wuji's eyes and he smiled lightly. Great elder, what happened here? How did Wu Ji notice that someone attacked? Gong's son Liang turned a deaf ear to this question, as if he had not heard it at all, not even bothering to respond. Everyone's expression changed several times as the atmosphere became extremely stiff. Chapter 1856. Although everyone had known for a long time that the second young master and great elder were not on good terms, whenever they met in the past, they would always put on a show, but in the past year, the relationship between the two sides seemed to have become even more strained. The reason was simple. Great elder was young master Zidong's maternal grandfather, and his daughter Gong's son Yu was Zidong's biological mother. With this relationship, Gong's son Liang naturally spared no effort to support Zidong's ascension and wait for him to become Purple Star's sect master. Zi Wuji's mother was just a woman from a small family in Purple Star, so how could she be compared to Zidong? As such, Gong's son Liang had always looked down on Zi Wuji. Since Zilong and Zidong left Purple Star nearly 2 years ago and had yet to return, Purple Star had been embroiled in a fierce struggle for power and profit. Especially in the past year, Zi Wuji had acted in secret and won over many masters while Gong's son Liang had also made frequent arrangements. The conflict between the two sides was almost impossible to conceal. The actions of these two sides also led to the many masters of Purple Star splitting into 3 distinct factions. One of them was naturally the cultivators who were convinced by Zi Wuji and were willing to serve him, while the other was led by Gong's son Liang. Taking advantage of the absence of Purple Star's young master and Purple Star's young master, the purpose of this was self-evident. The other cultivators were simply waiting to see what would happen and were not moved by either side, simply waiting for Zilong to return. Zi Wuji frowned, a look of displeasure on his face. After all, he was Purple Star's second young master. Gong's son Liang not giving him any face in front of so many masters really put him on the spot. Gong's son Liang, how presumptuous! Ji Jun, who had been standing behind Zi Wuji, suddenly shouted, "Second young master is asking you a question. Why don't you answer?" Gong's son Liang's eyes flashed as he looked down at Ji Jun coldly, narrowing his eyes as he said, "Who is the one acting presumptuous here? This old master is Purple Star's great elder. Master is not in the palace, so everything here is presided over by this old master. Who do you think you are to dare shout at this old master?" Ji Jun sneered coldly, "Gong's son Liang, don't think others don't know what you're up to. The tiger is not at home, the monkey is king, waiting for master to return. Let's see how you can act arrogant now. Who are you calling a monkey?" When had Gong's son Liang ever been insulted like this? He couldn't help feeling angry. Ji Jun's expression. "You know very well in your heart." Ji Jun sneered. "You're courting death." Gong's son Liang was furious as his Saint Qi surged fiercely, seemingly about to attack Ji Jun in the next moment. Everyone's expression changed drastically. "Humph." Gong's son Liang snorted coldly, refusing to comment. Zi Wuji chuckled. Now is not the time to engage in internal strife. The most important thing right now is to find the person who broke into Purple Star Palace. I don't know what this person wants to do, but I have no idea. It would be quite troublesome if they don't come with good intentions. What do you think, Great Elder? Gong's son Liang naturally knew that now was not the time to start a conflict with the other party. The sudden arrival of a second-order origin king in Purple Star Palace irritated him greatly, so he didn't say anything more. Zi Wuji continued, "Father is not here. Eldest brother is serving father, leaving Purple Star Palace without a leader. Although Wuji wants to share father's burden and solve his problems, his strength is too low, so I'm afraid he is powerless to do so." Since Great Elder is in charge of all the affairs in the palace, I will have to trouble Great Elder to find this person. I ask Great Elder to find this thief and tear him to 10,000 pieces as a warning to others. Otherwise, what face will my purple star have left? Gong Sun Liang frowned and quickly said, "There is no need for second young master to say more about this matter. This old master will handle it properly. Second young master may return. Wu Ji will take his leave." Wu Ji nodded and smiled before leading Ji Jun away calmly. After he left, Gong Sun Liang shouted, "Everyone, go and find that person. Don't let go of any clues. That person definitely hasn't gone far. He must have used some kind of secret technique to conceal his aura. If you discover anything, don't engage him in a one-on-one battle, just send a message to this old master. This old master will rush over as soon as possible." Everyone nodded and dispersed. For a time, Purple Star Palace was filled with a hubbub of voices as masters from all walks of life flew about, creating a lively atmosphere. Powerful divine senses swept through every corner of Purple Star Palace. "Second young master, why are you so tolerant of that old fart?" On the way back, Ji Jun asked with a look of annoyance. A sneer appeared on Wu Ji's face as he snorted lightly. "Now is not the time to shed all pretense of cordiality with him. Let that old thing act arrogantly for a while." Ji Jun frowned, but after listening to him, he did not refute. "However, the thief who suddenly appeared this time did me a big favor." Wu Ji smiled lightly. "No matter who this person is, this young master must thank him properly." Ji Jun frowned and pondered for a moment before asking, "Second young master means to say that he helped you distract that old fart?" "That's only one aspect." Wu Ji smiled lightly. Wu Ji smiled lightly. "This person is very strong, able to exchange a single blow with Gong Sun Liang and escape, so he must be a second-order master. It won't be easy for Gong Sun Liang to find him. Old Ji, think about it, if he can't find him, where will Gong Sun Liang put his face?" Ji Jun's eyes flashed with joy. "If we can't find that person, that old fart will lose all face." "Ha, no wonder second young master was so anxious to withdraw just now. It turns out this was the reason. Why else would this young master be so easygoing? Although this matter is troublesome, if it is handled properly, it will be a good opportunity to accumulate prestige." Wu Ji tapped his head lightly. "But who could it be? Who dared to break into my Purple Star Palace? In this star territory, there are not many second-order origin kings, and every one of them is a famous master. There is no way they would do such a thing." For some reason, when Wu Ji said this, the figure of Yang Kai suddenly flashed across his mind. Yang Kai, Purple Star's third venerable, had only recently appeared in Purple Star City, and now, something like this had happened in Purple Star Palace, so Wu Ji naturally thought of Yang Kai. It couldn't be him, right? Wu Ji couldn't be sure, a thick suspicion appearing on his brow. Inside a certain palace in Purple Star Palace, Yang Kai remained dormant, doing his best to restrain his aura as he silently sensed the situation inside Purple Star Palace, a look of helplessness filling his face. Since he had already alerted the enemy, he had come here in vain. What's more, he couldn't leave even if he wanted to at this moment. With so many masters probing him with their divine senses, as long as he made the slightest movement here, he would definitely be noticed. As such, he could only endure and wait for a good opportunity. Time passed slowly, but Yang Kai was not in a hurry. The masters coming and going continued to fly over his head, but no one discovered him. Suddenly, a figure landed not far away, glanced around, and immediately walked straight towards a certain room. In front of this room, there were several origin-returning realm masters guarding it, and after seeing the newcomer, they all saluted. Subordinate greets Seventh Elder. The Seventh Elder gently nodded and said, "Is there any movement inside?" Reporting to Seventh Elder, "There is nothing unusual," the leading Origin Realm Master respectfully replied. The leader of the Origin Returning Realm Masters replied respectfully before immediately asking suspiciously, "Seventh Elder, what happened just now? Why did this subordinate feel like there was a fight going on?" Someone broke into Purple Star Palace. Great Elder was afraid that someone was here for the people in this room, so he called me over to take a look. Open the barrier. Yes. The several Origin Realm Masters heard this and without hesitation, each took out a flag-like artifact from their space rings, poured their Saint Chi into it, and in the next moment, the space around the room rippled as the barrier was activated. The seventh Elder walked straight inside and after a short while, angry shouts and curses rang out from inside. However, these curses soon died down, as if they had been beaten up by the seventh Elder. The seventh Elder walked out from inside with a trace of annoyance on his face as he coldly snorted, "Overestimating yourselves, daring to attack this old master. If you weren't still useful, I would have taken your lives directly. Watch carefully, if even one of these people gets lost, you'll lose your head." The several Origin Realm Masters looked solemn and nodded. The seventh Elder took a step forward, turned into a stream of light, and flew up into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After the seventh Elder left, the several Origin Realm Masters glanced at each other and began forming seals with dignified expressions, preparing to open the barrier again. Yang Kai hid in place with a strange expression as he stared at the room with a suspicious look on his face. Amidst the curses and shouts just now, he seemed to have heard the voice of an acquaintance. This made him somewhat unable to believe his eyes. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai made up his mind. Taking advantage of the fact that the barrier had not been activated yet, his figure flickered and he rushed directly into the room. The several Origin Realm Masters who were activating the barrier frowned. At that moment, they felt a vague sense of uneasiness, but this feeling quickly disappeared, leaving them with blank looks on their faces. However, these people all thought that they were mistaken and didn't care too much about it, quickly activating the barrier again. Inside the room, Yang Kai appeared leisurely. Before he could see the scene inside the room, two figures suddenly rushed up, intending to attack him. Yang Kai's face sank as he released his Origin King Realm territory domain, completely freezing the surrounding space. Under his deliberate control, the range of his territory domain was extremely small, only covering this room and not touching the barrier outside. Shoo! Yang Kai quickly stretched out his finger and put it to his lips. Only then did he see the situation inside the room clearly. There were a total of 5 people in the room, all of them Origin Realm Masters, the strongest of whom was only a third-order Origin returning Realm Cultivator. 4 of them were unfamiliar, but one of them was a young man that Yang Kai found familiar. At this moment, the young man was frozen midair by Yang Kai's territory domain and a look of suspicion flashed across his eyes as he stared at Yang Kai, but in the next moment, his eyes widened and his expression became dull, dazed, and shocked as he pointed at Yang Kai and trembled. "You?" Yang Kai grinned. "Brother Shintu, it's a small world. I trust you have been well since we last met." Chapter 1857. The young man in the room turned out to be Shintu. He was the son of Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce's president, AIO, and Shui Yu's second brother. When Yang Kai was trapped on the floating continent, Shintu was also there. Both of them were weak at the time, only Saint Realm, with Shintu's cultivation being slightly higher, only third-order Saint. The two of them cooperated on the floating continent and formed a friendship. Later, after escaping from the floating continent, Yang Kai followed Shintu to Water Moon Star, the home star of Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce. Several dozen years had passed since then. Yang Kai never expected to meet this guy on Purple Star, so he was quite surprised. Shintu stared at Yang Kai, unable to believe his eyes until Yang Kai took the initiative to greet him, causing him to rub his eyes and call out, "Yang Kai." "Indeed, it is this Yang." Yang Kai chuckled. "Why you here?" Shintu frowned and asked in amazement. "It's a long story, Brother Shintu. Can you tell these people to calm down?" Yang Kai glanced at the other 4 cultivator who were glaring at him with malicious intent. Shintu gently nodded and shouted, "Everyone stop, Brother Yang is an old friend of mine." The 4 Origin returning Realm Masters looked at each other and withdrew their Saint Chi. Yang Kai saw that they were no longer moving and dispersed his territory field. In an instant, everyone in the room regained their freedom. "You've actually reached the Origin King realm?" Shen Tu was shocked by Yang Kai's sudden appearance just now and only now realized what Yang Kai's true cultivation was. His face could not help filling with shock. Back then his cultivation was slightly higher than Yang Kai's, but after so many years, he was only a first-order origin returning realm cultivator while Yang Kai had already reached the origin king realm. Comparing the two, Shen Tu was naturally shocked. One had to know that breaking through to the origin king realm from the origin returning realm was not a simple matter. Throughout the ages, how many geniuses had been stuck at this juncture, unable to advance for the rest of their lives? Every cultivator who could break through to the origin king realm not only had outstanding talent, but luck and opportunity were also indispensable. I was lucky, Yang Kai chuckled. Shen Tu slowly shook his head. As the son of Heng Luo Chamber's president, Shen Tu's eyesight and experience was extraordinary, so how could he believe Yang Kai's words? He knew that the other was just being modest. However, this was not a good time to discuss this matter. Shen Tu, of course. Staring at Yang Kai with a dignified expression, he whispered, "Brother Yang, you suddenly appeared here. I only have one question to ask. Are you and I friend or foe?" "Friend, not foe," Yang Kai said sincerely. Shen Tu smiled happily and couldn't help laughing. He stepped forward and gave Yang Kai a bear hug, patting his back vigorously as he said, "Brother Yang, it's been a few dozen years since we last met. This one misses you very much." Seeing him being so enthusiastic made Yang Kai feel a little embarrassed. Shen Tu said, "Back then, when you left Water Moon Star on that starship, I learned that something had happened to it. Almost all of the cultivators on board were wiped out, and since then, there has been no news of you, making this Shen Tu feel very guilty." "That's not your fault, it was just a coincidence." Yang Kai felt his sincerity and felt warmth in his heart. When he left Water Moon Star that year, he had casually boarded a starship, but Shui Yu just so happened to be on the same boat. It was precisely because of Shui Yu's existence that the starship was destroyed. When the starship had reached a meteor sea, it had been smashed to pieces by a powerful artifact that had been lying in ambush. All the cultivators on the starship had died, leaving only Yang Kai and Shui Yu to escape. It was at that time that he inadvertently discovered the secret that Shui Yu was a woman, which led to the events that followed. After a while, Shen Tu let go of Yang Kai and sighed, "All these years, I've been inquiring about you. Third brother seems to know something, but no matter how I ask, he won't say anything. When I asked too many questions, he even beat me up." Shen Tu grit his teeth and grumbled, "That little bastard, he doesn't know how to respect his elders. If it weren't for my strength being inferior to his, I would have taught him a good lesson." Yang Kai's brow twitched as he thought to himself, Shui Yu had lost all face in front of him that time, even being humiliated by him while naked. Asking her about such things was simply asking for trouble. "It's all good now, I've finally met you." Shen Tu breathed a heavy sigh of relief, as if he was trying to release all the depression he had been suppressing in his heart for several dozen years, his whole body relaxing greatly. "I've been safe and sound all this time." Brother Shen Tu must have been worried. "Second young master, this is..." The several origin returning realm masters who had been watching from the sidelines until now asked. Shen Tu grinned meaningfully and introduced, "This is Yang Kai, Brother Yang, a friend of this young master's. All of you quickly come and greet Brother Yang." When these people heard this, they didn't dare neglect and quickly cupped their fists and called out in unison, "Greetings, Lord Yang." Yang Kai was an origin king realm master and a brother to Shen Tu, so of course they couldn't disrespect him. Shen Tu rubbed his chin, pondered for a moment, and said, "And Brother Yang is now an origin king, so shouldn't I also call him master?" Brother Shen Tu must be joking. Yang Kai waved his hand, "I'm actually quite curious as to why you are here, and you seem to have been detained." Hearing Yang Kai's words, Shen Tu immediately became indignant and cursed, "Damn it, this young master is also confused. This time, I was ordered by the Chamber of Commerce to deliver a batch of ordered supplies to Purple Star, but how could I have known I would be captured as soon as I entered Purple Star City? No matter how I asked, I couldn't get any answers. How unlucky." "Purple Star didn't say why they captured you?" Yang Kai was shocked. Don't they know you are from Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce? How could they not know? Shen Tu said angrily, these purple star bastards must have eaten a bear's heart or a leopard's gall, daring to attack this young master. If this young master escapes one day, he will definitely lead 100 starships to raise Purple Star to the ground. A thoughtful look appeared on Yang Kai's face as he asked, so, the battle in the city during the day was caused by you? Shin Tu nodded. I wanted to escape, but I didn't succeed and was captured. How shameful. Second young master, this old man feels that something has happened to Purple Star. An old man with a sallow complexion said from the side. Why does old Sir say so? Yang Kai looked at him. It's just a feeling. Since entering this Purple Star city, this old man has felt that something is not quite right, as if there is some kind of turbulence brewing in the dark. Moreover, since they knew our identities yet dared to detain us, it is obvious they want to use us to do something. Although Purple Star is powerful, it is not as powerful as my Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce. Now that something like this has happened, this old man doesn't believe Purple Star hasn't changed. Yang Kai nodded gently. I also feel that something has happened to Purple Star. Who cares? This young master just wants to leave this damned place as soon as possible, Shin Tu said angrily. Suddenly, he turned to Yang Kai and asked, by the way, Brother Yang, why are you here? I came here to steal something. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly and explained what had just happened. The several people who heard this were dumbfounded as they stared at Yang Kai with looks of admiration. Daring to sneak into Purple Star Palace to steal something, this kind of courage and boldness was not something an ordinary person could possess. What's more, even after being discovered, he was still able to escape unscathed, causing everyone to have a higher evaluation of Yang Kai's strength. But now that we've alerted the enemy, we can only think of another way. Yang Kai rubbed his forehead helplessly. Brother Yang, can you leave this place? Shin Tu looked at Yang Kai and asked. The barrier outside is very powerful. If I try to force my way in, I will definitely be discovered, but if you help me attract their attention, I can leave safely. That's not a problem, leave it to us, Shin Tu grinned. Brother Yang, after we leave here, help me deliver a message to someone. Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. Shin Tu leaned forward and whispered in Yang Kai's ear. Yang Kai suddenly showed a strange look. I'll leave everything to Brother Yang. Shin Tu cupped his fists solemnly. Don't worry, I'll definitely deliver the message. Yang Kai nodded. Don't worry, I'll find a way to get you out. No problem, Shin Tu grinned. My identity is different, so Purple Star won't dare do anything to me unless they want to provoke a bloody battle between our two great forces. After saying so, he suddenly shouted and shouted, Someone's here, someone's here. While shouting, he shot a glance towards the other origin returning realm masters. Everyone immediately understood and began shouting as well, sending out a flurry of Saint Chi attacks as their Saint Chi fluctuated wildly. The commotion inside the room quickly spread out, and the several Purple Star cultivator who were responsible for guarding outside all wore solemn expressions as they listened attentively. After a short while, one of them exclaimed, Not good, this group of people has gone crazy, quickly stop them. Everyone didn't dare to neglect and quickly opened the barrier around the room. The moment the barrier was opened, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he rushed out of the room and found a secluded corner to hide. Inside Purple Star Palace, masters were still searching everywhere, but they still couldn't find anything. After waiting for a long time, Yang Kai found a suitable opportunity, used his space secret technique, and calmly left. Although this trip didn't go according to his original plan, he had accidentally discovered Shin Tu's situation, so it wasn't completely fruitless. Inside Clear Sky Auction House's inner courtyard, Li Nuo sat cross-legged but was unable to calm down. Who is it? At that moment, Aunt Chun's voice suddenly called out from outside. At the same time, a man's voice rang in Li Nuo's ears. When she heard this voice, Li Nuo stiffened, but soon a look of pleasant surprise appeared on her face as she quickly looked out the window. It was pitch black outside, with only a ray of light visible in the east. The night was over, and the sky was bright. Li Nuo smiled and said, Aunt Chun, come back. This person has no malicious intentions and has instead brought me some good news. Chapter 1858. Over the next few days, everything was calm. After sneaking into Purple Star Palace that night and alerting the enemy, Yang Kai did not act rashly again. He believed that Purple Star Palace's security must be extremely tight right now, so even with Yang Kai's ability, he was not confident he could sneak in quietly again. Hua Yumeng used her connections to inquire about the recent situation in Purple Star City and reported it to Yang Kai. Only then did Yang Kai learn that because Zi Long and Zi Dong had not returned for a long time, the upper echelons of Purple Star had split into several factions. Among them, the factions led by Second Young Master Zi Wuji and Great Elder Gong Sun Liang were secretly plotting against each other. Although these matters were suppressed by the leaders of Purple Star, paper could not wrap fire, so there was always some news that would leak out, so Hua Yumeng was able to easily inquire about it. However, the information she inquired about was well known, so there was nothing she could do about anything that was too secretive. This was enough. At the very least, Yang Kai now knew what was hidden under the calm exterior of Purple Star City. Now, there were only two things Yang Kai cared about. One was to steal the Star Emperor token, and the other was to get Shen Tu and the others out. Unfortunately, there was no good opportunity, so he could only wait quietly. Yang Kai had nothing to do, so he followed Hua Yumeng. After all, the value of the land deeds being auctioned by Five Paths Chamber of Commerce this time was simply too great. If there were no masters present, it was difficult to guarantee that no one would try to steal them. Hua Yumeng was naturally overjoyed. She had been thinking about how to invite Yang Kai, but now that he had taken the initiative to ask to follow, her gratitude towards Yang Kai deepened. On the day of the auction, Hua Yumeng was dressed very well, wearing a tight purple dress that accentuated her noble temperament. Following closely behind Yang Kai, she attracted the attention of many passers-by. Entering the auction house with an invitation card in hand, Yang Kai and Hua Yumeng were led into room A5 by Clear Sky Auction House's people. After serving them spirit fruits and tea, they withdrew respectfully. Hua Yumeng stood to the side cautiously, and only after Yang Kai had asked her to sit down uneasily. There was still some time before the auction began. Yang Kai had nothing to do. He began to look around. After a short while, he couldn't help but frown as a trace of suspicion appeared on his face. "Master, what's wrong?" Hua Yumeng's attention had been on Yang Kai, so seeing his expression change at this moment, she quickly asked. "This mistress does not know." Hua Yumeng smiled awkwardly. "Then it's fine." Yang Kai smiled and withdrew his divine sense. He frowned slightly. Just now, he noticed that there were many origin kings in this auction house. This was a very strange thing. There were not many things in this world that could attract an origin king realm master, and even if there were, it should not have appeared in Clear Sky Auction House. An origin king realm master would not have come to this kind of auction house for no reason, and if he was not accompanying Hua Yumeng, he would not have come here. He wouldn't deign to come here either. But now, among all the origin kings here, besides him, there was no one else. There were at least 5 of them. Rooms A1 to A1 all had origin kings guarding them, especially room A1. When Yang Kai's divine sense swept over just now, he was slightly obstructed, which was obviously a sign of the strength of this person. Moreover, the other party's aura felt very familiar to Yang Kai. The person in room A1 was actually Purple Star's Great Elder, Gong Sun Liang, with whom he had fought a few nights ago. For this auction to be able to attract even Gong Sun Liang, it was obvious that there was definitely something good here. This discovery aroused Yang Kai's interest in this auction. Not long after, on the high platform at the center of the auction house, a beautiful figure appeared leisurely. It was Li Nua. She had a sweet smile on her face. She was wearing a sleeveless cyan robe that exposed a pair of white arms. The collar of the robe was also very low, faintly showing the snow-white and faintly discernible cleavage in front of her chest. Her beautiful legs were long and slender, and both of her feet were wearing a pair of special jade shoes. Her delicate toes were exposed, causing people to be lost in wild and fanciful thoughts. As soon as she appeared, she attracted the attention of the crowd. Below, countless gazes were greedily looking at her, sizing her up without the slightest scruple. Li Nuo was generous and decent, and with a smile, she lightly opened her red lips and said, "Many thanks to everyone for coming to today's auction. This mistress is deeply grateful for everyone's presence, and it is Clear Sky Auction House's honor. This mistress, Li Nuo, will be the host of today's auction. I hope everyone will give me some face." As she spoke, she gracefully bowed. Enough idle chatter, today's auction officially begins, but allow this mistress to keep everyone in suspense. Today's auction items include many extremely valuable items. Perhaps they will allow this master to return with a bountiful harvest. When she said this, she glanced towards the several private rooms in the A block. Although she did not say it clearly, the meaning of her words was self-evident. Yang Kai smiled knowingly, thinking that Clear Sky Auction House was truly worthy of having the backing of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. Otherwise, it would never have been able to bring out items that could even tempt an Origin King Realm Master. Next, please look at the first auction item. Li Nuo called out tenderly as she gestured to the side. The next moment, a woman dressed as a maidservant walked out with a smile on her face, carrying a tray in her hand. The tray was covered with a red cloth. It was unknown what material this red cloth was made of, but it was actually able to isolate most cultivators from probing with their divine senses, causing everyone's hearts to itch as they craned their necks to look around. Hua Yumeng's beautiful eyes also flashed with curiosity as she stared intently. Although this was not the first time she had participated in an auction, it was the first time she had enjoyed the treatment of being able to enter a private room, which was quite different from the feeling she usually got when crowded in the hall below. "It's just an Origin grade mid-rank artifact, you won't be able to use it." Yang Kai saw her staring at it curiously and immediately explained. Hua Yumeng was startled. "Master, can you see through it?" Yang Kai chuckled. "That red cloth is made from the silk of the heavenly snow-red silkworm. This thing has no other function other than to block divine sense detection, but it is also limited. The divine sense of a cultivator below the Origin King realm cannot penetrate it, but it is not difficult for an Origin King realm master." Hua Yumeng gently nodded as a look of longing appeared on her face. She was now a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator, and if there was a chance, she could also try to break through to the Origin King realm, but this hurdle was simply too big. She had broken through so many years ago but had yet to even reach the grand accomplishment stage in her sure, let alone comprehend the mysteries of her territory. It was likely she had no hope of breaking through in this lifetime. On the stage, Li Nuo smiled slightly, stepped forward, and lifted the red cloth covering the tray, revealing the item inside. Sure enough, it was an Origin grade mid-rank artifact, and it was a delicate dagger that exuded a cold aura. Li Nuo picked up the dagger, formed a few seals with her hands, and poured her Saint Qi into it. In an instant, the dagger buzzed and a dense array of grain-sized runes suddenly appeared on its blade. The cold aura around the dagger became even more intense. Li Nuo held the dagger in her hand and immediately circulated her Saint Qi to protect herself, chuckling lightly as she explained, "This dividing yuan dagger is made from deep-sea cold iron with cold snake sand, heavenly fiend earth, and the tooth of the ninth-order monster beast, black-eyed tapir. It was carefully refined by an Origin-grade high-rank artifact refiner. It is extremely cold and is specifically designed to break through one's Saint Qi defenses. Everyone watch carefully." Saying so, she stabbed the dagger towards her own arm. A cold aura visible to the naked eye condensed at the tip of the dagger and soon collided with Li Nuo's own Saint Qi. In the next moment, with a tearing sound, Li Nuo's Saint Qi protection was torn apart. Li Nuo's control of her strength was excellent, so although the dagger tore through her Saint Qi protection, it did not hurt her at all. Taking back the dagger, Li Nuo smiled and said, "Although this dividing yuan dagger is only Origin grade mid-rank, with it won't be a problem for one to resist a third-order Origin returning realm master. There is no need for this mistress to elaborate on its value. Most importantly, it won't take too long to refine. The base price is 150,000 Saint crystals. Please." As soon as Li Nuo's voice fell, bids rang out in the hall. Everyone was obviously very interested in this artifact. Hua Yumeng also looked interested. This dagger was small and suitable for a woman to use, but Yang Kai's words just now were still ringing in her ears, so she did not want to give Yang Kai face. At that moment though, Yang Kai's voice sounded, "This dagger is flawed. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a failed product." A failed product? Hua Yumeng was startled when she heard this. And you didn't notice, but when Li Nuo tested the power of this dagger just now, she used an ice attribute secret technique, so if you want to activate the power of this dagger, you must cultivate an ice attribute secret art or secret technique. I don't see any ice attribute secret technique in your body, so even if you win this item, it won't be of much use. Is that so? Hua Yumeng was shocked. Isn't Li Nuo deceiving others by doing this? Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. Not really, it can only be said that she is lying. Moreover, if this dagger is really obtained by a cultivator who cultivates an ice attribute secret art, its power will be quite good. This mistress understands. Hua Yumeng nodded. Inside the hall, the bidding continued and the base price of 150,000 Saint crystals was quickly raised to 280,000. The first auction item was so popular, which made Li Nuo smile very happily. The most important thing for an auction was to get off to a good start so that the enthusiasm of the auctioneers could be mobilized and they could sell for a good price. After the price rose to 320,000 Saint crystals, the number of cultivator bidding gradually dwindled. After all, the price of an origin-grade mid-rank artifact was about the same, so bidding for more would not be worth the loss. Not every cultivator spent so many Saint crystals on themselves. Even if they occasionally earned a lot of Saint crystals, they would buy spirit pills to cultivate and increase their strength. Artifacts were only supplementary. In the end, this yuan dividing dagger was bought by a male cultivator in the hull for 350,000 Saint crystals. The following auctions were in full swing. With the first auction item as a good start, the enthusiasm of a large number of cultivators was aroused. Auction items were presented one after another, and the prices rose steadily from the base price. The hall was bustling with noise and excitement. Secret treasures, spirit pills, herbs, ores, and even secret arts and secret techniques. The auction items covered almost everything, and everything one could think of. Chapter 1859. Time flew by, and the auction had been going on for 2 hours now. During this time, almost every item brought up for auction was sold for a high price, making Clear Sky Auction House extremely profitable. However, all the cultivator participating in the auction were either in the hall or in the private rooms below a block. The Origin Kings in the 5 private rooms of a block were all biding their time, and Yang Kai did not know what they were waiting for. Even Hua Yumeng had bid twice, winning an artifact and a powerful secret technique that she was currently studying happily. At this point, the auction was about to come to an end, and Yang Kai immediately knew that the highlight of the auction was about to begin, so he immediately perked up. The next item to be auctioned is a spirit pill, an Origin King grade spirit pill. On the auction stage, Li Nuo said with a smile. As soon as these words fell, there was an uproar in the hall as everyone stared at Li Nuo in amazement. After all, Origin King grade spirit pills were not common goods anywhere, and it was extremely rare for one to appear at an auction. Generally, a cultivator who obtained an Origin King grade spirit pill would hide it, either giving it to their friends or family, or privately finding a master to exchange for a large number of Saint crystals. It was very rare for something like this to be auctioned at an auction. Only those auction houses with strong backgrounds could obtain Origin King grade spirit pills as auction items. Although Clear Sky Auction House was quite famous in Purple Star City, it wasn't very famous. It had never auctioned anything too valuable before, so no one had expected that it would actually bring out an Origin King grade spirit pill to auction this time. This was really beyond everyone's expectations, and everyone was looking forward to it. Inside room A5. Hua Yumeng also stopped what she was doing and looked towards the stage with interest. Li Nuo smiled lightly and took a few steps forward, arriving in front of the maidservant. Reaching out, she picked up a jade bottle from the tray, shook it, and immediately heard a crisp sound. Pursing her lips, she smiled and said, "This jade bottle contains an Origin King pill." Asterisk Hong. Asterisk after Li Nua's voice fell, the entire hall's cultivator went into an uproar. What? An Origin King pill? An Origin King pill? Sister Li Nua, are you not deceiving us? Li Nua smiled and said, "This mistress auction house is here. How could I dare deceive everyone? This spirit pill is indeed an Origin King pill. Please take a look." As she spoke, she opened the jade bottle and poured out a round, rolling spirit pill. As soon as the pill appeared, the entire hall was filled with the fragrance of pills. When the fragrance entered their nostrils, many cultivators' faces lit up with joy. They felt as if their bottlenecks were loosening. Just smelling the pill fragrance had such a miraculous effect. What kind of amazing effects would there be if he were to consume it? Sure enough, it was an Origin King pill. The Origin King pill was a spirit pill that peak origin returning realm cultivators yearned for when attempting to break through to the Origin King realm. It could increase the success rate of a cultivator's breakthrough, and after taking this pill, it would be easier for them to comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao, allowing them to better condense their territory. Although this pill couldn't be used to restore or heal injuries, it was still a fatal temptation to any third-order origin returning realm cultivator. The quality of an Origin King pill was Origin King grade low rank and could only be refined by an Origin King grade alchemist. Moreover, because the main materials used to refine the Origin King pill were rare, Origin King pills were rare even in the entire star territory. Combining all of these factors, each Origin King pill was priceless. As for the role of an Origin King pill, I don't think this mistress needs to explain. Li Nua seemed to have expected this reaction and smiled. This Origin King pill has a base price of 20 million crystals. Everyone please bid. As soon as her voice fell, the hall fell silent, with no one daring to bid. 20 million Saint crystals was not something an ordinary cultivator could take out. Only those who had the backing of a great force, such as a family or sect, could have such strong financial resources. However, Li Nua was not in a hurry because she knew that this Origin King pill would definitely not go unsold. It was just that some people were not in a hurry to bid. Kuchi, asterisk in room A5, heavy breathing sounded. Yang Kai turned his head and found that Hua Yumeng could no longer remain calm, her tender body trembling slightly as her cheeks flushed red. Her fists were clenched tightly together as her pair of beautiful eyes stared fixedly at the Origin King pill on the stage. She was also a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, and although she had not made much progress since breaking through, how could she remain calm when an Origin King grade pill was right in front of her? This was not just a spirit pill, it was a symbol of the path to the Origin King realm. If she could really use this Origin King pill to break through to the Origin King realm, let alone 20 million, even 200 million would be worth it. So, after a moment of excitement, she blurted out, 20 million. Her voice broke the silence in the room and Li Nua glanced over at room A5, casting a kind smile on her face. 25 million. As soon as Hua Yumeng's voice fell, a bid immediately sounded from one of the private rooms in the third block, increasing the price by more than 5 million. This time, the other cultivator could no longer sit still and bids rose one after another, all of them coming from the private rooms. In a short span of 10 breaths, the price had actually been raised to over 80 million. Hua Yumeng's pretty face could not help turning pale as she faintly realized that she was no longer able to compete for this spirit pill. 80 million was simply an unaffordable number for her. Although there were still more than 30 land deeds waiting to be auctioned in Clear Sky Auction House, even if they were sold, how many Saint crystals could they possibly fetch? The competition for the Origin King pill had only just begun, so there was no telling what the final price would be. Perhaps even if she threw in all the Saint crystals she had earned from the land deeds auction, it would not be enough. 100 million. From a private room in room B, an old voice called out. Although this voice was deliberately calm, anyone could hear the excitement and nervousness in his voice. As soon as this price was called, the scene fell silent again. The Origin King pill was indeed precious, but it only increased the success rate of a cultivator breaking through. It was not a guarantee that one would be able to break through after being convinced. All it brought was a glimmer of hope. A price of 100 million was almost the limit in the hearts of most cultivators. As such, after the initial impulse, many people began to calm down and no longer bid. For a long time, no new bids were made. Li Nu'a, on the other hand, was not worried at all. Standing on the stage, she asked with a smile, "The old gentleman in room B8 has bid 100 million. Is there no higher bid?" "No, hurry up and start the countdown." The cultivator in room B8 shouted anxiously. He could not easily take out 100 million Saint crystals, but it was still worth exchanging for an Origin King pill, so he was afraid that someone else would compete with him, so he urged vigorously. 110 million. At that moment, a hearty laugh came from one of the private rooms and raised the price by 10 million. Which bastard dares to bid against this old master? Hateful. The cultivator in room B8 was so angry that his nose became crooked and he could not help but roar. However, when he realized that the voice was coming from room A2, his face changed drastically. He was only in room B8, but the other party was in room A2, so their status was obviously higher than his. At the same time, from room A2, a powerful divine sense swept out and blasted towards the cultivator who had just spoken. With a muffled groan, the cultivator in room B8 suddenly turned pale and blood overflowed from the corners of his mouth. Staring at room A2 in horror, he whispered, "Origin King Realm. Since you're here to participate in the auction, you should abide by the rules. Next time you act so impudently, I'll take your dog life." Another voice came from room A2. Yes, Master has taught me a lesson." The cultivator in room B8 did not dare to complain and quickly nodded, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Although the room was isolated by a barrier and he could not see the other party's face, he knew that an Origin King Realm Master was not someone he could provoke. Quite awe-inspiring, daring to say you can take someone's life at will in Purple Star City. Do you not put the rules of Purple Star City in your eyes? Suddenly, another old voice sounded. Everyone was taken aback when they heard this voice, not knowing what had just happened. Looking towards the source of the voice, they found that the speaker was actually in room A1. This was the most honorable room in the entire auction house. Previously, everyone was guessing who was sitting inside. At this moment, when the other party spoke, someone immediately exclaimed, "Great Elder, it's the Great Elder sitting inside." Heavens, it really is Great Elder. 2 years ago, I saw Great Elder from afar and heard him reprimand someone. It was definitely Great Elder's voice. Why is the Great Elder here? For a time, everyone was discussing. However, if the person sitting in room A1 was Great Elder's husband, Sun Liang, then there was no doubt. After all, in the entire Purple Star, only Great Elder had the greatest power. The only thing they couldn't figure out was who was sitting in room A2. The Great Elder didn't seem to like them very much. "This Origin King pill is for this old master, 200 million. Gong Sun Liang said unhurriedly. The cultivator in the hall was once again in an uproar, not only because Gong Sun Liang had actually participated in this auction, but also because the price increase was so terrifying, directly rising from 110 million to 200 million. Everyone couldn't help sighing in their hearts. Worthy of Purple Star's Great Elder, the wealth he possessed was likely more than an ordinary cultivator could spend in a few hundred lifetimes. 210 million. Out of everyone's expectations, the person who had previously bid in room A2 actually followed up once again. 300 million. Gong Sun Liang coldly snorted. 310 million, 500 million. Everyone's expression became sluggish as they stared with wide eyes, listening attentively to the bids from the 2 private rooms in a block. Even Kai Yang furrowed his brow, revealing a strange expression. Although the value of an Origin King pill was huge, wasn't the price of 500 million Saint crystals a bit too unreasonable? Moreover, with Gong Sun Liang's cultivation, this Origin King pill was of no use to him. Even if he wanted to buy it for his family's juniors, there was no need for him to invest so much capital. Yang Kai was confused. As soon as Gong Sun Liang bid 500 million Saint crystals, the bidding in room A2 suddenly went silent, as if unable to keep up. Chapter 1860. At this moment, in room A2, Zi Wuji stared in the direction of Gong Sun Liang with a gloomy expression, his hand gripping the handle of his sandalwood chair, which had already been crushed to dust. Ji Jun, who was standing next to him, also had an extremely ugly look on his face. Second young master, this old fart is definitely doing this on purpose. Ji Jun shouted angrily. This young master is not a fool, how could he not know this? Zi Wuji grit his teeth. I was wondering why someone like him would suddenly appear at Clear Sky Auction House. It turns out he deliberately came to cause trouble for this young master. This old fart really has nothing better to do. Ji Jun said with a cold face, this old fart must be afraid that young master will grow up, so he is trying to obstruct you so insidiously. One day, this young master will make him pay the price. Zi Wuji secretly swore. The sky-high price of 500 million had exceeded his expectations. Although he was Purple Star's second young master, because he had no power or influence, he had to hide his strength and bide his time, so he did not have much financial resources. All the resources of Purple Star belonged to his eldest brother, Zidong. If it were not for the fact that Zilong and Zidong's whereabouts were unknown in the past 2 years, Zi Wuji would not have stood out and would have chosen to continue hiding. If he wanted to fight against Gong Sun Liang, he would need great strength, so this Origin King pill was extremely important to him. If he could break through to the Origin King realm in a short time with the help of this pill, he would have more capital to rely on. After pondering for a while, Zi Wuji did not back down and instead grit his teeth and shouted, 600 million. 600 million Saint crystals was already his bottom line. It was also the largest amount he could take out right now. If Gong Sun Liang increased the price again, Zi Wuji would have no choice but to give up. Unsurprisingly, Gong Sun Liang did not give him any face and instead shouted leisurely, 1 billion. It was as if he did not call out 1 billion. Instead, he called out 100,000 or 1 million casually. As soon as this statement came out, everyone's complexion changed. Even Li Nuwa, who was standing on the auction stage with a smile on her face, could not help frowning as a bad feeling rose in her heart. 1 billion. The cultivator in the audience exclaimed. What? Did I hear wrong? Great Elder just called out 1 billion? I also thought I heard wrong. How could it be so high? Yes, an Origin King pill is indeed precious, but it is impossible to sell it for a sky-high price of 1 billion. Last time, an Origin King pill was sold at Rongyuan Auction House for only 580 million. As expected of the Great Elder. He's so rich that 1 billion is nothing. There were differing opinions below, but there were also those with sharp minds. He sensed that something was wrong. Gong Sun Liang, are you deliberately causing trouble? In room A2, Ji Jun couldn't bear it any longer and couldn't help but shout angrily. Boom! The crowd once again boiled over. Everyone looked towards room A2 in shock. They didn't know who was so bold as to directly call out the Great Elder's name. An auction that was originally uneventful and ordinary was now experiencing a series of unforeseen circumstances. The atmosphere became treacherous, and a dangerous aura filled the entire auction house. On the stage, Li Nua's palms were sweating as a faint look of unease flashed across her beautiful eyes. It was out of everyone's expectations. Gong Sun Liang didn't get angry and instead said with a smile, Ji Jun, what do you mean by that? This elder has taken a fancy to this Origin King pill, so what's wrong with bidding? What's wrong with that, you know in your heart, Ji Jun snorted coldly. Even if you are Purple Star's Great Elder, 1 billion Saint crystals is not something you can casually take out. Good, now that you've made a bid, I want to see how you'll pay. Sister Li Nua. This old master suspects that Gong Sun Liang is making a reckless bid and that he doesn't have the ability to pay out 1 billion Saint crystals. If you don't believe me, you can verify it yourself. Li Nua showed a hesitant look. Asking her to verify whether Gong Sun Liang could pay out 1 billion Saint crystals was simply courting death. Gong Sun Liang had already stated his price, so whether he could pay it or not, this spirit pill was already his. Even if Clear Sky Auction House suffered a loss, they could only swallow their loss. Nonsense, Great Elder's credibility is not something you can question. Ji Jun, you're courting death. In room A1, Gong Sun Liang did not speak, but another person shouted instead. Yang Kai's expression changed as he immediately recognized that this person was 8th Elder Jiang Changfeng, who had visited Five Paths Chamber of Commerce before. Justice is in everyone's heart. If Great Elder can really pay the 1 billion Saint Crystals, this Ji will have nothing to say. Ji Jun did not give up. Ji Jun, you impudence! Jiang Changfeng roared angrily as a strong Saint Chi fluctuation erupted from room A1, as if a fight was about to break out at any moment. The cultivator in the hall panicked as a look of horror appeared on his face. If the two sides really fought, they would suffer. Even the aftermath of a battle between origin kings was not something they could withstand. 8th Elder need not lower yourself to his level. Gong Sun Liang chuckled. Since he wants to verify it, this old master will let him. Sister Li Nua, bring that spirit pill over. Yes. Hearing this, Li Nua stepped forward and walked towards room A1. A moment later, she entered the room with a smile on her face, placed the jade bottle in her hand in front of Gong Sun Liang, and said, Great Elder, this is the spirit pill you bid for. Gong Sun Liang nodded lightly, not even looking at Li Nua. To the side, Jiang Changfeng took out a ring with a cold face and handed it to Li Nua, saying loudly, Sister Li Nua, please check whether this is a billion Saint Crystals or not. Li Nua took the ring with a dignified expression and swept it with her divine sense, her expression changing slightly before she smiled and said, the amount has been confirmed, so the transaction has been completed. Great Elder is a man of integrity and did not bid carelessly. The transaction was carried out in your room, who knows whether it was real or not? Ji Jun sneered. Jiang Changfeng sneered. Ji Jun, Sister Li Nua personally verified it, how could it be fake? As the owner of the auction house, she would not do business that would result in a loss. Sister Li Nua is just a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, how could she dare resist your abuse? Enough, old Ji. There's no need to say any more. In room A2, Wuxia said lightly. The anger on Ji Jun's face did not diminish, but he obediently stopped talking. Wuxia chuckled. Then, he turned to room 1 and said, Congratulations, Great Elder, for winning the spirit pill. Gong Sun Liang replied, Second young master, you're being too polite. This spirit pill is of no use to this old master, but it is of some benefit to second young master. If second young master wants it, this old master can give it to you, what do you think? In room 2, Wuxia frowned for a moment before quickly relaxing. Smiling, he said, Great Elder must be joking, this Wuxia does not dare accept such a precious item. The two exchanged a few words, as if they were chatting casually, and the tense atmosphere from before no longer existed. It wasn't until this moment that everyone realized that the person in room A2 was actually Purple Star's second young master, Wuxia. Thinking about the two competing bids and the various rumors that had spread before, everyone immediately understood that the discord between the second young master and Great Elder was not groundless. After understanding this, many people suddenly showed worried looks. For most cultivator, who was in charge of Purple Star was none of their business. What they were concerned about was not being implicated in the confrontation between these two. The auction for the Origin King pill came to an end. In the end, no one knew whether Li Nua had received the 1 billion Saint Crystals or not, making it a complete mystery. The next item to be auctioned was the land deeds that Hua Yumeng had handed over to Clear Sky Auction House. These land deeds were only for sale. As such, the masters in Room A did not bid. On the contrary, the competition between the cultivator in Room B and Room C was fierce. An entire store on Soaring Dragon Avenue, if bought and operated properly, would be enough to increase the strength of a chamber of commerce. How could any of the merchants miss such a good opportunity? As such, the price competition was quite fierce. With a base price of 100 million Saint Crystals, the land deeds were sold for 260 million Saint crystals. Inside room A5. Hua Yumeng was so happy she almost fainted. Although Li Nuo had already calculated the bill with her before, she never expected that these land deeds could really sell for such a high price. 1,000,000 Saint crystals was a huge number for 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce. Let alone hundreds of millions. With 260 million Saint crystals, 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce's growth was no longer a dream. What's more, it would allow Xia Jingwu, Yao Qing, and the others to boldly purchase cultivation resources to enhance their own strength. With enough strength, they could also promote the development of the Chamber of Commerce. This was a snowball effect. And all of this was brought about by the man beside her. Hua Yumeng looked at Yang Kai in a daze with a look of gratitude on her face. Master, can you take 90% of these Saint crystals and leave 10% for us? Hua Yumeng looked at Yang Kai timidly. Even if it was 10%, it was still 20 million Saint crystals. Yang Kai glanced at her and chuckled. These are the Saint crystals you were sold for those land deeds. Why should I take 90%? Be that as it may, if it weren't for Master, how could anyone have given us those land deeds? Yang Kai waved his hand. Saint crystals are meaningless to me. What I need is not something that can be bought with Saint crystals. But, that's all, Yang Kai interrupted her with a smile. Master! Hua Yumeng whispered, choking up and unable to speak, her emotions clearly showing on her face. Even if Yang Kai asked her to devote herself to him at this moment, she would not frown. The next item to be auctioned is the last item to be auctioned, Li Nuo announced loudly on the stage. On the stage, Li Nuo said loudly, however, this mistress and the several appraisers of Clear Sky Auction House have not been able to figure out what this auction item is. You dare auction it without figuring it out? Your Clear Sky Auction House is treating this like child's play. That's right, don't think we ordinary cultivator are easy to deceive, our Saint crystals don't grow on trees. What are you all arguing about? Since this thing is the last to appear, it must be of extraordinary value, perhaps even more precious than an Origin King pill. Let's take a look first. The group of martial artists immediately began to clamor at the same time. Chapter 1861. Li Nuo turned a deaf ear to the shouts of the cultivator below the stage and gestured to a maidservant who immediately presented the auction item. This time, she did not try to be mysterious and simply covered it with a red cloth. Everyone fixed their eyes on it and found that it looked like a piece of ore. It was about the size of a baby's head and was round and shiny, exuding a light blue luster. Judging from the way the maidservant carried it, this auction item was not heavy, so it was not difficult for her to carry it. The hubbub gradually subsided and everyone's eyes were drawn to this item, looking around curiously. From the various private rooms, countless divine senses also spread out and scanned the auction item. However, no one could see any clues. Even Yang Kai's brow furrowed, a look of suspicion filling his face. After all, with his current divine sense, there were very few things in this world that he couldn't see through, but he couldn't see through this thing. From this, it could be seen that even if this last auction item wasn't a priceless treasure, it would absolutely not be inferior. This made Yang Kai a little interested. On the high platform, Li Nuo opened her red lips and said softly, "This thing was accidentally obtained by my Clear Sky Auction House. Since obtaining it, we have been studying its use. Unfortunately, my Clear Sky Auction House's talents have withered and we have not been able to study it thoroughly, only concluding that it is an excellent artifact refining material. Today, with so many masters gathered here, perhaps there is a master with discerning eyes who knows what it is used for. This mistress hopes that if any master wins this item, he will not hesitate to enlighten this mistress and resolve the doubts in her heart." Li Nuo smiled lightly. The final auction item, an unknown artifact refining material, reserve price. 30 million. In the hall, after a short moment of silence, all the cultivators burst into laughter. Obviously, they felt that the reserve price set by Li Nuo was a bit too outrageous. Li Nuo, on the other hand, didn't care and still stood on the high platform with a smile on her face. As she said, Clear Sky Auction House had studied this thing for a long time but still did not know what it was used for. Even Aunt Chun could not tell what it was used for, but even if she did not know what it was. Even so, it did not affect its value. Li Nua had once compared it with some Origin King grade artifact refining materials and found that no matter which Origin King grade material it was, they were all inferior. In other words, this was at least an Origin King grade artifact refining material. It would be great if the item could be sold, but it didn't matter if it couldn't be sold. It was normal for auction items to go unsold. After a long while, no one made a bid. It looked like the last auction item was really going to go unsold. Li Nua's beautiful eyes swept around, and she couldn't help but reveal a trace of disappointment. "Miss Li, can you show me that thing?" Suddenly, a steady voice sounded from one of the private rooms. Saying so, she motioned to the maidservant, and the maidservant hurriedly walked towards Yang Kai's room. In room A5, Yang Kai frowned. There was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Hua Yumeng asked in surprise, "Master, do you recognize this thing?" Yang Kai shook his head slowly. "I'm not sure. I have to take a closer look." Hua Yumeng nodded suddenly. On the other side, in room A1, Jiang Changfeng's complexion changed slightly as he said with a gloomy expression, "Great Elder, the one who spoke is that guy." Gong Sun Liang raised his brow and narrowed his eyes. "My purple star's third venerable?" "Indeed." Jiang Changfeng nodded seriously. "A few days ago, this Jiang went to invite this person on your orders, but he was rudely refused. This Jiang specifically stated that it was Great Elder who had invited him. However, he refused to accept it at all. This person is too arrogant." Gong Sun Liang stroked his beard and sneered coldly. He sneered, "Only capable people can be so arrogant. This old man originally wanted to find some time to meet this person. I never expected to meet him here today, but since that's the case, let's have a good chat first. This old master wants to see whether this venerable really has ability or is just a fox trying to intimidate others." Jiang Changfeng was shocked when he heard this, and a hint of schadenfreude flashed across his eyes. He knew that although Gong Sun Liang didn't seem to care on the surface, he was actually quite upset that Yang Kai had refused to give him face. Inside room A5, Yang Kai took the auction item and examined it solemnly, his divine sense condensing into a wisp of light as he probed its interior. Neither Hua Yumeng nor the maidservant dared to disturb him. At first, nothing unusual happened, but at a certain moment, Yang Kai's face couldn't help changing as his eyes bulged, as if he had been attacked by someone. A surge of spiritual energy burst out from his body and formed a barrier in front of him. With a soft sound, his divine sense defense was broken through in an instant. Just as Yang Kai was about to resist again with a look of horror, everything suddenly calmed down. The entire auction house fell silent as 90% of the cultivator went pale and trembled slightly. The moment Yang Kai's divine sense erupted, it was as if a dormant dragon had poked its head out of its lair, causing everyone to feel as if they had been plunged into an ice cellar. Fortunately, all of this happened quickly, otherwise, some people would have gone crazy. Inside the private room, Yang Kai's eyes flashed with surprise for a moment before he handed the auction item to the maidservant indifferently and said, "That's enough, you may withdraw." The maidservant took the auction item and hurriedly left, not daring to breathe too loudly. This old master also wants to observe. I wonder if Sister Li Nua can make it convenient? Gong Sun Liang's voice came from room A1. He was really curious as to why Yang Kai had suddenly erupted with such a powerful divine sense just now. Whether it was Yang Kai himself or this last auction item, Gong Sun Liang had a strong interest in both. If Great Elder wants to observe, naturally, Li Nua smiled. The maidservant turned around and brought the last auction item to Gong Sun Liang's side. Gong Sun Liang observed for a much longer time than Yang Kai, but unlike Yang Kai, he did not make a mistake like Yang Kai did, allowing the nervous cultivator in the hall to breathe a sigh of relief, thinking to themselves that Great Elder was truly worthy of his title, not someone ordinary masters could compare to. With Yang Kai and Gong Sun Liang taking the lead, the masters in the private rooms all made similar requests. The last auction item was passed around in the hands of the masters. It was not until a stick of incense worth of time later that it returned to the auction stage. Li Nuo smiled and said, "I wonder what master saw? If anyone can tell this mistress what this material is, this mistress will be greatly grateful. This concubine can't thank you enough. If I win this item later, I'll give it to you. If this mistress manages to obtain this item, this mistress can give the master a 10% discount." Lady Li Nuo, this old master can only see that this thing is extremely hard and is undoubtedly an Origin King grade artifact refining material. An old voice immediately came from the B block private room. You don't need to say that. This old master can also see that it is an Origin King grade material, but I don't know what it is specifically. Is this a piece of Phoenix Star Silver? It is rumored that Phoenix Star Silver is the breath of an ancient divine spirit, true Phoenix. It is formed from smelted minerals and is extremely hard. Its fire attribute energy is also contained within it. This old master can vaguely see a trace of hot aura flowing out from it, very similar to the rumored Phoenix Star Silver. Old man Su, are you blind? Phoenix Star Silver is a fiery red color, but this thing is a light cyan. They are obviously different. How could they possibly be the same? The person who spoke before was suddenly speechless, obviously feeling that his speculation was too arbitrary. Li Nuo stood on the stage and smiled slightly. Master, please don't be impatient. Let's auction this item first, shall we? She could also see that this group of people probably did not recognize what the last auction item was. Letting them quarrel would only be a waste of time. Lady Li Nuo, please make the decision. Good, this old master bids 30 million. In the B block private room, the old man who had just spoken about the Phoenix Star Silver said, "No matter what this thing was, it was an Origin King grade material, and such a large piece at that. If it was auctioned off and refined into an artifact, it would definitely be worth it." Origin King grade artifacts were existences that could be treated as family heirlooms. Many sects did not even have an Origin King grade artifact. 31 million. 33 million. No one knew why. This last auction item, after being examined by everyone, suddenly became a hot seller. Although the auction price did not rise too high, it was still able to avoid the crisis of a failed bid. So, the price was raised to 42 million. By this time, many people gradually withdrew. Perhaps in the minds of these people, spending so many Saint crystals to buy such an unknown treasure wasn't worth it. Only a handful of people were still bidding, and if nothing unexpected happened, the final price of this thing should be around 50 million Saint crystals. This was indeed the case, and after another round of bidding, the price stabilized at 51 million. At this point, no one was bidding anymore. A trace of disappointment flashed across Li Nuo's eyes, but just as she was about to ask, a bid suddenly came from room A5, 60 million. Yang Kai had made a move. Li Nuo raised her eyes and looked towards room A5, a trace of astonishment flashing across her beautiful eyes. Just now, Yang Kai had been holding back, so she thought that Yang Kai had no interest in this auction item, but now she knew that he was simply conceited and did not want to bid with the others before him, waiting until the end to make a final decision. This was a common trick used by powerful cultivators, a tried and tested method. Did he see what this material is? Li Nuo was suspicious. After all, it was Yang Kai who had been the first to check the auction item just now, and when he did so, he had caused such a big commotion. If someone were to say that Yang Kai had not seen anything and had made such a high bid, Li Nuo would not believe it. However, she did not ask for details and simply waited for the final price to be announced. As soon as Yang Kai made a bid, everyone else immediately fell silent. Not to mention that this price exceeded everyone's bottom line, Yang Kai's strength alone was not something they dared to offend. So, after the price of 60 million was announced, no one else followed. Li Nuo also spoke quickly. This master has bid 60 million. Is there anyone who wants to go higher? If not, this mistress will be counting down. Chapter 1862. In order to coax his daughter to go to school, he had almost been forced to kneel. Li Nuo had a very good impression of Yang Kai. Not only because Yang Kai gave her an approachable feeling when they first met, but also because of the message he had sent her that night. Come if you want to play and watch. Li Nua understood at that time that the one who had secretly sent her a message was Yang Kai. As such, she had long since classified Yang Kai as one of her own in her heart. Now that she saw Yang Kai make a bid, how could she hesitate? She was ready to settle this quickly and decide on the price first. At the same time, she felt extremely annoyed in her heart. If she had known that Yang Kai was interested in this thing, she would not have put it up for auction and would have just given it to him directly. However, even so, it did not matter as she would simply return all the Saint crystals later. She could not let her own people suffer a loss. Various thoughts flashed across her mind as Li Nua continued, 60 million going once, 70 million. Before Li Nua could finish speaking, a new price was placed. Li Nua looked up in amazement and found that the bidder was Great Elder Gong's son Liang, causing her brow to furrow. In room A5, Yang Kai also raised his brow, feeling quite surprised, but soon he bid a new price, 100 million. In the past, it was rare for an auction to sell for more than 100 million spirit stones, but today, in Clear Sky Auction House, the last 3 auction items all reached this standard, and the Origin King pill was sold for an astonishing 1 billion spirit stones. The price of this unknown artifact refining material had also broken the 100 million mark, and this was just the beginning. For a time, everyone's spirits were lifted. A confrontation between 2 Origin Kings, whether it was a competition of strength or financial resources, was extremely thrilling. How could they miss out on such a good show? As soon as Yang Kai's voice fell, Gong's son Liang shouted without blushing, 200 million. Everyone was dumbfounded as their hearts trembled. Gong's son Liang had only participated in the competition for 2 auction items today, but each time he increased the price in an arrogant manner. It was as if he did not put his opponent in his eyes at all. This was no longer a normal auction. Instead, he was using his wealth to suppress others. Thinking of this, many people showed thoughtful expressions. They didn't know how the master in room A5 had offended the first elder. He actually provoked the great elder to deal with him the same way he dealt with the second young master. Hee, great elder is indeed wealthy, this one admires you. In the private room, Yang Kai smiled indifferently and did not lower his voice. Therefore, his words were clearly heard by everyone in the hall. Great elder is right. Yang Kai agreed. If that's the case, then, Yang Kai paused for a moment. All the cultivators in the hall turned sideways and pricked up their ears, as if they wanted to hear more clearly. 500 million. As soon as these words were spoken, the hall was once again in an uproar. Everyone opened their eyes wide and looked around in confusion. It was as if he had heard something unbelievable. The great elder had raised the price ruthlessly, but this person was even more ruthless than the great elder. What kind of background did this person have? How dare he so blatantly oppose the great elder? Did he not know how to write the word death? On the high platform, Li Nua's beautiful eyes were filled with an uneasy look as she secretly regretted taking out this last item to auction. Now that she had provoked the master and the great elder to become enemies, she didn't know how things would end. If this matter was not handled properly, it would be a disaster. While worrying in her heart, Li Nua quietly sent a message to Aunt Chun, who was hiding in the dark, telling her to wait for an opportunity to act. In room A1, Gong Sun Liang's voice came out slowly. Friend, are you sure you want to pay 500 million? Yang Kai chuckled. What's wrong? Great Elder is willing to spend 1 billion Saint crystals to buy a useless Origin King pill. So what's wrong with this king spending 500 million to buy this artifact refining material? Gong Sun Liang coldly snorted. Yang Kai calling himself this king in front of him made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Coupled with the fact that the last time he had asked Jiang Changfeng to invite Yang Kai, the other party had not given him any face, so his tone became cold. There's nothing wrong with this, I'm just afraid your excellency won't be able to pay later. Great Elder doesn't need to worry about that, Yang Kai chuckled. If Great Elder can pay 1 billion Saint crystals, so can this king. Hearing this, Gong Sun Liang became even more unhappy and shouted without hesitation, 600 million. 1 billion. Yang Kai didn't back down. In just a few words, the price had already caught up to the previous Origin King pill, which was not only shocking but also quite comical. In this world, what could be worth 1 billion Saint crystals? The Origin King pill wasn't worth it, nor was the unknown artifact refining material, only face was worth so much. A cold light flashed in Gong Sun Liang's eyes, and just as he was about to increase the price again, Zi Wuji's chuckle suddenly came from room A2. Both of you are people with great financial resources. Wuji deeply admires you, but Great Elder has just spent 1 billion Saint crystals. Do you still have the ability to increase the price? Zi Wuji was quite happy at this moment. Just now, he had been suppressed by Gong Sun Liang and was unable to obtain the Origin King pill, so he was naturally quite depressed. At this moment, seeing Yang Kai jump out to compete with Gong Sun Liang, how could he just stand by and watch? Immediately, he stood up to support Yang Kai. The enemy of one's enemy was one's friend. Zi Wuji's thoughts were very clear. Moreover, Yang Kai was the person he wanted to win over, so how could he let him fight alone? Now was the time to show his favor, so Zi Wuji spoke without hesitation. Whether this old master can pay or not, second young master doesn't need to worry about that, right? Gong Sun Liang's expression was gloomy and his tone was cold. Wuji has no right to interfere with Great Elder's private affairs, but Father and Big Brother are not on Purple Star now, and Great Elder commands Purple Star. Your every word and action is not only related to Great Elder, but also the integrity and credibility of all of Purple Star. When Great Elder bid for the Origin King pill, no one saw whether the 1 billion Saint crystals were paid or not. Of course, Wuji believes in Great Elder's character and will not have any doubts, but there are thousands of cultivators in this hall, so it is difficult to guarantee that some of them will not be suspicious of Great Elder's actions. I'm afraid they are still suspecting that Great Elder is bullying others and forcibly obtaining the Origin King pill. Impudence! Jiang Changfeng roared. Whether the 1 billion Saint crystals just now were paid or not, Lady Li Nua should know better than anyone else. This matter has been personally verified by Lady Li Nua, so what is second young master trying to imply? Eighth Elder is right. In that case, the 1 billion Saint crystals just now have already been paid. Zi Wuji chuckled. What do you mean just now? Jiang Changfeng's face went black. It's just that everything can be done once, but not twice. Zi Wuji directly ignored Jiang Changfeng's clamor and continued. Since Great Elder represents Purple Star, we can't always be suspected. Otherwise, my Purple Star will lose all credibility. Great Elder is second only to 1 and above tens of thousands. What he says and does is a model for my Purple Star, so he shouldn't want such a thing to happen, right? Inside room A1, Gong Sun Liang narrowed his eyes and waited for Zi Wuji to finish before saying lightly, then, in second young master's opinion, what should this old master do to win the trust of others? Please enlighten me, second young master. You flatter me, Great Elder. You're being too serious. Zi Wuji quickly humbled himself. It's just that things have gotten to this point, so if we want to bid again, we need to offer something more substantial. How about this? If the two of you bid again, we'll send the corresponding amount of Saint crystals to the stage. This way, we'll be able to block the mouths of others and prevent my Purple Star's reputation from being tarnished again. Zi Wuji's words were laced with sarcasm, causing Gong Sun Liang to become annoyed. He winked at Jiang Changfeng and the latter immediately understood and shouted, "Nonsense, how could there be such an auction in this world? That's a good idea." Yang Kai interrupted Jiang Changfeng with a smile. At the same time, he released his divine sense to suppress Jiang Changfeng, making him unable to open his mouth again. I have no objection. Since we want to bid, we can't just randomly bid. I'm also afraid of being taken for a fool. Young Master Wuji's mind is really sharp. Master is too kind, Zi Wuji smiled happily. While replying, he quietly sent a message to Yang Kai. Master, Wuji has 600 million Saint crystals here. If Master needs them, Wuji will do his best to help. No need, second young Master's kindness is something this young appreciates. Yang Kai replied and said, "What does Great Elder think?" Gong Sun Liang was annoyed, but now that he was riding a tiger, he had no choice but to agree. Good, this old master agrees. He was Purple Star's Great Elder. Trying to compete with him in terms of financial resources in Purple Star City was simply overestimating oneself. Since the two master have agreed, this mistress will be bold. Li Nuo sighed lightly. Li Nuo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although the atmosphere in the auction house was still extremely solemn, at least there were no longer any signs of fighting. She turned to Yang Kai and said, "This sir just bid 1 billion. I don't have that many Saint Crystals," Yang Kai replied. "You dare bid without so many Saint Crystals? Ha, isn't this what you meant by careless bidding just now?" Jiang Changfeng laughed. "Eighth Elder, this person only said he didn't have so many Saint Crystals, he didn't say he couldn't afford it. Doesn't Master have other valuables?" Zi Wuji immediately retorted. "Second young master is right." Yang Kai nodded gently. "I don't have so many Saint Crystals, but I can use other things to replace them." "Sister Li Nuo, I wonder if this violates your auction house's rules?" "No, my Clear Sky auction house can accept other items of the corresponding value," Li Nuo said seriously. "Good, then take a look at this," Yang Kai said before tossing out a jade bottle and controlling it with his Saint Chi. It flew accurately towards the stage. Countless eyes stared at this jade bottle, all of them curious about what kind of pill it contained that could be worth 1 billion Saint Crystals. Li Nuo caught it suspiciously, opened the bottle cap, and took a look. The next moment, her face changed as she exclaimed, "This is an Origin King pill." Chapter 1863. What? An Origin King pill? How could that be? Does this master also have an Origin King pill? As soon as Li Nuo's voice fell, the cultivator in the hall burst into an uproar. All of them craned their necks and stared towards the stage, as if trying to see through the jade bottle to see whether it contained an Origin King pill or not. Li Nuo knew that words were useless, so she quickly opened the jade bottle and took out a round, rolling pill. In an instant, a fragrant aroma filled the air. When the Origin King pill was taken out before, everyone had already smelled its unique pill fragrance. Now that they smelled it again, they could immediately conclude that this was definitely an Origin King pill because the pill fragrance was almost identical to the one they had smelled before and after. If there was anything different, it was that the pill fragrance this time seemed to be richer. Look, this Origin King pill seems to be bigger than the previous one. Could it be that its quality is better than the previous one? What a joke! How can the quality of a spirit pill be judged by its size? It's just, judging from the color and fullness of this pill, it does seem to be better than the previous one. Isn't that the same thing? Sort of. The group of cultivators in the hall shouted endlessly. In room A2, Zi Wuji's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he stared at the Origin King pill on the stage, almost laughing wildly in his heart. The previous Origin King pill had been won by Gong Sun Liang, leaving Zi Wuji helpless and annoyed. Just when he thought he had missed a good opportunity, he never expected Yang Kai would actually take out another Origin King pill. Moreover, the quality was even better than the previous one. How could Zi Wuji not be surprised? In any case, he had to find a way to obtain this Origin King pill. As long as he had the help of this spirit pill, he could try to break through to the Origin King realm after some time. Once he succeeded, he would really have the capital to compete with Gong Sun Liang. How much is this King's spirit pill worth? Yang Kai's voice drifted out from the private room. Li Nuo's eyes flashed for a moment before she chuckled lightly, because an Origin King pill was sold for 1 billion before. This Origin King pill is worth that much in this mistress' eyes. She was obviously helping Yang Kai. A gloomy look flashed across Gong Sun Liang's eyes as he said coldly, "Miss Li Nuo, you have to think it through. This old master is willing to spend 1 billion to buy an Origin King pill, but that doesn't mean it is really worth that price. If you set it at 1 billion, I won't agree." Li Nuo frowned and was about to say something. Zi Wuji's voice suddenly came out. "Great Elder need not worry. Wuji spent 1 billion to buy this spirit pill. although he did not have 1 billion Saint crystals. However, with his status, signing an IOU with Li Nuo was not a problem. Li Nuo nodded lightly before turning to look at Gong Sun Liang with a smile. If that's the case, does First Elder still have any questions? Gong Sun Liang coldly snorted and no longer said anything. After a moment of silence, he quickly said, 1 billion. I ask Great Elder to present the Saint crystals or items of the corresponding value to the stage to show fairness. Ziwuji shouted loudly, refusing to back down. Gong Sun Liang did not say anything, and a moment later, a space ring flew out of room A1 and headed straight to the stage. Li Nuo reached out, grabbed it, and began to inspect it with a dignified expression. Ziwuji grinned again and said, Miss Li Nuo should look carefully. After all, the number is so huge that it is not something that can be counted in a short time. As soon as this statement came out, many people could not help showing a thoughtful look, thinking that this was indeed the case. How could such a huge number be counted in such a short time? However, when Li Nuo went to room A1 just now to count the Saint crystals, she had instantly determined the number. Could there be something fishy about this? Could it be that Great Elder really did not pay those Saint crystals? If that was the case, it would be too much of a scam. This time, Li Nuo took a long time to count, and after a stick of incense worth of time, she smiled and said, the number has been confirmed. It is indeed 1 billion Saint crystals. Great Elder is truly amazing, this one is impressed. Yang Kai chimed in with a smile. If your excellency does not have the ability to increase the price, this auction item will be won by this old master. Gong Sun Liang replied lightly. Yang Kai chuckled, stretched out his hand, and sent out a stream of light from his private room, landing lightly in front of Li Nuo. Another jade bottle. Another spirit pill? Could it be another Origin King pill? That's unlikely. The Origin King pill can only be refined by an Origin King grade alchemist, and the main materials required to refine it are in short supply. Normally, even one Origin King grade alchemist would be considered a rare treasure, so how could they appear one after another in an auction? There must be some other spirit pill in this jade bottle. That makes sense, but this master's background is extraordinary, so presumably the value of the spirit pill he took out this time should not be lower than an Origin King pill. Everyone was discussing this matter, all of them curious about the pill inside the jade bottle, wondering what kind of pill Yang Kai had taken out this time. Li Nuo opened the jade bottle and glanced at it suspiciously, her tender body shaking as a look of horror appeared on her face. Raising her head, she shouted, an Origin King pill. Is it really an Origin King pill? How many Origin King pills does this master have? Master, do you want a follower? This one is a peak 3rd order Origin returning realm cultivator. If the master does not refuse, this one is willing to follow the master and work as an ox or a horse without complaint. Bah! Chin Old Fourth, with your level, you want to follow this master? I think you want that Origin King pill, right? With your aptitude, even if you have an Origin King pill, it is impossible for you to break through to the Origin King realm. Don't waste that spirit pill in the end. Master, please take a look at this son's aptitude. This son has already reached the peak of the 3rd order Origin returning realm and his Saint Chi is extremely condensed. Master, please allow this son to serve you. Son Old 2, you dare ruin this Chen's plans? This Chen will fight you. 2 idiots with this master's identity, how could he possibly take a liking to you? Master, this mistress has a special constitution, and although it is not as good as the legendary wondrous furnace body, it is somewhat similar. Does Master not want to try it? Although this mistress is only a 2nd order Origin returning realm cultivator now, she will break through to the Origin King realm sooner or later. If Master does not refuse, this mistress is willing to serve as your slave. A cheap slut like you dares to show your face in public? Aren't you ashamed? Master, please choose me. I have never been touched by a man before. My body is still clean. I know the art of the boudoir. I promise to make Master so happy that he will forget his duties. The entire auction hall instantly became a noisy vegetable market as countless origin-returning realm cultivators shouted in the direction of room A5, trying to show off their skills while some women even shamelessly tried to seduce him. Yang Kai taking out 2 Origin King pills at once showed just how rich he was. Since he could take out 2 at once, it did not mean he did not have more. An Origin King pill was a fatal temptation to any third-order origin-returning realm cultivator. If they could follow Yang Kai and obtain an Origin King pill, it would really be worth it to work like a horse. Inside the private room, Hua Yumeng's pretty face was livid as she looked down at the group of ruined women below, her nose almost crooked from anger. However, her beautiful eyes were also shining brightly as she stared at Yang Kai. After all, she was also a third-order origin-returning realm cultivator. On the stage, Li Nuo looked at the funny scene below with a wry smile, not knowing what to do. She had presided over many auctions before, but she had never experienced such a situation. Her limelight had been stolen by a mere participant, but she did not complain. She just felt a bit strange. At the critical moment, Yang Kai lightly coughed and said lightly, "This king appreciates everyone's kindness, but this king has no intention of recruiting any followers. What's more, Origin King pills are things that can only be found by chance. This king only obtained 2 of them by accident, nothing more. He really only had 2. Originally, he had refined them while performing alchemy on the floating continent and wanted to take them when he was about to break through to the Origin King realm, but in the end, he found that his breakthrough had gone smoothly, so he did not take advantage of the Origin King pill's medicinal efficacies." As soon as Yang Kai finished speaking, many cultivators showed looks of disappointment. Except for a few whose eyes lit up, everyone else sat back down and no longer bothered. Yang Kai then turned to Li Nuo and said, "What is the value of this Origin King pill?" Li Nuo said without hesitation, "Since the Origin King pill just now is worth 1 billion, this one should be the same." Gong Sun Liang shouted angrily, "Can you find another person willing to spend 1 billion to buy it?" Li Nuo suddenly showed an embarrassed look. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Sister Li Nuo doesn't need to feel embarrassed. Let's just set the price at 500 million. Li Nuo showed a grateful look and nodded. "Since Master says so, then we will set the price at 500 million. I wonder if Great Elder has any objections?" Gong Sun Liang coldly snorted but did not speak. Everyone knew the value of an Origin King pill. 500 million to 600 million was normal. Many people would rush to buy one, so an estimate of 500 million was already considered a bargain. Yang Kai's generosity made Gong Sun Liang seem narrow-minded. Li Nuo smiled lightly. "The master in room A5 has bid 5 billion. Does Great Elder still wish to increase the price?" Inside room A1, a look of struggle flashed across Gong Sun Liang's eyes. Jiang Changfeng spoke from the side, "Great Elder, what is so mysterious about this thing that you and that person are willing to spend so much money to bid for it?" Gong Sun Liang glanced at him and sneered, "It's nothing, it's just a matter of dou qi." "Ah." Jiang Changfeng broke out in cold sweat as he thought to himself, "Being able to spend more than 1 billion Saint crystals in a battle of dou qi, you two are really talented." After pondering for a moment, he said, "If that's the case, Great Elder doesn't need to compete with him anymore. This is Purple Star. Is Great Elder afraid of him?" A cold light flashed across Gong Sun Liang's eyes and he nodded after a long time. "Fine, let's end this matter here." Although he still had the ability to continue bidding, looking at Yang Kai's attitude, he was not confident he could compete with him. As Jiang Changfeng said, this was Purple Star, so he really did not need to fear anyone. What harm was there in letting that person keep this thing for a while? Saying so, his figure flickered and disappeared from the private room. Chapter 1864. Inside room A1, Jiang Changfeng looked helpless as he knew that Gong Sun Liang had thrown this mess to him to clean up and could not help cursing in his heart. On the stage, Li Nuo waited for a moment, but seeing that Gong Sun Liang still had no intention of increasing the price, she began to count down happily. After 3 counts, the unknown artifact refining material was won by Yang Kai. When someone delivered the material to room A5, Yang Kai directly put it into his space ring with a look of joy on his face. Hua Yumeng watched curiously, wondering what this material was that it could make Yang Kai so happy. The auction came to an end and the cultivator who had come to participate left one after another. When almost everyone had left, Jiang Changfeng shamelessly went to find Li Nuo and take back the St. Crystals Gong Sun Liang had pawned to her. That was 1 billion St. Crystals, so naturally, he could not just let it go. Inside room A2, Zi Wuji paced around impatiently, looking up from time to time, as if waiting for something. After a long time, the door opened and Ji Jun's figure appeared. Zi Wuji's expression shook as he hurriedly asked, "Old Ji, how did it go?" Ji Jun grinned and cupped his fists. "I did not disappoint second young master's orders and succeeded in both matters." "Really?" Zi Wuji was overjoyed. "Great, after this matter is settled, old Ji will remember this merit." Ji Jun shook his head and said, "Second young master is too serious. This old master watched you grow up, so there is no need to mention any merit for this matter." Saying so, Ji Jun took out a jade bottle and said, "Second young master, please take a look. This is the Origin King pill this old master just bought from Lady Li Nuo." Lady Li Nuo said that second young master saw injustice this time and pulled out his sword to help. She admires second young master very much. "So, this Origin King pill will be sold at the price you bid before, only 600 million St. Crystals." A look of surprise flashed across Zi Wuji's eyes. Li Nuo actually has such courage? Ji Jun also had a suspicious expression on his face. All businessmen are evil. Li Nuo is a businesswoman, yet she took the initiative to give up 400 million St. Crystals. This old master thinks there must be a reason for this, perhaps. Maybe she knows the master. Zi Wuji said thoughtfully, "What old Ji means is that she gave me such a big discount because I secretly helped that master? Other than that, I can't think of any other reason." Ji Jun nodded seriously. "You're right." Zi Wuji pondered for a moment before agreeing with Ji Jun's speculation. "If that's the case, then we should take good care of this Clear Sky auction house. Well, let's not talk about this for now. What about the other thing I asked you to do?" "That master has already agreed. I have already asked Miss Li Nuo to arrange a private room for him and second young master. Second young master, please follow me." Zi Wuji's eyes flashed with joy as he quickly followed Ji Jun. In the backyard of Clear Sky Auction House, inside a secret room, all the barriers were activated and Li Nuo and Hua Yumeng stood quietly outside. Not long after, Zi Wuji and Ji Jun arrived. The two women quickly saluted before Li Nuo smiled and said, "The master is inside, second young master please." "Many thanks, Sister Li Nuo." Zi Wuji cupped his fists politely. "Second young master is too polite, it was only a slight effort." "No matter what, this young master will remember today's matter in his heart. If there is an opportunity in the future, this young master will definitely repay you." Li Nuo smiled and did not say anything more. Zi Wuji then led Ji Jun inside. Inside the room, Yang Kai was sitting alone in a chair with his eyes closed, seemingly comprehending something. Seeing this scene, Zi Wuji immediately held his breath and waved to Ji Jun, motioning him to leave. Ji Jun frowned and whispered, "Second young master, old Ji, I understand." Zi Wuji looked at Ji Jun sincerely. The latter had no choice but to withdraw. Only Yang Kai and Zi Wuji were left in the room. Yang Kai did not move, open his eyes, or speak, so Zi Wuji did not dare to disturb him rashly and could only stand quietly and wait. He mistakenly thought that Yang Kai was comprehending something, but in fact, Yang Kai's soul had already entered the small sealed world at this moment. Inside the small sealed world, there was no one except for Yang Kai's huge embodiment, Firebird Lu Yen, and Stone Mongoose Xiao Xiao. The embodiment was formed by refining the entire floating continent, so it was simply too big for a space ring to accommodate. Only an emperor artifact like the small sealed world could accommodate it. Since the last time he took in his embodiment, Yang Kai had not paid much attention to it, but at this moment, Yang Kai suddenly discovered that his embodiment seemed to have become much smaller. Yang Kai could not help feeling overjoyed. It seemed that as time passed, the embodiment would gradually refine the impurities in its body, and although it would become smaller, it would become more powerful. This was the same principle as artifact refining. The innate divine technique of the Stone Mongoose clan was enough to allow the embodiment to accomplish this, so it would become smaller and smaller in the future. Of course, it was already impossible for it to return to Xiao Zhao's form. Yang Kai did not think too much about it, as long as the embodiment could be reduced in size by half. Although the current embodiment was huge and gave off a strong sense of oppression to its enemies, it was also inconvenient for it to move if it was too big, so there were pros and cons. Firebird Lu Yen was still swallowing and refining the sun's true fire. Every time she absorbed a wisp of sun's true fire, it would take her a lot of time to refine it, and every time she refined a wisp, her strength would increase by a lot. Xiao Xiao was doing something similar now. He and Firebird were Yang Kai's two great helpers, so Yang Kai naturally could not favor one and discriminate against the other. Since he let Firebird refine the sun's true fire, Xiao Xiao naturally could not be left behind. However, what he was doing was somewhat different from what Lu Yen was doing. Lu Yen absorbed the sun's true fire and refined it into her own body to increase her strength, while Xiao Xiao directly swallowed the sun's true essence. This approach was more overbearing and dangerous than Lu Yan's, but it also had higher growth potential. When Yang Kai arrived here, his two great helpers were both cultivating diligently, but the piece of sun's true essence, after so many years of consumption, had not changed at all. It was as if it was still exuding a terrifying heat, just like when Yang Kai first obtained it. Worthy of being a supreme treasure formed by refining stars, the energy contained inside it was difficult to estimate. Yang Kai threw the materials he had obtained from the previous auction into the sealed world bead before summoning Xiao Xiao and Lu Yen with a thought. The next moment, Lu Yen transformed into her human form and appeared in front of Yang Kai. She said expressionlessly, "Greetings, Master. What orders does Master have?" "You too, swallow and refine the outer layer of this thing." Yang Kai pointed to the material he had spent 2 Origin King pills to obtain. "This is..." Lu Yen stared at the baby head-sized mineral and a look of amazement soon appeared on her face. "Master, what is this thing? Why do I feel like it will be of great help to me?" "The outer layer. It should be Phoenix Star Silver." Yang Kai smiled slightly. Previously at the auction, the cultivator had said that it was similar to Phoenix Star Silver, and he was right. Phoenix Star Silver was the breath of an ancient divine spirit, true phoenix. It was formed by smelting minerals and contained the aura of an ancient divine spirit, making it extremely precious. Lu Yan's body was an artifact spirit in the form of a firebird. The most noble bird of all was naturally the divine spirit true phoenix. She could feel that Phoenix Star Silver was of great help to her, and this was also the reason why. If she could swallow and refine Phoenix Star Silver, she might be able to catch a glimpse of the grace of a true phoenix. The outer layer? Lu Yen showed a thoughtful look. That is to say, there is another layer inside. Don't mess around with the things inside, they are of great use to me. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Master, what exactly is in there? An Origin Essence Crystal. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he spat out a few words. An Origin Essence Crystal? Lu Yen was shocked. The Origin Essence Crystal that only third-order Origin Kings can condense? Yang Kai nodded heavily. Although he was now a second-order Origin King, he had only just broken through and was still in the groping stage when it came to Origin Essence Crystals. There were no signs of one forming in his body. However, he had once come into contact with a real Origin Essence Crystal. It was the Origin Essence Crystal of Mad Crocodile Monster King that he had obtained by entering the Blood Prison trial at the request of Red Moon Tribal Lord on Monster Star. However, that was an Origin Essence Crystal of the monster race, so in terms of form, it was a monster core. However, what existed inside this Phoenix Star Silver was an Origin Essence Crystal. It was for this reason that Lu Yen had not hesitated to compete with Gong Sun Liang. Lu Yen believed that even if Gong Sun Liang did not know that what was inside was an Origin Essence Crystal, he definitely knew that its value was extraordinary, so he kept raising the price. In that auction house, Only he and Gong Sun Liang had reached the second-order Origin King realm, and only their divine senses could penetrate the outer layer of the phoenix star silver and pry into its true nature. No one else had this ability, so of course, they could not judge the true value of this phoenix star silver. The difference was that Yang Kai could determine its value while Gong Sun Liang was confused. If he could determine its value, he would never give up so easily and would likely fight with Yang Kai to the end. The help an Origin Essence Crystal provided to an Origin King Realm cultivator was simply unimaginable. When Red Moon Tribal Lord asked Yang Kai to help her go to the Blood Prison to obtain the Origin Essence Crystal of Mad Crocodile Monster King, it was in preparation for breaking through to the Third Order. Today's Yang Kai was on the same level as Red Moon Tribal Lord back then, so he naturally needed an Origin Essence Crystal. In the entire Star Territory, how many Third-Order Origin Kings were there? These people were all old monsters who had died of old age, and even if they reached the end of their lifespans, no one knew where they died, let alone obtain their Origin Essence Crystals. As such, this Origin Essence Crystal was a treasure that could not be bought with money. Yang Kai being able to obtain an Origin Essence Crystal this time was also a stroke of luck. Compared with the Origin Essence Crystal inside it, the value of the Phoenix Star Silver was not worth mentioning, so Yang Kai generously allowed Lu Yen and Xiao Xiao to swallow and refine it. The Phoenix Star Silver itself had a great effect on Xiao Xiao's cultivation, while the true Phoenix aura contained within the Phoenix Star Silver was of great significance to Lu Yen. Coupled with the sun's true essence, Yang Kai believed that these two helpers would experience a significant increase in their strength in the future. As for why this Origin Essence Crystal was wrapped in the Phoenix Star Silver, Yang Kai did not know. Perhaps in the distant past, a Third-Order Origin King Master had been burned to death by the divine flames of a true phoenix, causing the Origin Essence Crystal in his body to fuse with the nearby minerals. Of course, this was just a guess, but it should not be far off. It was precisely because of the existence of the Origin Essence Crystal that the color of this Phoenix Star Silver was so different. Chapter 1865. After dealing with the matters in the small sealed world, Yang Kai's soul returned to his body and slowly opened his eyes. Glancing faintly at Zi Wuji, who was standing to the side, Yang Kai said, "Second young master, please sit." Although he had been dealing with the small sealed world just now, he was still aware of Zi Wuji's arrival, so he was not surprised. Seeing him act so amiably, Zi Wuji's face lit up and he quickly said, "In front of master, this Wuji can speak while standing." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at him and said unhurriedly, "Young Master Wuji is Purple Star's second young master. Your status is different. I'm afraid it is inappropriate for you to speak while standing." Zi Wuji cupped his fists and said in a neither servile nor overbearing tone, "In that case, please forgive this Wuji for being presumptuous, venerable." Saying so, he sat down opposite Yang Kai, took the initiative to pick up the teapot, and poured a cup for Yang Kai, appearing extremely attentive. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "This king must first thank second young master for secretly helping me out." Zi Wuji was startled, but he quickly understood what Yang Kai was referring to and hurriedly said, "Venerable is too serious. Jiang Chao is just a clown. Daring to offend Venerable, he deserves to die 10,000 times." Although Wuji ordered Vice Commander Chu Zheng to deal with him, Great Elder's influence was too great. In the end, Jiang Chao was thrown out without receiving any punishment. Yang Kai chuckled. As second young master said, Jiang Chao is just a clown. How could this king lower himself to his level? Zi Wuji immediately cupped his fists and said, "Venerable master is magnanimous. Wuji admires you greatly." Yang Kai waved his hand. "Enough small talk." Second young master asked Li Nuo to make these arrangements in secret. "May I ask why you are looking for me?" Zi Wuji's expression became serious as he said, "Wuji heard that my purple star has a third venerable, one with great strength. This is my purple star's fortune. I admire. Get to the point." Zi Wuji's voice came to an abrupt end as he pondered for a long time before standing up and bowing to the ground. "Wuji asks Venerable to help me control Purple Star." His expression was firm, and his voice was sonorous and powerful. However, after saying these words, large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. It was obvious. He was also extremely nervous, and his heart was struggling greatly. After saying this, he did not receive any response, so Ziwuji quietly looked up. He saw Yang Kai looking at him with a smile. That smile was full of meaning. Although the other party's gaze didn't have the slightest bit of oppressive force, it was like a sharp sword that could pierce through everything and peer into the depths of his heart. Ziwuji's heart clenched. Suddenly, he had the illusion that all his secrets had been seen through. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Venerable One, please help Wuji." "How dare you?" Yang Kai slammed the table, his tone extremely cold. Ziwuji shuddered as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Yang Kai sneered, "Second young master, I didn't expect you to dare act so disgracefully. Since you know that this king is Purple Star's venerable, you should know that venerable is second only to one and above tens of thousands. Sometimes, venerable represents the master of Purple Star, yet you dare say such words in front of this king? Are you trying to overthrow your father's rule and force this king to take action against you?" Ziwuji said, "Please calm your anger, venerable. As Purple Star's second young master, this Wuji understands the rules. It's just that." "Just what?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at Ziwuji as he surrounded him with his territory domain, seemingly ready to kill him if he dared to say such words again. Sweat poured down Ziwuji's forehead like raindrops as he felt the aura of death for the first time. Under the pressure of Yang Kai's territory domain, he almost lost his ability to think and fell to his knees. At the critical moment, Ziwuji bit the tip of his tongue to clear his mind for a moment before quickly saying, "Normally, Wuji would not dare to have such improper thoughts. Purple Star has been controlled by my Z family for generations, and my father, Zilong, is one of the overlords of this world, the one Wuji respects and worships the most. How could Wuji dare disrespect him? However, father has fallen and big brother is nowhere to be found. Purple Star cannot be without a leader. If Wuji does not stand up at this time, who else can?" "What did you just say?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes as he stared at Ziwuji, a murderous intent rising from the depths of his heart. He had never expected that Ziwuji would know that Zilong had fallen. Although he did not know what method Ziwuji used to learn this, judging from the other party's demeanor and tone of voice, Ziwuji could tell that Ziwuji was not making wild guesses and was instead fully confident. However, besides Yang Kai and Guizhu, no one else knew about this matter, so how did Ziwuji know? Yang Kai could not figure it out at all. Ziwuji seemed to have calmed down a lot and his speech became clearer as he stared directly into Yang Kai's eyes without fear and said, "Venerable does not need to deceive Wuji. Wuji learned about this matter a few days after my father fell." After saying so, he chuckled, "Venerable must be wondering how this Wuji learned about this matter. This matter is very simple. My father had a life lamp. If he lives, the lamp will exist, but if he dies, the lamp will go out. In this world, only one person knows about the existence of this lamp, and that is Wuji's mother. Even my big brother, Zidong, does not know about the existence of this life lamp." "Life lamp?" Yang Kai raised his brow. Although he had never heard of this thing before, he knew that it was probably similar to the ice soul bead condensed by Su Yen in the past. If the person lived, the bead would exist, but if the person died, the bead would break. Ziwuji nodded seriously. "Although my father had many wives and concubines, the one he loved the most was still Wuji's mother, so this life lamp was always kept by her. After the life lamp broke, my mother told Wuji about it. Since Zilong cares so much about your mother, why didn't he train you as his successor?" Yang Kai sneered. Ziwuji smiled bitterly. "Venerable has only been in Purple Star for a short time, so I'm afraid he is not clear about the situation. Purple Star is headed by my father, but under my father, Great Elder is the most powerful person. My big brother's mother happens to be Great Elder's daughter." "And I understand." Yang Kai nodded slightly. Yang Kai nodded lightly. In the end, this was Zilong's compromise. No wonder Zidong, who had such a bad character, was able to become Purple Star's young master. Yang Kai used to think that it was because Zilong spoiled him too much, but it turned out there was another reason. Venerable doesn't seem to be surprised by the news of my father's death at all. It seems you already knew about it, right? Ziwuji looked at Yang Kai and said softly, "Why do you think so?" Yang Kai asked back, When my father took my big brother out, he went to the legendary Severed World. It is extremely dangerous and full of crises. Even my father was not confident he could escape unscathed. My father should have fallen there. However, Venerable suddenly appeared in Purple Star City some time later. This Wuji had never heard of your existence before. This Wuji guessed that you should have met my father in the Severed World and become my Purple Star's third Venerable there. Perhaps you were also there when my father fell, which is why today's news is not surprising at all. Your analysis is reasonable. Yang Kai nodded approvingly, but in the next moment, his face suddenly became cold and murderous intent flashed across his brow. But if I had killed Zilong, today's situation could also have occurred. Did young Master Wuji not consider this? Ziwuji's complexion changed, but he did not panic and instead said calmly, "This Wuji naturally considered this, but it shouldn't have been possible. It's not that this Wuji questions Venerable's strength. Since Venerable was able to obtain my father's approval and gave him the Venerable token, it is only natural that Venerable possesses incredible strength and means. However, if Venerable wanted to kill a character like my father, I'm afraid he would not be able to escape unscathed, right? Therefore, my father's death should have nothing to do with Venerable." Ziwuji's speculation was not wrong, but he had seriously underestimated Yang Kai's strength. Moreover, the situation at that time was not just Yang Kai fighting Zilong alone, but also Gue Zhu and the embodiment attacking together. In addition, there is another, more important reason, and that is that my big brother is still alive. If my father was really killed by Venerable, my big brother would not have escaped. Your big brother also has a life lamp? Yang Kai asked in amazement. Naturally, Ziwuji nodded. Yang Kai rejoiced for no reason. Fortunately, Zidong's soul had not been destroyed, otherwise, he would have walked right into a trap on this trip to Purple Star. Considering all this, Yang Kai's eyes gradually became friendly and he sighed, "Young Master Wuji, you are very smart. If I were Zilong, I would definitely train you as my successor." Ziwuji smiled happily and said humbly, "Venerable is too kind, this Wuji is just dragging out an ignoble existence." Yang Kai sighed and said, "You are right, Zilong did fall in the Severed World. It was there that I met Zilong and had a life and death experience with him. He invited me to join Purple Star and this king agreed, but who would have thought that there would be a 7-colored radiant peacock divine bird in that damned place? Only a third-order origin king could resist that evil beast. Your father was caught off guard by its 7-colored radiant divine light and fell. This king deeply regrets his death." Hearing what Yang Kai said, Ziwuji immediately burst into tears, his tears rolling down his cheeks like pearls from a broken necklace. Yang Kai looked at him coldly, admiring him greatly in his heart. This Ziwuji was definitely a genius. Although he was crying so hard, as if he was in so much pain that he wished he was dead, it was also because of this that he appeared a bit artificial. After all, he had not just learned about his father's death, but had already learned about it when his life lamp went out. Now that he was acting in front of Yang Kai, it was obvious that he was putting on an act. Moreover, Yang Kai was not sure whether he believed the story he had just made up. However, whether he believed it or not, Yang Kai could only take one step at a time. After crying for a while, Ziwuji restrained his voice, wiped his tears, and said in a trembling voice, "I've made a fool of myself in front of Venerable. This is only human nature, second young master, please restrain your grief." Yang Kai comforted patiently. Venerable, Wuji still has one thing he does not understand and hopes Venerable will not hesitate to enlighten him. Ziwuji quickly recovered, seemingly turning his grief into strength. "Speak," Yang Kai said lightly. "My eldest brother. Where is he now?" Ziwuji asked in a low voice. Chapter 1866. Yang Kai looked at him and smiled slightly. Why are you asking about this? Zi Wuji quickly said, the severed world is so dangerous that even a great character like father has fallen, so Big Brother should not have come out unscathed. Him being able to survive may be thanks to Venerable's efforts, so only Venerable knows Big Brother's whereabouts now. So what if I do? Yang Kai raised the corner of his mouth. What? Does young Master Wuji want this king to hand over your big brother to you? Zi Wuji waved his hand in horror. I wouldn't dare. Wuji never had such an idea. Big Brother and Wuji are brothers, and now that father has fallen, how could Wuji have any thoughts about Big Brother? However, Wuji would like to ask, Venerable, did you come to Purple Star this time because of Big Brother's request? Nonsense, what is this king's identity? Even if he is Purple Star's young master, he has no right to interfere with this king's actions, Yang Kai sneered. Zi Wuji was overjoyed. Then it's easy to handle. Since Venerable and my father shared a life and death friendship, you certainly cannot bear to see Purple Star's power fall into the hands of others. If that were the case, how could my father rest in peace in the afterlife? Please help me, Venerable. Yang Kai remained silent, seemingly contemplating. Zi Wuji saw that there was hope and quickly struck while the iron was hot. Since Venerable has already met my big brother, you must know what kind of character he has. I wonder, in Venerable's opinion, who is more suitable to sit in the position of Purple Star's master? Yang Kai said lightly, although Zidong's aptitude is good, in terms of calmness and scheming, he is indeed inferior to you. He can become a master, but he can never become an overlord. Many thanks for Venerable's praise. Zi Wuji accepted unceremoniously. He quickly said, Venerable, father and big brother have been missing for nearly 2 years, and although their authority still exists, Great Elder has been restless. If we delay any longer, Purple Star's situation will not be good. Since the Venerable One has already received the Venerable One command from his father, Wuji will naturally see you as one of his own. If Venerable can help us, we can succeed. Are you so sure? Yang Kai frowned. Zi Wuji smiled confidently. In Purple Star, my Zi family is the most orthodox. Wuji had kept a low profile for so many years. Now that he dared to jump out and compete with that old fogey, he naturally didn't have nothing. What he lacked now? He was just a key figure who could contend against that old man. The arrival of the Venerable One has given Wuji hope. Yang Kai looked at Zi Wuji with some surprise and found that he had still underestimated this guy. Listening to this guy's tone, it seemed that he had already recruited a lot of powerful cultivators to work for him. Thinking of this, Yang Kai pretended to ponder. Zi Wuji did not dare to disturb him rashly and could only stand in place and wait anxiously. After a long time, just as Zi Wuji was waiting anxiously, Yang Kai suddenly spoke. Young Master Wuji being so frank and astute makes this king feel very gratified. I believe that if this Zi Long were to know of this, he would be able to smile in the afterlife. Venerable means. Zi Wuji looked at Yang Kai in surprise and joy. If you want me to help you, it is not impossible. As a venerable, this king should contribute to Purple Star. This king is not a cold-blooded person and cannot watch Purple Star's foundation fall into the hands of others, but if Venerable has any requests, please state them. If this Wuji can fulfill them, he will not refuse. Zi Wuji was very polite and did not wait for Yang Kai to finish speaking before he finished speaking. Very good. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. This king only has 2 requests. The first is that this king wants to enter your Purple Star's vault and take something from it that your father promised to give me. The vault? Zi Wuji looked shocked and immediately smiled bitterly. Venerable may not know, but this Wuji also knows a thing or two about Purple Star's vault. It is located in the most heavily guarded area of Purple Star Palace. Although this Wuji can approach it, without the key he cannot open it. This Wuji has never entered the vault before, only my father and big brother have ever entered it. I have the key, Yang Kai said. There is no need for second young master to worry about this. Father's key is in Venerable's hands? Zi Wuji was stunned. Yang Kai nodded. Zi Wuji's face changed slightly as he thought of something, but he quickly restrained himself and nodded. If that's the case, then this matter is not difficult. As second young master, Wu Ji naturally has the right to approach the vault. Just leave this matter to me. Very good, Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. The second thing is to release the people from Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. Hearing this, Zi Wuji wore a bitter look and said helplessly, Venerable may not know, but these people were not imprisoned by this Wuji, but by Great Elder. The people guarding them are all Great Elder's confidants. Of course I know he did it. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Second young master is now busy with his own affairs, so how could he have the leisure to detain Hengluo Chamber of Commerce's people? However, this king is very curious. Why did Great Elder do this? Zi Wuji's face became gloomy as he said, if this Wuji's guess is correct, it's probably a method that old fart used to target me. I'd like to hear the details. Yang Kai raised his brow. Hengluo Chamber of Commerce is a behemoth that is even stronger than my Purple Star, Zi Wuji whispered. Among the people who came to Purple Star this time, the leader seems to be the son of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce's president. Great Elder has detained him, so if Hengluo Chamber of Commerce learns of this, they will naturally take action. This matter can be big or small. If it's big, it's a conflict between two great forces that is very likely to lead to a war between the two sides. But if it's small, it's not even worth mentioning as long as those people's lives are not in danger. If Hengluo Chamber of Commerce really receives news and comes to collect these people, Great Elder only needs to casually hand over a scapegoat to turn big things into small things and small things into nothing. I believe Hengluo Chamber of Commerce will not be willing to have a direct conflict with Purple Star over such a trivial matter. Of course, the scapegoat handed over must have a certain amount of weight. Naturally, a cat or dog won't be able to quell the anger of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. So that scapegoat is probably you? Yang Kai understood. Besides me, who else in Purple Star can take on this responsibility? Zi Wuji sneered. If Wuji is handed over, Purple Star will really have to change its surname. So that's how it is. Yang Kai finally understood why Purple Star had suddenly detained Shen Tu and the others. It turned out that Great Elder was using this as a means to deal with Zi Wuji. It could only be said that Shen Tu had not checked the almanac before coming out and had fallen headlong into this vortex. So, if Venerable wants to save them, he has to deal with that old fart first. I understand, Yang Kai nodded. Venerable, you and those people from Hengluo Chamber of Commerce know each other? Zi Wuji couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked. Yang Kai glanced at him faintly. Zi Wuji immediately smiled and said, Wuji has asked too much. Good, this king now wants to know how second young master plans to deal with Great Elder. Don't tell me you don't have a complete plan. Naturally not. A look of excitement appeared on Zi Wuji's face. This Wuji has been preparing for a long time, just waiting for this day to come. Now that I have Venerable's help, this matter will definitely succeed. Wuji's plan is like this. At that moment, Zi Wuji explained his thoughts. Yang Kai listened calmly, secretly surprised in his heart. He had not expected that with Zi Wuji's means and ability, he would be able to endure until today and only reveal his true face. On top of that, there were countless masters in Purple Star who had been subdued by him. This little brat's ability to conceal his strength and bide his time was truly amazing. After listening, Yang Kai thought about it silently and felt that this matter was not far off. Immediately he gave Zi Wuji a look and said, if Purple Star can be controlled by second young master, it will definitely be more glorious in the future. Venerable is too kind, Zi Wuji smiled modestly. Good, it's getting late. Let's call it a day. When that day comes, this king will go find second young master. Wu Ji respectfully sees Venerable off. Zi Wuji got up and bowed to the ground. Walking out of the room, Yang Kai greeted Li Nuo before taking Hua Yumeng to Five Paths Chamber of Commerce. Inside his room, Zi Wuji could not hide the joy on his face as he let out a silent laugh. When Ji Jun came in and saw him like this, he was pleasantly surprised and asked, Young master, have you reached an agreement with that master? Zi Wuji nodded. Jun punched his right fist into his left palm and said excitedly, "Great, after hiding for so many days, I can finally hold my head up high. But young master, can that master be trusted?" Hearing Jun's question, Ziwuji also restrained the joy on his face. "He should be. This master does not have a strong sense of belonging to my purple star, so he will not be loyal to any side. As long as I can meet his requirements, he can be used by me. But having said that, I still have to be on guard. Old Ji, come with me back to Purple Star Palace to see Mother." Jun's expression became solemn. "Young master wants to ask that master to take action?" Ziwuji nodded. My purple star has more than one venerable." After returning to Five Paths Chamber of Commerce with Hua Yumeng, Yang Kai entered retreat and told the people of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce not to run around for the time being. In fact, there was no need for him to tell them this, as when Hua Yumeng returned with more than 200 million Saint Crystals, Xia Jingwu and the others were all shocked. Such a huge number of Saint Crystals was something they had only heard about in the past, and none of them dared to imagine they could possess, but today, it was right in front of them. No one dared to believe this was real. It took half a day for everyone to accept this reality, and under Hua Yumeng's leadership, they immediately allocated 20 million Saint Crystals to purchase precious cultivation materials. Over the next few days, everyone from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce was in retreat, so how could they have the leisure to run around? Venerables. Jun stared at the drop of blood essence and stammered. "How do I use this thing?" "Elder Ji, just tell me," Yang Kai ordered lightly, but his tone was filled with an irrefutable tone. Jun's face turned ugly, but he did not dare to disobey. Instead, he said, "You just need to smear this blood essence on the key." Yang Kai nodded, indicating that he understood, stretched out his hand, opened the bottle, and pushed his Saint Qi. The drop of blood essence flew out of the jade bottle and splashed directly onto the key he took out. The golden key seemed to come alive and began swallowing Ziwuji's blood essence, even emitting a sucking sound. In the next moment, the golden key transformed into a two-horned flood dragon. This flood dragon's petite body was covered in a faint purple halo as it flew through the air twice before plunging into the front door of the secret hall. The thick and heavy door seemed to have become an invisible object, and a layer of ripples spread out. "Elder Ji, please wait here for a moment, I'll be right back." Yang Kai dropped these words before his figure flickered and entered the secret hall. "Wait!" Jun had been instructed by Ziwuji to not let Yang Kai enter the secret hall alone. Just as he was about to follow after him, however, the door suddenly returned to normal. Jun almost ran into it. Damn. Jun stomped his feet anxiously as he cursed Yang Kai in his heart. In front of him was Purple Star's treasure trove, and although there were not many things stored inside, each one was extremely precious. Many of these treasures were the foundation of Purple Star's foundation. Now that Yang Kai had entered alone, only the heavens knew if he would keep his promise and only take one thing. It was precisely because of this concern that Ziwuji had asked Jun to follow him. Firstly, it was to prevent Yang Kai from being too greedy, and secondly, it was to see what Yang Kai wanted to take. However, no one had expected that Yang Kai would act so quickly that even a first-order origin king like Jun could not guard against him. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Jun's expression was that of a dead father as he racked his brains about how to report this matter to Ziwuji while secretly praying that Yang Kai would not be too greedy and would just take something casually. Inside the secret hall, Yang Kai looked around and found that this place did not cover a large area, and there were not many things inside, but everything he saw made his eyes light up. Even with his experience, entering Purple Star's treasure trove still left him stunned. There were no Saint Crystals here, but there were large and small jade bottles, a variety of artifacts, secret arts, and secret techniques. Even without deliberately observing, Yang Kai knew that all of these things were treasures. Yang Kai stood in place and grinned fiercely before immediately stretching out his hand and summoning the soul-sustaining bowl. His eyes flashing a fierce light, he sent a wisp of his soul into the soul-sustaining bowl. The next moment, a scream rang out from inside the bowl as Zidong's soul body staggered out and called out in horror, "Master, what happened?" Yang Kai looked at him gloomily, revealing a mouthful of white fangs as he grinned. "Zidong, take a look, what is this place?" Zidong turned his head and looked around, his complexion suddenly changing as he called out, "Purple Star's treasure trove, how did you—" Before he could finish speaking though, he suddenly realized something and quickly said with a flattering smile, "Congratulations, Master, this is my Purple Star's treasure trove, ha, don't play dumb with this king." Yang Kai coldly snorted, "Entering this treasure trove requires the blood essence of your Z family's direct descendants, why didn't you mention this to me?" "Master, please calm your anger, Master. This Dong Lai originally wanted to wait for Master to prepare before explaining this matter, but there was never an opportunity. This Dong Lai did not deliberately conceal this matter." "Stop trying to flatter me," Yang Kai sneered. "Do you think I don't know what you're planning? Are you planning to borrow my hand to get rid of your second brother Ziwu and extract his blood essence?" Zidong's complexion changed dramatically as he was rendered speechless. Obviously, Yang Kai had hit the nail on the head. "Zidong, you're pretending to be smart, but in the end, you've been fooled by your own cleverness," Yang Kai chuckled. "Master, please spare me, Master, please spare me. This Dong Lai won't dare do it again." Zidong's soul body curled up inside the soul-sustaining bowl as he constantly kowtowed and begged for mercy. "Now you want me to spare you? What were you doing before?" Yang Kai coldly snorted before reaching out and flicking Zidong's soul body. As soon as he flicked his finger, Zidong's soul body seemed to have suffered a heavy blow and was no longer able to merge back together. He screamed in horror, but his voice gradually weakened and eventually dissipated from this world. Yang Kai had no qualms about killing Zidong. Back in the severed world, this guy had repeatedly tried to find trouble with him and even instigated Su Wei to kill him. If it weren't for the fact that Zidong still had some use for him at the time, Yang Kai would not have kept the soul-sustaining bowl with him. At this moment, knowing that this guy was still hiding something from him, how could Yang Kai allow him to live? After Zidong's soul body was destroyed, Yang Kai put away the soul-sustaining bowl. This thing was a very strange artifact that could play a role in the future. Only now did Yang Kai have time to investigate the contents of this treasure house. Inspecting one bottle of pills after another, Yang Kai couldn't help grinning. There were not many pills in this treasure house, only 8 kinds in total, 52 bottles, but each bottle was an Origin King grade spirit pill. These spirit pills had a huge effect on the cultivation of any Origin King, so they were definitely part of Purple Star's stockpile after so many years. Yang Kai naturally didn't hold back and swept them all into his space ring. He also didn't let go of any of the various artifacts. Of the artifacts placed here, 5 were Origin King grade, with the highest quality being Origin King grade mid-rank. As for the other 4, even if they were Origin King grade low rank, they were still rare treasures. In addition to these, the rest were all Origin grade high-rank artifacts. These Origin grade high-rank artifacts were different from ordinary Origin grade high-rank artifacts. Each of them had great power, and even if they weren't Origin King grade, they weren't far off. There were also the secret arts and secret books that Purple Star had collected over the years. Yang Kai didn't let them go either. Chapter 1868. His harvest was huge, but Yang Kai still hadn't found what he was looking for. However, Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry and instead turned his eyes to the few boxes placed in the most inconspicuous corner. There were a total of 3 boxes lined up in order, and if Yang Kai was not mistaken, the Star Emperor token should be hidden in one of them. The Star Emperor token was the key to entering the star boundary in search of a higher martial Dao, so Yang Kai was naturally very concerned about it. Now, he had collected 6 Star Emperor tokens, and with the one from Purple Star, he had 7 in total. The remaining 2 Star Emperor tokens were also within his grasp, and as long as he could gather them, he would be able to open the passage. As for the Purple Star Emperor token, Yang Kai was determined to obtain it. Arriving in front of the 3 boxes, Yang Kai looked around for a while to confirm that there were no barriers around them before reaching out and picking up the first box. When he opened the box, he saw that there was something that looked like a crystal inside. Yang Kai suddenly showed a strange look on his face as he looked at it carefully for a while but soon found that he couldn't recognize what it was. This crystal stone was round in shape and had a very pure texture, almost like a saint crystal. However, this was definitely not a saint crystal, because it was impossible for a saint crystal to be hidden in Purple Star's vault. Yang Kai reached out and took the round crystal stone out of the box, the expression on his face becoming even stranger. He found that this thing had no energy fluctuations at all, as if it was just a useless crystal. However, when Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate it, his face suddenly changed and he called out in amazement, "So strong!" In that instant, he felt an unimaginable energy fluctuation from this inconspicuous crystal stone. The energy fluctuations were as vast as a boundless sea, and as Yang Kai poured his divine sense into it, he suddenly felt as if he couldn't see the end of it, causing his heart to palpitate slightly. Is this really a saint crystal? Yang Kai couldn't be sure, but he could feel it. The energy contained in this crystal was pure and without any impurities. It could be absorbed and refined by a cultivator to assist one's cultivation, just like a saint crystal, but how could a saint crystal contain such powerful energy? Yang Kai tried to circulate his secret art to absorb the energy inside the crystal stone, and the energy stored inside smoothly flowed into his palm. It flowed into his limbs and bones. Yang Kai immediately felt refreshed. It was as if his entire body had been enveloped by a huge amount of energy. In just a moment of absorption, Yang Kai found that the amount of energy he had absorbed was equivalent to the total reserves of 100 saint crystals. However, this round crystal did not change in the slightest. It was as if the energy contained within was limitless. Could this be an earth vein crystal? Yang Kai suddenly recalled a rumor he had heard before, and his eyes lit up. Earth veins were special energy aggregations formed by the accumulation of underground spirit energy. Unable to be moved. Places with earth veins generally had denser heaven and earth spirit chi. Those large and small forces, clans and sects all liked to build their headquarters on earth veins. That way, their disciples would have a good cultivation environment. The more powerful the sect was, the more they liked to occupy good earth veins, the more they liked to occupy them. Earth veins were divided into different grades. Earth veins of the lowest grade were not rare and could be found everywhere in spirit mountains and great rivers. Earth veins of slightly better quality were rare, and earth veins of higher quality were even rarer. Where High Heaven sect was now located, there was an excellent earth vein deep underground, which was why the world energy here was so rich. Earth veins were not only divided into different grades but also sizes. Some earth veins occupied a vast area while others only extended for 3 to 5 kilometers. According to legend, there was also a kind of top-grade earth vein where all the world energy gathered in one place and, over the years, formed into a crystal. This was an earth vein crystal. Earth veins could not be moved, but earth vein crystals could be carried around. Carrying an earth vein crystal was tantamount to carrying the best earth vein at all times. A cultivator could use this earth vein to cultivate, no longer needing saint crystals, and their cultivation speed would increase by thousands of times. Yang Kai had never seen an earth vein crystal before and had only heard about it in rumors. But now, inside Purple Star's vault, there was actually an earth vein crystal. This was a heaven-defying treasure. Although it could only be used by a single person, unlike ordinary earth veins which could be shared by an entire family or sect, with the existence of this bead, a cultivator could cultivate quickly. Holding this earth vein crystal, Yang Kai's mouth suddenly cracked open from ear to ear. With his current cultivation, there were very few things in this world that could tempt him, but this earth vein crystal was undoubtedly one of them. Putting the earth vein crystal into his space ring, Yang Kai didn't think too much about it and instead picked up the second box. Opening it, Yang Kai saw a special token inside. This token exuded a faint emperor pressure and had the word Emperor engraved on its front. What else could it be but a Star Emperor token? Yang Kai unceremoniously put it away. With this, he had finally obtained the 7th Star Emperor token. Yang Kai then turned his eyes to the last box. Of the previous 2 boxes, one contained the Earth Vein Crystal and the other contained the Star Emperor token, both of which were extremely precious treasures. Yang Kai was naturally looking forward to this 3rd box. Opening the box, Yang Kai didn't even have time to see what was inside before his face suddenly changed and he madly pushed his secret art to suppress the boiling blood in his body. At the same time, a faintly discernible dragon's roar rang out from his body. The verdant dragon bone sword uncontrollably shot out and transformed into a giant dark green dragon, floating in front of him. On that giant dragon's head, the 2 dragon eyes were as wide as copper bells, staring at the 3rd jade box with a complicated expression. Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he stared at the dragon bone sword that had transformed into a giant dark green dragon. Forming a series of seals with his hands, he sent it back into his body, but the blood in his body was still flowing endlessly. A voice kept ringing in his heart, as if something inside the 3rd box was calling out to him. Yang Kai's outstretched hand suddenly became thicker and his entire arm was covered in dragon scales condensed from his Saint Chi. These scales looked lifelike as if they were real, and his palm became as sharp as a dragon's claw. Dragon pressure filled the air and a strange sound rang out. Although this was a real dragon scale, it had fallen countless years ago. On top of that, Yang Kai possessed a golden divine dragon source, which was not something an ordinary true dragon could compare to, so how could a trivial dragon scale resist it? Under the aura of the golden divine dragon source, the force that had blocked Yang Kai's movements was gradually defeated. A series of explosions rang out in the air. Yang Kai smoothly caught the dragon scale in his hand and carefully observed it for a moment before picking up the box with a grin, placing the dragon scale back into his space ring. The dragon pressure dissipated and Yang Kai's dragon transformation secret technique was also withdrawn. Purple Star's vault returned to normal, but looking around, this small vault was now completely empty, giving it an extremely bleak appearance. Outside, Ji-jun paced back and forth anxiously, glancing towards the door of the secret hall from time to time, but never seeing Yang Kai appear. That bastard is definitely washing the vault in blood. Ji-jun's heart was as clear as a mirror, but he was powerless to stop it, only feeling like his heart was bleeding. Chapter 1869. While Yang Kai was massacring Purple Star's vault, a good show was also playing out in Purple Star Palace's ancestral hall. Since Zi Wuji decided to lay his cards on the table with Gong Sun Liang today, he naturally would not restrain himself like before. Today, he appeared aggressive and high-spirited. Gong Sun Liang undoubtedly noticed this, but he didn't take it to heart and simply watched on coldly. Many of Purple Star's leaders also faintly felt that the atmosphere today was slightly different and were secretly on edge. Fortunately, everything was calm as usual and the sacrificial ceremony proceeded smoothly. Half a day later, everyone poured into the ancestral hall to prepare for the final ancestral ceremony. The offerings had already been prepared, and the high-level members of Purple Star were divided into 4 rows according to their status and strength. Gong Sun Liang then began to recount the great achievements of Purple Star's ancestors. The atmosphere in the ancestral hall was solemn and dignified as a sense of pride and identity rose in everyone's hearts. They were proud to be part of Purple Star. After a long silence, Gong Sun Liang's expression became solemn as he shouted, "Ancestors, today Wu Wei disciple Gong Sun Liang will offer this sacrifice on behalf of Purple Star. May the spirits of our ancestors bless Purple Star's martial prowess for eternity. Light the incense." Immediately, someone presented the 3 ambergris incense sticks they had prepared. Gong Sun Liang was about to accept them when a low shout called out, "Great Elder, please wait." Gong Sun Liang frowned, turned his head in the direction of the source of the voice, and said with narrowed eyes, "If second young master has something to say, please wait until this old master finishes offering these 3 incense sticks. No one is allowed to interfere with the ancestral worship ceremony." Zi Wuji smiled slightly. What Great Elder said is correct, but this Wuji thinks it is inappropriate for Great Elder to offer these 3 incense sticks. This old master is Purple Star's Great Elder. What is wrong with offering these 3 incense sticks to our ancestors? Gong Sun Liang said lightly, his half-narrowed eyes exuding an almost tangible pressure as he stared at Zi Wuji. The latter, however, did not show any fear and said with a straight face, in the past, this ceremony was presided over by Father, Master, and Big Brother. Now that Father, Master, and Big Brother are not in Purple Star, this Wuji should take over. Second young master wants to offer these 3 incense sticks? Indeed. Second young master must be joking. Master and young master are not in Purple Star, so this old master is Purple Star's Great Elder. Master and young master's responsibilities. Naturally, second young master's matters, so you may withdraw. Great Elder, the blood of the Z family flows in Wuji's veins, and Purple Star is the foundation of our Z family. This Wuji's duty. Do you insist? Gong Sun Liang stared at Zi Wuji indifferently. Sun Wu Yang, Sun Liang's son, Isis, Wu's. To Sun Master. Yang Qi Sun Chi. In order to test Zi Wuji's strength, burning incense was just a part of the ancestral worship process, but it had extraordinary significance. If he were to compromise today, it would mean that he recognized Zi Wuji's status, something Gong Sun Liang would naturally not allow to happen. But what Gong Sun Liang didn't expect though was that as soon as he began circulating his Saint Qi, a series of cracking sounds suddenly rang out around him. The next moment, countless exclamations could be heard. To be, feeling Sun God. The spirit tablets are broken. What? Heavens, the ancestral tablets of our ancestors are actually broken. Many of Purple Star's elders suddenly shouted from all around. Sun Liang turned his head to look and his old face instantly went pale. Most of the tablets enshrined on the platform were broken at this moment, and even if a few of them did not break, they had countless cracks on them, as if they were on the verge of collapsing. These tablets represented the ancestors of Purple Star, the masters and masters who had made great contributions to Purple Star. The owner of each tablet was a famous master in their lifetime, an existence respected by hundreds of millions of cultivators in Purple Star. After they died, their descendants enshrined their tablets here and worshipped them for generations to come. These tablets represented a kind of spirit, a kind of faith. No one dared to disrespect them. Even the current master of Purple Star, Zi Long, had to be respectful when entering this place. But now, these symbols, these beliefs, were all about to turn to dust. Sun Liang's heart shook violently as he turned his face and glared at Zi Wuji. After all, there were also the tablets of his Sun family's ancestors. Before he could speak though, Zi Wuji coughed up a mouthful of blood, a sorrowful expression filling his face as he pointed his finger at Sun Liang and said, "Great Elder, your methods are truly vicious. Even if you are dissatisfied with this Wuji's insubordination, a small punishment would have been fine, but now you want to shatter the tablets of our ancestors? Do you still have my Purple Star in your eyes?" Sun Liang was startled but immediately shouted angrily, "Zi Wuji, don't talk nonsense. I'm talking nonsense?" Zi Wuji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered. Many masters in the ancestral hall saw this clearly, so how could they allow this Wuji to speak nonsense? Yes, this Wuji did offend you just now, but you don't have to do this, do you? Great Elder, you have gone too far. Every ancestor's tablet here has a soul sense stored inside it. Destroying these tablets is equivalent to destroying the soul senses of all the ancestors, truly turning them to ashes. How can you face them? Someone immediately followed Zi Wuji's lead and shouted. Deceiving one's master and destroying one's ancestors? Great Elder, what are you trying to do? Great Elder, please give us an explanation. Behind Zi Wuji, a group of cultivators stood up and accused Sun Liang. Zi Wuji's face was filled with grief and indignation as he clutched his chest, but a triumphant light flashed across his eyes. Sun Liang's face sank. At this time, how could he not know that he had fallen into the other party's trap? He did push his Saint Chi just now, but he just wanted to teach Ziwuji a little lesson so he wouldn't act so presumptuously, but how could he have known that the fluctuations of his Saint Chi would shatter these tablets? It was impossible for Saint Chi fluctuations of that level to have such an effect. The only explanation was that these tablets had been tampered with long ago, and his Saint Chi was just a catalyst. Ziwuji, this old man has underestimated you. You actually have such guts. Gong Sun Liang did not try to explain anything and instead looked at Ziwuji with admiration. Daring to tamper with the ancestral tablets was something Gong Sun Liang had never even dreamed of doing, but Ziwuji had done it. For this alone, Gong Sun Liang could not help admiring Ziwuji's decisiveness and ruthlessness. What does Great Elder mean by this? This Wuji does not understand. This Wuji asks Great Elder to give a reasonable explanation for these tablets. Ziwuji bit down on the tablets and vowed to tear off all pretense of cordiality with Gong Sun Liang today. Explanation? Gong Sun Liang sneered as his eyes swept over the masters behind Ziwuji one by one. Everyone who was swept by his gaze changed drastically and averted their eyes in horror. Although these people had followed Ziwuji and were convinced by his breadth of mind and means, Great Elder was still Great Elder in the end, a dignified and respected figure. So blatantly opposing Gong Sun Liang was something they couldn't help feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Ziwuji noticed this and cursed in his heart, calling them all trash. Twisting his body, he blocked Gong Sun Liang's line of sight and shouted, "Great Elder, do you really not put the ancestors of my purple star in your eyes? With such arrogance, what qualifications do you have to occupy the position of Great Elder? Is that what you want to say?" Gong Sun Liang laughed angrily. "Boy, you are indeed very good. If not for Dong Lai, Purple Star may have been able to rise to the next level under your leadership in the future. Unfortunately, you are destined to be nothing more than a clown. Boy, if you want an explanation, this old master will give it to you." As soon as his voice fell, Gong Sun Liang stepped forward directly and reached out to grab Ziwuji. He knew that today's matter was simply a trap set for him. Regardless of whether those memorial tablets had been tampered with before or not, it was a fact that he had shattered them. There was no way he could justify this. Since he couldn't justify himself, there was no point in trying. The only way to reason was not with one's mouth, but also with one's fists. Seeing that Gong Sun Liang was about to attack him, Ziwuji was not shocked but instead rejoiced, a panicked expression appearing on his face as he retreated and shouted, "Gong Sun Liang, do you really want to fight in the ancestral hall? This is a great disrespect to the ancestors, tantamount to betraying Purple Star. Although you have made a big mistake today, you are still Great Elder. If you can sit in the ancestral hall for 10 years and repent, you may be forgiven. Why do you insist on being so obstinate?" In any case, this big accusation had to be placed on Gong Sun Liang first, so Gong Sun Liang could only walk down this dark path. "Impudence! This old master doesn't need you to tell him what to do." Gong Sun Liang shouted coldly, not putting Ziwuji in his eyes at all. Just as he was about to grab Ziwuji, a ghostly figure suddenly rushed in from the outside and stood directly between him and Ziwuji. Gong Sun Liang's face changed drastically as he pushed his palm forward. The newcomer also met his attack with a palm. The two palms collided silently, but the two figures were pushed back at the same time. It was not until this moment that a burst of energy suddenly rang out from the space where the two palms had collided. The entire ancestral hall collapsed in an instant and Purple Star Palace shook violently. Shio shio shio. Purple Star's masters flew out of the ruins one after another, each of them looking down as if their parents had died. This ancestral hall that had stood in Purple Star for tens of thousands of years and was regarded as a sacred place by all Purple Star cultivator had been destroyed today. Everyone felt an uncomfortable feeling in their hearts as their expressions turned ugly. Up in the void, Ziwuji's face was pale as fear filled his heart. Although everything was going according to his plan, the moment Gong Sun Liang attacked him just now, he still felt like the end of the world had come. In front of a second-order origin king, he had no power to resist. Strength, only strength was true strength. Zi Wuji secretly clenched his fists as he cursed in his heart. On the other side, Gong Sun Liang narrowed his eyes and looked forward at the figure who was standing in front of Zi Wuji. This was a man who looked about 30 years old. This man had a gentle and dignified appearance, and the corners of his eyes revealed the vicissitudes of life, giving him a mature and steady appearance. Chapter 1871. Li Maoming had been laughing and joking since he appeared, but after hearing Zi Wuji's words at this moment, his expression became extremely serious and his eyes became cold. Zi Wuji couldn't help shivering. He did not doubt the authenticity of the other party's words at all and knew that if he continued to blabber like this, the other party might really break his hands and feet. However, from the other party's reaction, Zi Wuji also learned that his mother's position in the other party's mind was sacred and inviolable, causing him to feel overjoyed. After pondering for a moment, Zi Wuji said, "This Wuji did not speak clearly. Please calm your anger, Venerable Li, it's like this." Zi Wuji did not say the rest of his words but instead stared at Li Maoming, his mouth moving slightly, apparently sending him a secret message. Li Maoming's face, which had always been as calm as an ancient well, suddenly changed as he exclaimed, "What did you say?" "It's true," Zi Wuji nodded seriously. Zi Wuji nodded solemnly, "My mother has been unable to eat or sleep these days. Since Venerable Li is a former friend of my father and mother, can you find an opportunity to persuade my mother? This Wuji is afraid that if she is too sad, something bad might happen to her." Li Maoming's heroic body staggered slightly as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. His eyes were filled with complex emotions, as if he was recalling something, his expression sorrowful as he remained silent for a long time. After a long time, Li Maoming let out a dry laugh as he muttered, "Zi Long, you little brat, you actually, he couldn't say the rest of his sentence, his voice choking with sobs. "Venerable Li, you might as well consider what this Wuji just said. This Wuji is very worried about my mother's condition," Zi Wuji said softly. Li Maoming took a deep breath, adjusted his emotions, and glanced over at Zi Wuji. He said coldly, "I will go see her, but it has nothing to do with what happened today. This king will not treat this matter as a transaction. If you really have filial piety, you should be filial to your mother and stop using her as a bargaining chip. If I find something like this again, I will not let you off lightly." Zi Wuji's complexion changed slightly as he felt annoyed in his heart, but on the surface, he had no choice but to nod obediently. "Venerable Li's words are correct. This Wuji was wrong. Idiot. No wonder you lost to my father in the competition back then. Wuji's a loser, you deserve to die alone." Zi Wuji cursed in his heart. While the two of them were talking, Yang Kai and Gong Sun Liang had already exchanged several hundred moves. The energy fluctuations in the air were so intense that no one dared to come within 100 zhang of the two of them. After several hundred moves, there was still no clear victor. Yang Kai replied seriously, "I am the Purple Star Venerable. Defending the peace of Purple Star is a matter of course, so why would I need any benefits?" Gong Sun Liang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Even though he knew that Kai Yang was lying through his teeth, there was nothing he could do. His face turned ruthless as he growled, "Since that's the case, don't blame this old man for being ruthless." As he spoke, he formed a series of seals with his hands, causing the Saint Qi in his body to surge. Yang Kai frowned, mistakenly thinking that this old man was about to use some profound secret technique. He didn't dare to let his guard down and hurriedly retreated. Although with his strength, he wouldn't put Gong Sun Liang in his eyes. However, the other party was a second-order origin king after all, so if they really went all out, Yang Kai would not be able to escape. Even Yang Kai had to be wary of this old man. If he used his demon eye of annihilation to see through illusions, it would not be difficult to find his real body. Hearing Yang Kai's irresponsible answer, Zi Wuji's heart sank. Zi Wuji's chest tightened and he almost coughed up blood. If all the people on his side were really killed, there was no need for him to continue fighting. If they were all dead, what was there to fight for? Zi Wuji's expression became ferocious for a moment. Zi Wuji roared, "In that case, I ask Venerable Yang to return an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth." Yang Kai raised his brow and grinned, "That's easy to handle." Saying so, he stretched out his hand and released several dozen golden blood threads, which transformed into several dozen sharp blades that shot out in all directions like arrows. Asterisk shio shio shio. Asterisk the sound of something tearing through the air rang out incessantly. Soon, several screams rang out. 7 or 8 Origin returning realm cultivator were caught off guard and struck by the golden blood threads. Their protective Saint Chi and artifacts were instantly broken and the golden blood threads pierced through their vital points, directly taking away their vitality. With Yang Kai's current cultivation, how could these Origin returning realm cultivator, who was in the middle of a bitter struggle, resist? The golden blood threads shuttled back and forth again, taking the lives of another group of cultivator. In just a dozen breaths of time, the number of people Yang Kai had killed was equal to Gong Sun Liang's. Gong Sun Liang roared in anger. An Origin returning realm cultivator was an indispensable backbone of any great force. After all, it was not easy to break through to the Origin King realm. Often, the strength of a great force depended not only on the number of Origin Kings it had. It also depended on the number of Origin returning realm cultivators it had. After today's battle, no matter who won or lost, Purple Star's Yuan Qi would definitely suffer heavy losses. This was a result neither Gong Sun Liang nor Zi Wuji wanted to see, but it was also an inevitable result. The end of one era ushered in the arrival of another, and it was always accompanied by the price of blood and lives. Up in the sky, all the Origin returning realm masters and even the First Order Origin Kings were terrified. The situation at this moment was simply like Yang Kai and Gong Sun Liang were engaged in a slaughter competition. They were competing to see who could kill faster and who could kill more people. Whoever couldn't bear it would be the first to admit defeat, in front of these 2 second-order Origin King realm masters. No one could resist their tyrannical power. Li Maoming, who had been standing beside Zi Wuji as if he was not interested in anything in the world, also wore a heavy expression as he realized that if he did not take action now, Purple Star would really be finished. He never expected that things would develop to this point. He wanted to intervene, but because of what he had just said, he could not bring himself to drop a stone on his own feet. Just as he was having a headache though, Gong Sun Liang suddenly roared, "Li Maoming, if you still remember the favor from back then, follow this old master and kill this little brat first. You don't want Purple Star to suffer heavy losses, do you?" Li Maoming frowned and hesitated. This Li does not want to see brothers kill each other, but second young master's safety. This old master will not make things difficult for you. This old master will not act against second young master. Even if this old master controls Purple Star, he will ensure his safety and prosperity for the rest of his life. Li Maoming's expression struggled. Zi Wuji looked at Li Maoming in amazement. "Venerable Li, you wouldn't. Now that things have developed to this point, I have no choice but to take action," Li Maoming sighed. He had tried to overestimate Yang Kai's strength as much as possible, but in the end he still found he had underestimated him. Not good. Li Maoming shouted as he quickly withdrew his territory field, his face going pale. When one's territory field was shattered, it damaged one's foundation. If it was shattered beyond repair, it was very likely that one's realm would fall. This was a consequence no Origin King could afford. Fortunately, Li Maoming had reacted quickly, otherwise, he would have really been in danger. As soon as he withdrew his territory field, Gong Sun Liang alone could not resist Yang Kai's power. A series of explosions rang out midair, and as these sounds rang out, Gong Sun Liang's body trembled slightly as blood oozed from his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. This was a sign that his territory field, which he had condensed for 1,000 years, was about to collapse. After this battle, even if Gong Sun Liang did not die, he would need to enter retreat for at least 100 years to repair his territory field. But that was not the end of it. Yang Kai looked at Gong Sun Liang, who was right in front of him, and slashed down with the dragon bone sword in his hand, sending Gong Sun Liang flying like a rag sack. Asterisk roar. Asterisk a dragon's roar resounded through the world as the dragon bone sword transformed into a giant dark green dragon. Its massive body swayed as it stared at Gong Sun Liang with its 2 eyes that were larger than houses. It opened its bloody maw, and from the looks of it, it seemed to want to swallow him whole. Dragon bone artifact. Gong Sun Liang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. When Yang Kai took out the dragon bone sword just now, Gong Sun Liang felt that this artifact was extraordinary, but he never expected it to be an artifact made from dragon bones. This was the skeleton of an ancient divine spirit. An artifact made from it would be at least origin king grade. The thick dragon pressure impacted Gong Sun Liang's soul and body, causing him to feel an uncontrollable fear and horror in his heart. This was an instinctive fear, one that no one would not feel when facing an ancient divine spirit. This was an instinct that originated from his blood. Biting the tip of his tongue, Gong Sun Liang forced himself to dispel the discomfort in his heart before forming a series of seals with his hands and pushing his Saint Chi. In the next moment, his short sword artifact burst with light and, with a burst of distortion, transformed into a huge hairtail. This hairtail was a multicolored existence that dazzled the eyes of those who saw it, and the sharp teeth in its mouth were as dense as saws as it rushed towards the giant dark green dragon. The 2 Origin King grade artifacts collided midair and a violent energy fluctuation spread out, shaking all of Purple Star City. The houses below seemed to have decayed like a flowing time great emperor, bursting apart one after another as huge gullies were plowed into the ground. Brother Yang, stop. Li Maoming's complexion changed slightly as he looked towards Yang Kai with a dignified expression. He really didn't want to fight anymore. This time, he had only come out of seclusion because he had been entrusted by that person to protect Zi Wuji's safety. Later, he had been forced into a confrontation with a cultivator in the same realm, which was not what he wanted, not to mention that the one he had to fight was a monster like Yang Kai. If I fight when you say so, won't I lose face? Yang Kai grinned fiercely. Then what do you want? We're not outsiders here, so everything can be discussed. Li Maoming still regarded Yang Kai as one of his own, so it seemed that the credibility of the venerable token was still very high. Very simple. Yang Kai grinned and took a step forward. Let's fight, life or death. I'll leave after we're done, whether you fight me alone or together, I don't care. Li Maoming became anxious and looked at Yang Kai puzzledly. Why are you doing this? He never thought that Yang Kai would make such a ridiculous request. When one reached the Origin King realm, one would generally avoid direct conflict because no Origin King was easy to provoke. Everyone had their own trump cards and forcing them into a corner wouldn't do them any good. Li Maoming had never seen someone like Yang Kai actually forcing him to fight again. I just broke through to the Second Order Origin King realm not long ago, so it's rare for me to meet an opponent in the same realm as me. I want to test where my bottom line is. Yang Kai smiled slightly. You're both good opponents. Nonsense. Before Li Maoming could speak, Gong Sun Liang couldn't help cursing as he glared angrily at Yang Kai, a deep hatred flashing across his eyes. An old monster still wants to pretend to be young? Do you have any shame? At first, he also thought that Yang Kai wasn't very old. After all, he looked very young, but after fighting for a while, he immediately concluded that Yang Kai was definitely a cultivator who had lived for more than 1,000 years. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to possess such great strength. If a newly promoted second-order origin king could fight two people alone and suppress him and Li Maoming when they joined forces, Gong's son Liang might as well just kill himself. Believe it or not, this matter can't end here, Yang Kai coldly snorted. Seeing him being so aggressive, a trace of anger flashed across Gong's son Liang's eyes and he opened his mouth, but in the end he couldn't say anything. He was also filled with regret in his heart. If he had given up just now, there wouldn't have been so much trouble, but it was because he wanted to snatch the origin essence crystal from Yang Kai's hands that such a storm had arisen. As a result, his territory had been damaged, his artifacts had lost their spirituality, and his body had been severely injured. If he wanted to completely recover, he would need to enter secluded retreat for at least 100 years. Chapter 1875. In front of an old monster like Kuang Shizong, Gong's son Liang did not dare to play any tricks, so he did not embellish his words at all and simply recounted today's events. When he heard that the ancestral hall's memorial tablets were all broken, Kuang Shizong flew into a rage and a terrifying pressure swept across the audience. This pressure was so heavy that it felt like the sky was collapsing, pressing down on everyone's hearts, causing them to tremble uneasily. His sharp eyes turned towards Zi Wuji, and with a single glance, Zi Wuji actually coughed up a mouthful of blood and was seriously injured. With Kuang Shizong's shrewdness, how could he not know that the broken memorial tablets were secretly caused by Zi Wuji? This was a great disrespect to his ancestors, so he naturally had to punish him. Hearing that Yang Kai had not only not fallen into a disadvantageous position, but had instead gained the upper hand, Kuang Shizong raised his brow and looked towards Yang Kai with interest. Yang Kai showed no fear and simply grinned back at him. After a while, Gong's son Liang finished speaking and stood quietly in place, waiting anxiously. The atmosphere was solemn and no one dared to speak. The place where Kuang Shizong stood had become the focus of everyone's eyes, and no one knew what he was thinking at the moment. After a long time, Kuang Shizong said leisurely, "Why hasn't this old master heard that my purple star has a third venerable? Little brat, where did you obtain that venerable token?" Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "Old sir's question is strange. That venerable token was naturally given to me by brother Zilong. He gave it to you? When and where?" Kuang Shizong's majestic eyes stared at Yang Kai as he asked. Gong's son Liang, Li Maoming, and the others all looked at Kuang Shizong suspiciously, not knowing why he would ask these irrelevant questions. Yang Kai frowned slightly. He had a bad premonition, but he still calmly asked, "What does old sir mean by asking these questions?" "You know what I mean." Kuang Shizong's face suddenly became solemn as he took a step in the direction of Yang Kai. It was only a single step, but the momentum it created was like a giant hammer smashing towards Yang Kai. Even with Yang Kai's current strength, he could not help being forced back 3 steps as his face turned red. "Zilong, where is he? Is he dead or alive?" Kuang Shizong asked in a deep voice. Yang Kai's face changed slightly, but he did not make a sound. Obviously, he already knew something. Or perhaps he had deduced something. No matter how he answered, he might reveal a flaw, so it was best not to speak. "You're not speaking? Does that mean you have a guilty conscience?" Kuang Shizong sneered. "Kid. Little brat, you may not know. Purple Star's venerables didn't just have to possess a venerable token. You still need this old man's approval. If I don't agree, Zilong won't give out the venerable token no matter how bold he is. You have the venerable token, but I don't know of your existence. Is it because Zilong doesn't put this old master in his eyes, or is there some other problem? Shouldn't you explain yourself?" Hearing what he said, Yang Kai could not help chuckling and said casually, "Maybe brother Zilong wants to wait a while before telling old sir, and I have already returned the venerable token to Great Elder, so shouldn't this matter end here?" Kuang Shizong coldly snorted and ignored Yang Kai, instead turning to Zi Wuji below and coldly asking, "Is your father's Yuan life lamp still there?" Although Ziwuji had been severely injured just now, he was not seriously injured. At this moment he was adjusting his breathing, but when he heard this question his body shook as he struggled for a moment, seemingly hesitating whether to lie or not. In the end he replied honestly, reporting to Ancestral Founder, "Father's Yuan life lamp has been broken." What? Everyone was shocked, even Gong Sun Liang showing an expression of disbelief. What a Yuan life lamp represented, they naturally understood in their hearts, and what it meant for a Yuan life lamp to be broken, everyone understood. It meant Zilong had fallen. The sect master of Purple Star had passed away. Only Li Maoming, who had received the news from Ziwuji early in the morning, remained calm, but his expression was also gloomy as he smiled bitterly. He and Zilong had fought together for the sake of a woman, but that was it, they were not enemies. When he learned that Zilong had fallen, Li Maoming did not feel the slightest joy, instead feeling extremely sad. Sure enough, Kuang Shizong sighed as his face seemed to age a lot. After a moment of silence, he turned to Yang Kai again, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, as if they could see through everything in this world, quickly asking, "Where did Zilong die?" "The severed world." Yang Kai replied with a frown. "Who killed him?" Yang Kai was surprised. "What? Does old sir think that brother Zilong's death has nothing to do with me?" Kuang Shizong sneered, "Although you are strong, you are not qualified to kill Zilong. If not, do you think this old master would be telling you this? I would have already taken your life to avenge Zilong. Old sir's vision is truly sharp." Yang Kai wore a look of admiration, but immediately his expression became one of pain as he said, "Brother Zilong died to the seven-colored radiant light, not by someone." Seven-colored radiant light? Kuang Shizong's face changed, obviously knowing what kind of existence the seven-colored radiant light was. Perhaps he had also been to the severed world in the past and knew how powerful the seven-colored radiant light was. Hearing this, he nodded gently and said, "If that's the case, it was his own carelessness. After Brother Zilong died, I picked up his space ring and the venerable token." Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. "So, you are not my Purple Star's venerable?" Gong Sun Liang's eyes bulged as he could not help shouting angrily. "Great Elder, please forgive me." Yang Kai cupped his fists towards him with a smile. "This old master is furious." Gong Sun Liang's blood rushed to his head and he almost burst from anger. Kuang Shizong glanced at him coldly before turning to Yang Kai and saying, "Boy, you are not my Purple Star's venerable, yet you swindled others here and destroyed my Purple Star city. Your crimes are unforgivable." "This isn't just about me," Yang Kai said with an aggrieved expression. "If it weren't for you, how could today's situation have occurred?" Kuang Shizong glared at Yang Kai coldly, the murderous intent in his eyes almost tangible. Yang Kai secretly became vigilant as he circulated his Saint Qi, preparing to fight back at any time. But to his surprise, Kuang Shizong did not immediately attack him and instead said, "Boy, this old master will give you two choices. The first is for this old master to kill you and grind your bones to ashes to appease the souls of Purple Star's ancestors. The second is for you to join my Purple Star, become a member of my Purple Star, and serve my Purple Star. Choose for yourself." Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Old sir is making things difficult for me. First, I don't want to die, and second, I don't want to join Purple Star. What should I do?" "Boy, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. This old master is also a person who appreciates talents and does not want someone like you to die young. You should think about it carefully before replying." "I've already thought about it thoroughly." Yang Kai nodded seriously. Kuang Shizong's eyes narrowed as he stared in Yang Kai's direction and said unhurriedly, "You pretended to be my Purple Star's venerable, sneaked into Purple Star Palace, and got involved in this muddy water. My guess is, you came here for these people." As soon as his voice fell, Kuang Shizong stretched out his hand and waved. In the distance below, a slight exclamation suddenly rang out, followed by a roar accompanied by a violent energy fluctuation. Kuang Shizong's face became solemn as he stretched out his hand and pulled. A few figures uncontrollably flew over from that direction and came to a place not far from him. These figures were none other than Shintu and the others. Behind Shintu and the others, the stone puppet was in hot pursuit with the heaven-shaking pillar in its hand, its small body having swelled to twice its original size. It seemed that it wanted to rescue Shintu and the others but was unable to do so. Shintu and the others looked panicked. They had just been rescued by the stone mongoose and were about to take the opportunity to escape Purple Star City when they were subdued by Kuang Shizong. At this moment, they had suddenly become the focus of everyone's attention, causing them to feel quite distressed. Kuang Shizong stopped Shintu and the others not far in front of him and frowned as he looked down at the stone mongoose, a look of suspicion on his face. With his eyesight, he could not tell whether the stone mongoose was a living creature or a puppet. He could only vaguely feel that this stone-like thing was not simple. What does old sir mean? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at Kuang Shizong. Nothing. Kuang Shizong saw that he was somewhat nervous about Shintu and the others and could not help smiling proudly. It seems that you are a member of Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce? But why has this old master never heard of you from Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce? This little brat is just a nameless nobody, so old sir naturally has not heard of him, but old sir is a martial Dao Grandmaster level character, yet you still want to play such tricks? If word of this were to spread, aren't you afraid of being ridiculed? Yang Kai's face was so gloomy that a layer of frost could be scraped from it. Who would dare ridicule me? This old master will destroy his entire family. Kuang Shizong said with a look of indifference, I'll give you one last chance, pledge your loyalty to my purple star and I'll let these small fries go, otherwise, all of you will die. Shintu was suspended mid-air, unable to circulate his Saint Qi with his strength sealed. Hearing this, he looked at Yang Kai with a bitter smile and said, Brother Yang, don't worry about us, think of a way. Before he could finish speaking though, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood as if he had suffered a heavy blow. Second young master. The Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce cultivator was shocked, one of them turning to Kuang Shizong and cursing, Old bastard, you dare, *ping. Before this man could finish his sentence, his head suddenly burst open, sending red and white matter flying in all directions as his headless corpse fell from mid-air. Shintu and the others immediately turned pale, never having expected that Kuang Shizong, with his status, would really kill an origin-returning realm cultivator, much less in a situation where he had been subdued. At that moment, none of them dared to make a sound, lest they provoke a fatal disaster. This old master doesn't have much patience, the next one will be him. This little brat seems to have some weight. If he dies, you may seriously consider this old master's suggestion. Kuang Shizong pointed to Shintu and said coldly. As soon as this statement came out, Shintu couldn't help trembling. You dare! Yang Kai shouted angrily, his face suddenly becoming ferocious. Without even mentioning the friendship between him and Shintu, Yang Kai couldn't just sit back and watch Shintu be killed. On top of that, if he really allowed Shintu to be killed by Kuang Shizong, Yang Kai would never have the face to see Xueyu again. After all, Shintu was Xueyu's second brother. Kuang Shizong was startled and said with a strange expression, It's been a long time since someone has said such words to this old master. Interesting, boy. Open your eyes wide and see if this old master really dares to kill him. Chapter 1876. Kuang Shizong was decisive and ruthless, so naturally he would not take Yang Kai's meaningless threats to heart. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand towards Shintu, clearly intending to kill him. Shintu's face went pale as he felt the aura of death envelop him, his entire being feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Right at that moment, a mysterious power pulsed and Yang Kai suddenly disappeared from where he stood. Kuang Shizong's eyes narrowed as he suddenly clenched his outstretched hand and clenched it into a fist. The powerful aura of a third-order origin king suddenly erupted and punched towards the void in front of him. In front of him, Yang Kai appeared like a ghost and stood between him and Shintu, his face extremely solemn as he clasped his hands together and pushed them forward. Secret technique, exile. Space force surged and a black hole suddenly appeared in front of Kuang Shizong. This black hole was like the maw of a beast that wanted to swallow him whole. Inside this black hole was chaos and emptiness. Even a master like Kuang Shizong could not help shuddering when he felt the aura coming from this black hole. The powerful strength of a third-order origin king erupted. Kong. With a loud bang, the black hole shattered like a mirror, inch by inch. However, the chaotic power of space sputtered in all directions, transforming into countless attacks that enveloped Kuang Shizong. Xio. A series of whooshing sounds rang out as a series of huge crescent moon-shaped energy attacks slashed towards Kuang Shizong. Secret technique, Moon Blade. Kuang Shizong's eyes narrowed as he felt the tremendous power contained in these moon blades. Not daring to neglect, Kuang Shizong opened his mouth and spat out a jade-like artifact that twisted and transformed into a giant bird. This giant bird had 3 heads. Each of them was the size of a house. With a flap of its wings, the surrounding wind attribute energy gathered and transformed into countless wind blades. These wind blades met the moon blades head-on. A series of explosive sounds rang out as the moon blades and wind blades formed an airtight killing zone in the air. It was as if they could shatter that part of the sky. A fist emerged from the chaotic battlefield and smashed towards Kuang Shizong, a 5-colored glow blooming around it. It was Yang Kai's invincible sword Qi. Kuang Shizong also saw the opportunity quickly and also greeted it with a punch. With a bang, Kuang Shizong's body shook and swayed 3 times before he stood still. On the other hand, Yang Kai was sent flying back, his face slightly pale. Forcibly circulating his Saint Qi, Yang Kai tried to resolve the energy shock that was invading his body. The two of them couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. When the two of them joined forces to fight Yang Kai and fell into a disadvantage, they already knew that Yang Kai was not an ordinary second-order origin king. At that time, they guessed that Yang Kai should have the qualifications to fight against a third-order origin king. However, guesses were just guesses in the end, and they couldn't be taken seriously. After all, they couldn't fathom how strong a third-order origin king was. And at this moment, such a thing was really happening right under their noses. Yang Kai really exchanged a few moves with Kuang Shizong, and although he fell into a disadvantage and seemed to have suffered some minor injuries, there was no sign of him losing. What kind of person was Kuang Shizong? He was an old monster who had lived for thousands of years, and there were only a few like him in the entire star territory. Each of these third-order origin kings had the power to destroy a star, and ordinary people couldn't fathom their depths. They were the supreme symbols of the martial Tao, invincible legends. Bringing along a few burdens, do you still have the confidence to escape this old master's pursuit? All of you are smart people, so don't try to play games with this old master. Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he said helplessly, I didn't expect old sir to see through me. What should I do now? Shen Tu, who was being protected by Yang Kai, heard this and a look of determination flashed across his face as he said, Brother Yang, go, don't worry about us. Being able to be saved by you today, Shen Tu can die without regrets. If we follow second young master to the death, we won't be lonely on the road to the Yellow Springs. The others also expressed their stance, their expressions unflinching. Yang Kai turned his head, glanced at them, and said with a slight smile, Rest assured, since things have reached this point, it's naturally impossible for me to just let you go. Today, everyone will leave together. Leave together? Kuang Shizong sneered, Boy, you think too much, don't act so presumptuous in my Purple Star City. Saying so, he waved his hand and the 8 Origin King Realm Elders of Purple Star flew towards Yang Kai. Li Maoming and Gong Sun Liang also joined in, and in the blink of an eye, 10 Origin Kings surrounded Yang Kai and the others. Not far away, there was also a third-order Origin King like Kuang Shizong eyeing them covetously. Shen Tu and the others looked sad as they realized that this time they were really doomed. Yang Kai, on the other hand, laughed loudly, Interesting, interesting. It's rare to encounter so many masters at once, it really makes one's blood boil. Since that's the case, I'll go all out and make a scene. Huang Shizong frowned, not knowing what other cards Yang Kai had up his sleeves, but he was still as arrogant as before, not showing the slightest worry. Everyone be careful. Yang Kai grinned fiercely before waving his hands forward and shouting, "Come out!" As soon as his words fell, a behemoth suddenly appeared above Purple Star City. This thing was huge, like a mountain, and as soon as it appeared, it blocked out the sun and cast a shadow over everyone. "What is that?" Someone could not help exclaiming. "So big? A humanoid puppet? What the hell is that?" Everyone stared at this huge object and almost lost the ability to think. This was a 1,000-meter-tall humanoid behemoth that looked like it had been piled up from a mountain of stone. Its body seemed to have been carved with a sharp blade, giving off an extremely resolute feeling. From its body, no life aura could be felt, but a pressure comparable to a third-order Origin King swept out in all directions. Every Origin King standing midair felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them, making them feel extremely heavy. Those cultivators below the Origin King realm were on the verge of collapse, with those with lower strength falling directly to the ground, their screams echoing through the sky. The eyes of this behemoth flashed brightly, as if it had gained sentience, and as soon as it appeared, it fell straight down. It was as if it was falling from the sky. "Not good." Huang Shizong roared as he saw Yang Kai's huge embodiment falling down. Just as he was about to take action to stop it, the sky suddenly darkened again. Accompanied by the clear and melodious cry of a bird, a huge firebird with a long tail suddenly appeared and covered the sky. This firebird seemed to be composed of flames, and there were faint flashes of lightning flickering within its body, giving off a great sense of deterrence and unease. As it flapped its wings, the temperature in the air rose sharply. This was not the end, though. As golden blood threads shot out, the roars of beasts rang out one after another as an army of blood beasts appeared. Thunder flame flying, tail crown snake, Zhujian bird, star emperor turtle, eight-eyed demon toad, purple thunder sky leopard, in addition to the steel flame ghost spider left behind by Yang Kai in Tongxian realm to guard Nine Heavens Holy Land, the rest of the blood beasts had all been dispatched. Each blood beast was exuding a powerful aura that was no weaker than that of a third-order Origin returning realm master. With nearly 20 blood beasts gathered together, the blood-red light seemed to pierce through the sky and pierce into Star Field. Chapter 1877. The situation had suddenly changed. So many strange things had suddenly appeared in the sky above Purple Star Palace, dazzling everyone and leaving them at a loss for what to do. This article was written by *Roar. A roar resounded through the sky as the stone mongoose Xiao Xiao, who was down below, received instructions from Yang Kai and pounded his chest with both fists. Accompanied by a drum-like sound, Xiao Xiao's body suddenly grew in size and transformed into a stone giant. The next moment, a blazing flame burst out from Xiao Xiao's body and a terrifying heat burst out, melting the stone on his body rapidly. At first glance, Xiao Xiao seemed to be wearing a layer of magma armor. Xiao Xiao's final transformation form, Lava Giant. Just this giant that was over 100 feet tall with lava flowing all over its body already gave people an unimaginable sense of oppression, not to mention that it was carrying a thick heaven-shaking pillar on its shoulder. The heaven-shaking pillar that weighed over 100,000 kilograms was held in its small hand as if it was weightless. With a sweep of its hand, all the houses within a radius of 100 feet with it as the center were reduced to dust. The violent shockwaves caused by Xiao Xiao's violent power slammed into the hearts of every Origin King Realm Master like a sledgehammer, causing them to show looks of dread. Kong. The embodiment fell to the ground. The mountain-like embodiment fell like a meteor, and the huge impact caused the entire Purple Star City to shake. Even the houses far away in the outer city had many cracks on them at this moment, not to mention the houses in the inner city. The ones close to the embodiment directly collapsed, and even those a little further away were on the verge of collapse. Yang Kai stood midair with a leisurely look on his face as he whistled frivolously. With an unbridled smile on his face, Yang Kai stared at the pale-faced Kuang Shizong. The embodiment slowly lifted one of its big feet and took a step forward. The embodiment's movements were extremely slow, as if someone had placed some kind of seal on it. It looked very difficult, but when its foot stepped down, a huge footprint appeared somewhere in Purple Star City. Everything under this footprint disappeared, leaving behind only a deep crater. The embodiment did not make any other offensive moves and simply walked forward step by step. However, the destructive power it brought was unimaginable. What the hell is this thing? Quick, attack it. If we don't stop it now, all of Purple Star City will be finished. Many masters shouted, and without waiting for Kuang Shizong's order, they attacked the embodiment one after another. A total of 10 Origin Kings, 2 of which were second-order Origin Kings. None of them were stingy with their secret techniques. He revealed his secret treasure. They gathered into a powerful attack and attacked the magical clone in an attempt to stop it. A series of explosions rang out. Dirt and rocks flew everywhere, and a bright light bloomed, causing people to involuntarily squint their eyes. When the light dissipated, everyone focused their eyes, and their hearts turned cold. Even with 10 Origin Kings joining forces, they were unable to destroy this behemoth. Although it seemed to have lost a lot of stones and its surface was filled with holes, these losses did not affect the actions of the embodiment at all. Instead, they only served to stimulate its ferocity. The one who controlled the Dharmakaya was a split spirit of Yang Kai, who had inherited Yang Kai's character, way of thinking, and even the way of doing things. How could he tolerate such an attack and not fight back? A ferocious glint flashed in the embodiment's eyes, and its huge body sank slightly. Then, it lifted its foot and stomped. Kacha. Huge gullies appeared on the ground, crisscrossing each other and spreading in all directions at an extremely fast speed. The embodiment raised its hands, and from the shattered earth, countless large and small chunks of earth were lifted up by an invisible force. The smallest of these chunks of earth was only the size of a human head, while the largest was comparable to a house. The embodiment's body shook as it roared, and all the controlled chunks of earth shot out in all directions like a swarm of locusts. This kind of attack may not be able to hurt an Origin King, and even an Origin returning Realm Master could easily avoid it, but after these chunks of earth and rocks were sent flying, palaces were pierced and houses collapsed one after another. In just 5 breaths of time, half of Purple Star Palace, centered on the embodiment, was destroyed. Kuang Shizong's face was ugly to the extreme. In his own home base, an enemy had acted so arrogantly, and all the high-end combat power of Purple Star had been unable to stop it. If such a thing were to spread out, Purple Star would inevitably become a laughingstock throughout its territory, becoming the biggest stain in the history of Purple Star. Kuang Shizong wanted to capture the leader of the bandits, but Yang Kai's attention was always on him, so he could not find an opportunity. A bird cry rang out as the firebird, which had been flying steadily above Yang Kai's head, suddenly flew out without receiving any orders. Yang Kai's brow furrowed, not knowing what this firebird wanted to do. Sweeping his eyes across the field, he saw something and immediately understood, not stopping the firebird's actions. The firebird was extremely fast, and with a flap of its wings, it crossed 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. It arrived directly in front of Li Maoming, opened its beak, and spat out a mouthful of flames mixed with thunder and lightning. Perceiving the terrifying power contained in these flames, Li Maoming did not dare to neglect and hurriedly dodged. At the same time, he patted the gourd in his hand and released a large amount of blue flames. These blue flames transformed into a river that swept towards the firebird like a waterfall. Seeing this scene, the firebird's eyes flashed an anthropomorphic cunning look. Instead of retreating, it opened its beak and bit down on the blue flames. At the same time, its abdomen swelled, and with a rumbling sound, something shocking happened. It actually sucked the blue flames directly into its stomach. With this successful move, the firebird flew back to Yang Kai without looking back. Li Maoming was left standing in place with his mouth wide open, unable to recover for a long time. After a while, he slapped his thigh and cried out in pain, "Ah, my blue ice flame!" As he spoke, he constantly formed seals, pushing his divine sense and Saint Qi in an attempt to control the blue ice flame he had refined from the firebird. At a rate visible to the naked eye, the firebird's abdomen swelled up and down, as if something was running amok inside it. Its body was also constantly flashing red, purple, and blue lights. The firebird cried out in pain. It wanted to forcibly take back the blue ice flame from someone else, so naturally it would not be so easy. It had to pay a price. After all, the blue ice flame was not an ordinary treasure. It was a rare treasure Li Maoming had obtained after a near-death experience. Among the three colors that flashed on the firebird's body, red represented its own fire attribute power, purple was the power of the heaven-scorching thunder fire that it had devoured and refined before, and blue was naturally the power of the blue ice flame. The three colors intersected, one stronger than the other weaker. With the firebird's body as the battlefield, it seemed like a fierce struggle was taking place. However, in the end, the firebird was still a firebird. It had absorbed the power of the sun's true fire and the heaven-scorching thunder fire. Neither of these flames lost to the blue ice flame, so the stalemate only lasted for a short while before the flickering blue light dimmed. At that moment, the firebird's body shook and the phantom image of an artifact furnace appeared from its body. It was its natal artifact, the Origin King grade artifact refining furnace. At this moment, the blue ice flame was completely sealed inside the artifact refining furnace. Yang Kai believed that as long as the firebird was given enough time, it would be able to refine this strange flame. At that time, its strength would surely rise again. Poo. In the distance, Li Maoming coughed up a mouthful of blood as he felt the connection between his artifact and his soul being severed. He knew that it was impossible to retrieve the blue ice flame unless he killed the firebird. While the firebird and Li Maoming were competing for the blue ice flame, the stone mongoose Xiao Xiao was also fighting with Gong Sun Liang. Although Xiao Xiao had transformed into a lava giant, compared to the enormous existence of the embodiment, he was still like a grandson in front of his grandfather. Gong Sun Liang saw that he could not do much against the embodiment, so he turned his attention to Xiao Xiao. Gong Sun Liang was not willing to use the short sword artifact that had lost most of its spirituality and instead took out a hammer-like heavy artifact. Pouring all of his strength into this heavy artifact, Gong Sun Liang smashed it towards Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao simply swung his stick to meet this attack. The hammer-like artifact actually burst into dust on the spot and Gong Sun Liang's entire body was sent flying, the bones in his arms completely shattered. It wasn't until now that Gong Sun Liang realized how big of a mistake he had made. Although his hammer artifact was not Origin King grade, it was still an Origin grade high-rank artifact and was extremely sturdy, yet it had been easily blown to smithereens. It was easy to imagine how much power had been contained in that seemingly light stick strike. Just this power alone was enough to defeat 10 people with brute force. With the 2 second-order Origin Kings suffering such a setback, the remaining 8 first-order Origin Kings looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what to do for a while. The avatar was still walking at a leisurely pace. Every time it took a step, the ground would crack open and leave behind a huge footprint. Its existence was like a towering mountain pressing down on everyone's hearts, making it hard for them to breathe. Even Shen Tu and the others, who were being protected by Yang Kai, all had their mouths wide open at this moment as they stared blankly at the scene before them, their minds completely blank, unable to think at all. With his own strength, Yang Kai was fighting against all the Masters of Purple Star, including 8 First-Order Origin Kings, 2 Second-Order Origin Kings, and 1 Third-Order Origin King. Not only was he not at a disadvantage, he even held the upper hand in every aspect. If they had not seen this with their own eyes, they would not have believed it even if they were beaten to death. While Shen Tu was shocked, his mood also became slightly bitter. Thinking back to the first time he met Yang Kai, although Yang Kai's performance was outstanding, the latter's cultivation was still far from his. The two of them had only managed to survive by helping each other and taking care of each other. But this time, Shintu found that the other party was already standing at a height he could not even see. This huge gap was something he would never be able to close in his lifetime. This discovery made Shintu feel a sense of loss. Over the years, he had not wasted his time and had been cultivating diligently, trying to obtain the approval of President Ao and surpass his talented third brother, but all his achievements were not worth mentioning in front of Yang Kai. Chapter 1878. Senior, do you want me to continue making trouble? Up in the air, Yang Kai, who had been confronting Kwang Shizong, looked at him with a smile and asked leisurely, if you continue to make trouble like this, I'm afraid your Purple Star City will really be destroyed. But it doesn't matter. Purple Star is so big, and there are tens of thousands of cities. Even if Purple Star City is gone, there are still other cities. If I sweep through them one by one, I believe it will be enough for me to make trouble for a while. As soon as this statement came out, everyone was frightened. If Yang Kai had said such a thing before, most people would have thought he was just bluffing, but after seeing the powerful combat power and destructive power of those strange things, no one dared to doubt Yang Kai's ability anymore. As long as he had enough patience, with this army of artifacts in his hands, he could definitely destroy all of Purple Star. Everyone looked at Kwang Shizong, and 90% of them had a pleading expression on their faces. They were really afraid. Although Yang Kai was noisy enough, he had not started a killing spree so far. If he was really forced to fight, only a few of these people present would survive. Enough! Although Kwang Shizong was angry, he had to roar. Yang Kai smiled slightly. So, Senior is willing to talk to me? Senior can rest assured, I will not come to Purple Star again. Yang Kai grinned, not caring about Kwang Shizong's harsh words at all. Anyone with a bit of intelligence would know that these were just empty words. Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space and was a second-order origin king. In the entire territory of Purple Star, it was likely that no one could kill him unless they trapped him somewhere. Only by wearing down his strength with a large number of people would there be a chance to kill him, otherwise, there would be no chance. This old master will not let this matter rest. Sooner or later, this old master will personally go to Water Moon Star and talk to AIO. Kwang Shizong looked at Yang Kai coldly and said word by word. Until now, he still thought that Yang Kai was from Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce. Water Moon Star welcomes you. Yang Kai smiled, then said to Shintu, Brother Shintu, everything is ready, you can leave first. What about you? Shintu frowned at Yang Kai. There was a hint of worry on his face. I'll stay and watch over them. Yang Kai pointed downwards. I'm afraid that if we leave together, they will attack the battleship. Don't worry. They can't stop me. I'll meet up with you guys later. Yang Kai nodded. Be careful. Shintu left without looking back. The other Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce cultivator also nodded to Yang Kai to express their gratitude before leaving with Shintu's day below. Xiao Xiao transformed back into his small and harmless form, carrying the heaven-shaking pillar as he chased after Shintu and the others. It had received Yang Kai's orders. They had escorted Shintu and the others all the way. Many of Purple Star's masters remained motionless, or rather, none of them dared to act rashly. They could only watch as a few origin-returning realm masters swaggered away right under their noses. A look of shame appeared on everyone's face as they glared at Kai Yang, their eyes almost spitting fire. Boy, you're quite cautious, Kwang Shizong suddenly said. Senior is too kind, but it's always best to be careful, Yang Kai chuckled. What was that thing that just left and what was that thing down there? Why has this old master never seen it before? Is it a puppet or a living being? Kwang Shizong asked with narrowed eyes. A living being, a very rare race. If Senior wants to find it, I'm afraid you won't be able to. To Kwang Shizong's surprise, Yang Kai didn't try to hide anything and directly gave the answer. I obtained these two by chance. Kwang Shizong nodded lightly before turning to look at the nearly 20 blood beasts with interest. What about these? You're not going to tell me they're also living beings, are you? These are formed by a secret technique. Does Senior want to learn it? If you want, I can teach you. Yang Kai's brow twitched as a look of contempt appeared on his face. Forget it. Kuang Shizong coldly snorted. This old master is afraid he won't be able to afford it. He also knew that Yang Kai was just chatting with him to pass the time, so he took this opportunity to fish out some information. As for the other party saying he was willing to teach him this secret technique, it was obvious he would make some harsh demands, so Kuang Shizong wasn't stupid enough to believe him. Then forget it. Yang Kai didn't care and continued to chat with Kuang Shizong. Suddenly, Li Maoming stepped forward with a gloomy expression and cupped his fists. Brother Yang, can you give me back my blue ice flame? Blue ice flame? Yang Kai raised his brow as he stared at the firebird thoughtfully, immediately understanding that he was referring to the blue flame that was swallowed by the firebird. And that blue ice flame is of great use to me, if I were to lose it. Li Maoming looked embarrassed. Brother Li, it's useless to say such things to me, you'll have to ask it. Yang Kai pointed to the firebird. Brother Yang must be joking. Li Maoming's mouth twitched. Although this Li can't see what kind of existence it is obviously your master. If you don't return that blue ice flame, Brother Yang can do it. And I can exchange it for an Origin King grade artifact. How about it? The condition proposed by Li Maoming was quite pertinent, so Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before saying, then I'll help you ask. Many thanks, Brother Yang. Yang Kai then turned to look at the firebird and said, you heard what I said just now, can you return that blue flame? If you want, nod, if you don't, shake your head. The firebird glanced at Yang Kai for a moment before turning her eyes away, showing a look of indifference. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. Brother Li, as you can see, this guy's temper isn't very good. He probably doesn't want to return it. Li Maoming was suddenly speechless. At that moment, a starship in the sky suddenly set off, and soon, the starship set sail at an extremely fast speed, breaking through the clouds and heading towards the distant star field. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, everyone, this Yang will take his leave. We will meet again. Saying so, Yang Kai put away the blood beast army, the firebird, and his embodiment before turning into a stream of light and chasing after the starship. Brother Yang, my blue ice flame, if you have something to say, let's talk. Li Maoming cried. He stood in place and shouted, but received no response. Martial ancestor, are you just going to let him leave like this? Gong Sun Liang stood beside Kuang Shizong. What's inappropriate about it? Shen Tu laughed. My Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce is based on commerce, and there are more large and small chambers of commerce on Water Moon Star than in Purple Star City. Since all of you are members of the Chamber of Commerce, your original intentions coincide with my Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's. By leaving this place to you, I can worry less and will have to rely on all of you in the future. Yang Kai looked at Hua Yumeng with a smile and said, since Brother Shen Tu has said so, President Hua should not refuse. Hua Yumeng still looked like she was dreaming, a look of longing for a better future on her face, not replying for a long time until Xia Jianghu lightly coughed and she bowed gratefully. Many thanks, second young master. Shen Tu waved his hand and said, President Hua is too polite, everyone will be family in the future, there's no need to be so distant. Li Nua stepped forward, took Hua Yumeng's arm, and said affectionately, Elder Sister Hua, younger sister will also work in second young master's territory in the future, please take care of her. Little sister must be joking, elder sister should be the one saying such things. Inside the starship, everyone was either experiencing the joy of escaping from certain death or looking forward to the beautiful scenery of tomorrow. The atmosphere was extremely harmonious. Yang Kai frowned as he glanced back and snorted lightly, it seems Purple Star hasn't given up yet. Shen Tu's face changed, what happened? 10 starships are chasing after us, all of them Origin grade high rank, and the one leading them is Origin King grade. As soon as this statement came out, everyone's expression changed drastically. Origin King grade starships were rare existences no matter where they were placed. Even Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce only had a few, and Purple Star was no exception. It was not difficult to guess that the person leading this Origin King grade starship was undoubtedly Kwang Shizong. Although the starship of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce was an Origin grade high-rank starship, if it were to fight in the star field, whether it was in terms of speed or firepower, it would be far inferior to the enemy and would likely be blown to pieces in a single confrontation. The enemy's single Origin King grade starship alone was enough to kill them, not to mention the other 9 Origin grade high-rank starships. This was almost certain death. What should we do? Run! We can't escape. The enemy's Origin King grade starship is faster than us. It's better to fight. Everyone started talking at the same time. Everyone was deeply worried. Shin Tu looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully for a moment before suddenly laughing. Everyone, don't worry, with Brother Yang here, what is there to worry about? Brother Yang was able to bring us out of Purple Star City, so now that we're in the star field, where the sea is wide and the sky is wide, how could Purple Star possibly stop him? Chapter 1880. Kwang Shizong had seen Yang Kai's use of Space Force before and knew what he was capable of, but he never expected that Yang Kai's Space Force would not only allow him to come and go without a trace, but also allow him to teleport an Origin-grade high-rank starship. This was no longer something that could be done by human strength, it was simply a divine miracle. It was for this reason that the destructive crystal cannons had failed to play any role. Just as Kwang Shizong was in a daze, Yang Kai's low voice came from the other side. Since Senior is so stubborn, please pay the price. Not good. Kwang Shizong shouted in alarm. Although he did not know what kind of method Yang Kai was going to use, he subconsciously felt that something was wrong. It seemed that what Yang Kai was about to show was not something he could resist. Quick, activate the defenses to the maximum. Kwang Shizong roared. The cultivator in charge of the Origin King grade starship did not dare to neglect and immediately sent a series of seals into the spirit array. In the next moment, a thick energy barrier suddenly appeared around the Origin King grade starship. This barrier seemed to be impregnable, and even a third-order Origin King would not be able to break through it. But even so, Kwang Shizong still felt uneasy in his heart, his pores tightening as a feeling of dread lingered in his heart. A purple light suddenly flashed in front of him. This purple light was not dazzling, and compared to the scene of hundreds of crystal cannons firing just now, it was like a firefly competing with the bright moon, not even worth mentioning. However, the moment this purple light lit up, Kwang Shizong suddenly stopped breathing and stared at it with wide eyes, his whole body shivering as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. From the source of the purple light, he actually felt a majesty that made him submit, that made him unable to even think of resisting. Emperor pressure. Kwang Shizong was a third-order Origin King after all. In an instant, he understood what kind of existence this majestic force was. From the source of this purple light, it was actually filled with Emperor pressure. Didn't that mean the other party had an Emperor artifact? An Emperor artifact was something that only existed in legends, an existence that was as elusive as the starry sky great emperor. It was a treasure far beyond Origin King grade. If this was really an emperor artifact, the Origin King grade starship might not be able to block it. Thinking so, Kwang Shizong immediately roared, "If you don't want to die, run." Saying so, he rushed directly towards the cabin door. Not waiting for this cultivator to open it, Kwang Shizong threw a punch and punched a big hole in the sturdy door. Then he flew into the star field. Kwang Shizong was the supreme existence of the entire purple star, but seeing him in such a state made everyone tremble in fear. How could the other martial artists dare to stay? They all followed Kwang Shizong and escaped through the hole in the cabin door. In the distance, Yang Kai held the Annihilation Thunderbead in his hand as he stared at the pursuing Origin King grade starship with a solemn expression, pouring his Saint Chi into it like a flood. Zong's zong of. Inside the zone of zone bead was a thin arc of lightning. As Yang Kai poured his Saint Chi into it, it began to pulse. Asterisk Chi. Asterisk at a certain moment, when Yang Kai's Saint Chi reached a certain level. The pulsing arc of lightning suddenly burst out from the zone of zone and, under the control of Yang Kai's divine sense, shot out like a comet through the star field, like a long purple arrow, straight towards Purple Star's Origin King grade starship. Silently, the purple arc of lightning collided with the barrier outside the Origin King grade starship, and the seemingly impregnable barrier, which could even withstand the full-strength blow of a third-order Origin King, silently melted a large hole in it. Immediately afterwards, the hull of the starship was penetrated, leaving a hole in the middle, and the barrier on the other side was also broken through. The purple arc of lightning did not diminish in the slightest as it struck one of the 9 starships behind it. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk a loud bang rang out and the Origin-grade high-rank starship did not even have time to dodge. The moment the purple arc of lightning struck it, it shattered into pieces, disintegrating in the blink of an eye. It was only at this moment that cracking sounds came from the leading Origin King-grade starship. The barrier arranged outside the star field shattered like a broken mirror, countless cracks appearing on it before it disappeared. The huge hull of the starship was also almost split in two. Fortunately, the materials used to refine this Origin King-grade starship were all precious, so even though it was damaged and did not explode on the spot, the Origin King-grade starship was basically crippled. If it wanted to be repaired, who knew how much money, manpower, and time it would take? Inside the star field, Kwang Shizong, who was the first to escape, stared at the scene in front of him in a daze, his hands and feet cold and his face pale as he muttered unconsciously, "It really is an Emperor artifact, an Emperor artifact." He could never have imagined that not only was Yang Kai's strength extraordinary, but he also had a group of strange subordinates, was proficient in the Tao of space, and even had an Emperor artifact. Any cultivator who possessed all of these attributes of Yang Kai would be able to run amok in the star field, but he possessed all of them. Was there anyone in this world who could be his opponent? Even if Kwang Shizong's cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's, he had already stood at the pinnacle of martial Tao in the star territory. At this moment, facing Yang Kai's heaven-defying methods, a strong sense of powerlessness rose in his heart. Being proficient in the Tao of space made Yang Kai invincible, and in the entire star territory, there was likely no one who could kill him. Coupled with these methods, it would already be a blessing if he didn't seek trouble with others, so who would dare provoke him? For a moment, Kwang Shizong's heart filled with fear. He had not felt this kind of feeling for many years and had almost forgotten about it. He wanted to retreat. Since he couldn't kill Yang Kai and couldn't withstand the attack of the Emperor artifact, chasing after him would only be asking for trouble. But when he raised his eyes and looked in the direction of Yang Kai, a look of joy appeared on his face and he quickly shouted, "Explode! No matter what, stop him!" He suddenly discovered that after using the Emperor artifact, Yang Kai's complexion was not very good. He immediately understood that although the Emperor artifact was extremely powerful, the price it came at was definitely not small. Yang Kai reached out and took out a spirit pill from his space ring, popped it into his mouth, and swallowed it, absorbing its medicinal efficacies while circulating his secret art to adjust his breathing. Time flew by. About 6 days later, Yang Kai had fully recovered. Squeezing out all of his potential in the void had given him a new understanding of the use of Space Force, so after recovering, he had been meditating on it. After a few more days, Yang Kai showed a thoughtful look and a smile appeared on his face. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai found that the starship was still sailing smoothly through Star Field, and that everyone on board was performing their duties. The final destination of the starship was Water Moon Star, the home star of Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce, which was also one of the destinations of Yang Kai's trip, so he decided to make the most of it. He just didn't know what kind of expression Shui Yu would have when he arrived at Water Moon Star and saw her. Thinking of Shuiyu, Yang Kai thought of Su Yan and Xianing Chang, then Shanqing Luo. Letting out a long sigh, Yang Kai's heart was filled with guilt. Dispelling the negative emotions in his mind, Yang Kai formed a series of seals with both hands and placed a barrier around his room before immediately taking out the sealed world bead and entering it. In fact, back on Purple Star, he could have used the sealed world bead to take Shintu and the others away, which would have been the most convenient and fastest method. However, Yang Kai did not do so. After all, the existence of the sealed world bead was too heaven-defying and contained its own independent world, so naturally, the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Although Yang Kai's strength had increased and almost no one in Star Territory could kill him, he still had to be careful. If the existence of the sealed world bead attracted someone's attention, the gains would not make up for the losses. Inside the sealed world bead, everything was peaceful. The stone mongoose was still swallowing the sun's true fire when Yang Kai walked over to it, took out all the precious ores he had obtained from Purple Star's vault, and threw them in front of the stone mongoose. Seeing this, the stone mongoose's two black bean-like eyes suddenly bulged and flashed brilliantly. Immediately after, it rushed over to the ores, grabbed one with each hand, and stuffed it into its mouth. It didn't seem to make any chewing movements, but after all the ores were thrown into its stomach, its belly didn't bulge, as if it had its own independent world inside it. A moment later, all the ores had disappeared. The stone mongoose stared at Yang Kai eagerly, a look of dissatisfaction on its face. Yang Kai laughed and said, "There's nothing left, go refine them." Although there wasn't much, these ores were all treasures from Purple Star's vault, so each one of them could be said to be invaluable. Now that they had all been swallowed by Xiao Xiao, it would be helpful to his growth. Chapter 1882. Immersed in this sea of spirit threads, Yang Kai felt that he didn't need to circulate his secret art to absorb the surrounding world energy at all times. Cultivating in this environment would allow a cultivator to grow hundreds or thousands of times faster. Calming his mind, Yang Kai picked up the second thing. This was the 7th Star Emperor token he had obtained from Purple Star's vault. It was almost identical to the previous 6, and was made from some unknown material. There was a striking Emperor character on the front and a residual Emperor pressure radiating from it. After looking at it for a while, Yang Kai also took out the other 6 tokens. The 7-Star Emperor tokens were all gathered together. Suddenly, a change occurred. The 7 tokens shot out of Yang Kai's hand uncontrollably and immediately flew in front of him, forming a strange shape in the blink of an eye. This shape looked like the 8 trigrams, but it was actually missing a corner. Yang Kai understood that this was because he was missing 2 Star Emperor tokens, so he couldn't form a complete picture. The 7 Star Emperor tokens floated mid-air for a while before suddenly falling down. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and caught them all, stroking them for a while before storing them into his space ring. Yang Kai turned his gaze to the last 2 things. One of them was a scale the size of a palm. The scale looked like a fish scale, but it was covered with complicated patterns. It gave off a ferocious feeling, and an extremely ancient aura was flowing out from the scale. A dragon scale. The scale of a real true dragon. With this dragon scale in front of him, the dragon bone sword in Yang Kai's body seemed to be affected. It was humming endlessly, and it took Yang Kai a lot of effort to suppress it. This dragon scale, in terms of value, was even more valuable than the previous Earth vein bead. It was something that one of Purple Star's ancestors had inadvertently obtained, but unfortunately, no one in Purple Star had been able to put it to good use for many years. Huang Shizong had also tried to obtain this dragon scale but was ultimately unsuccessful, so he could only reluctantly give up and keep it in his pavilion. If there was a Grandmaster grade artifact refiner, this dragon scale was the main material. If an artifact was created, it could definitely become an Origin King grade high-rank artifact. Whether it was an offensive or defensive artifact, it could be used to dominate the entire Star Territory. Of course, this dragon scale was extremely strong. It was the best choice for a defensive artifact. This was especially true for a shield. Unfortunately, even an Origin King-grade artifact refiner might not be able to refine such a dragon scale. It was only possible if one possessed a special divine flame. Yang Kai was artifact refiner, so he could refine this dragon scale to him, but he had an advantage over others, because he possessed Golden Divine Dragon Source. Of true dragon, Golden Divine Dragons, the leader of 10,000 dragons. With the Golden Divine Dragon Source in his body and the monster transformation secret art he had obtained from Red Moon Tribal Lord, Yang Kai could completely refine this dragon scale into his body and integrate this true dragon artifact into his body, allowing him to possess a portion of the divine abilities of a true dragon. The dragon scale was a kind of true dragon artifact, and so was the Dragon Bone Sword. The Dragon Bone Sword was composed of a piece of dragon bone and a dragon bead. When Yang Kai refined it, he did not fully refine it, or rather, he did not have the ability to fully refine it. At that time, Yang Yen had passed down a secret technique to Yang Kai, allowing him to use his own body as a furnace to refine the dragon bone and dragon bead. This method completely guaranteed the efficacy of the dragon bone and dragon bead. A monster king who ruled over the monster race, so when the time came, Monster Star would inevitably be under her control. Then I must congratulate Senior Chiyu. Yang Kai's expression changed as he said, "If it is convenient, I would like to go to Chiyu territory to see Senior Chiyu. I wonder if brother you can lead the way? Call me brother-in-law and I'll take you there." Brother Yu chuckled. Yang Kai ignored him and turned his eyes to Bahi. Bahi showed an awkward look and said slowly, "Yang Kai, you are not an outsider, so we naturally welcome you to visit Monster Star's Red Moon territory, but if you want to see Tribal Master, I'm afraid now is not a good time. As I said just now, Tribal Master is in retreat and cannot be disturbed." I naturally understand this, but Senior Chiyu is not in retreat, so I only need to say a few words to her. It won't take up too much of her time. He frowned while Yu Xiong no longer interjected, knowing that this matter was not something he could casually decide. "Rest assured, if Senior Chiyu blames us, I will bear the consequences for you, and I believe Senior Chiyu will be very happy with the news I bring her and will not blame you." Bahi sighed. "Since you've said so much, what else can I say?" "Many thanks, Senior Bahi." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Brother Yang, are you going to Monster Star?" To the side, Shen Tu's expression changed slightly as he asked in a low voice. I need to see Senior Chiyu." Yang Kai nodded slightly. "What about you? Will you wait for me here, or will you come with me to Monster Star?" Shen Tu's expression became awkward and after a long time said, "The monster race is cruel, so I'll go with you. Also, I want to see what Monster Star is like." "Then let's go together." Yang Kai smiled lightly, not taking this matter seriously. Shen Tu passed down his words and the others followed his arrangements. Soon, another starship emerged from the asteroid sea, one owned by the monster race. The monster race was not good at alchemy or artifact refining, but Monster Star was not entirely composed of monster race cultivators. There were also human race cultivators, but their status was not high. Monster Star's 10 territories and 10 tribal lords had very different attitudes towards the human race. Some would let them go, some would exterminate them, and some would entrust them with important tasks. In Red Moon territory, the human race was the most important, especially the alchemists and artifact refiners, whose status was higher than that of the average monster race cultivator, so Red Moon territory's development over the years had been much faster than that of the other tribal lords. There were also many talented human race cultivators who went to Red Moon territory to recommend themselves and work for Chiyu. Although this crack was very small, monster cores were so important to monster race cultivators that even such a small crack had caused Xue Jiao to suffer heavy losses. Xue Jiao felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, unable to understand what kind of method Yang Kai had just used to cause such damage to his monster core. Xue Jiao vaguely saw what was happening and felt like it was a scale-like object, but he couldn't see it clearly. In any case, the most important thing was to retrieve his monster core. Xue Jiao wanted to summon his monster core back, but before he could do so, Yang Kai had already appeared in front of his monster core, stretched out his hand and grabbed it. Xue Jiao roared, "Don't even think about it." Saying so, he desperately pushed his strength, trying to summon his monster core back. In an instant, the monster core of a second-order origin king seemed to come to life and began thrashing about in Yang Kai's hand, becoming extremely restless. The strength of the monster core was so great that Yang Kai almost failed to grasp it. Dragon transformation. Yang Kai roared, accompanied by a loud dragon roar as his arms suddenly expanded and condensed into dragon scales from his Saint Chi, transforming it into a sharp dragon claw. A rolling dragon pressure filled the air. Xue Jiao suddenly froze in place, not daring to move as he stared at Yang Kai in a daze, his mouth wide open, as if he wanted to say something but was unable to do so. Only shock remained in his eyes. As for the originally restless monster core, it didn't dare to act rashly the moment the dragon pressure was revealed. Instead, it trembled in Yang Kai's hand, as if it was instinctively afraid of him. True dragon source. You actually have a true dragon source. To the side, Chen Yan's exclamation rang out as the nearly 100 eyes on his body trembled as he stared incredulously at Yang Kai. His confrontation with Yang Kai had caused him some serious injuries, especially after taking a direct hit from his blossoming lotus secret technique. His spiritual energy had almost dried up and he had been hoping that Xue Jiao would be able to help him vent his anger, but how could he have known that Yang Kai could still increase his strength? What's more, the power Yang Kai displayed this time was a true dragon source that all monster race cultivators coveted. You, a mere human, actually have the power of a true dragon source? Chen Yan's voice was extremely strange, filled with anger, jealousy, and doubt. And you can even use this power. Chen Yan could not help feeling a strong sense of powerlessness. The more he fought with Yang Kai, the more he could not see where Yang Kai's bottom line was. Even if Yang Kai was using his true dragon source now, Chen Yan faintly felt that this was not his most powerful strength. This human still seemed to have some hidden cards. What kind of true dragon source do you have? Chen Yan's eyes bulged as he asked. Do you think I'll tell you? Yang Kai smiled sarcastically as he stretched out his hand and tossed the monster core in his hand. Strangely enough, this monster core was originally quite unstable, but after Yang Kai displayed his golden divine dragon source, it actually became more obedient than a rabbit. Even after being tossed around like this, it did not dare to fly away. To the side, Xuejiao was already trembling. This could not be helped as the Flood Dragon clan was originally a descendant of the True Dragon. What Yang Kai was displaying at this moment was not only the purest True Dragon source but also the most powerful Golden Divine Dragon source. This was an innate and absolute suppression toward Xuejiao. As such, Xuejiao's performance was much worse than Qian Yan's. While playing with Xuejiao's monster core, Yang Kai stared at Xuejiao and Qian Yan with great interest. Yi Shiyun nodded gently. Sect Master is busy, so please take care of yourself. I will. You can go back to your work. Yi Shiyun nodded before disappearing in a flash. While Ba He and the others were observing their surroundings, Yang Kai released his divine sense to check the current state of his loved ones. After a short while, a joyful look appeared on his face as he said, "The spirit array has been tested, let's go back." "You're leaving?" Shen Tu's complexion changed drastically. "Yang Kai, for better or for worse, we've come to your territory, won't you show us some hospitality? We should at least stay here for a few days before leaving." Yu Xiong nodded vigorously to the side. Even Ba He looked at Yang Kai eagerly. The three of them had yet to recover from the ultra-long distance teleportation. There will be opportunities in the future. Yang Kai grinned before immediately activating the ultra-long distance space array beneath his feet. A white light enveloped the four of them as space force pulsed and their figures disappeared. Yu Xiong and Shen Tu's screams came to an abrupt end. By the time they recovered, they had returned to Half Moon Mountain. Li Nuo, Aunt Chun, and the others saw Shen Tu's pale face and quickly walked over with concern, as if they had not seen each other for several dozen years. Ba He shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Your spirit array is indeed good, but the taste of that teleportation is really, if you want convenience, you should pay a price." Yang Kai laughed. This was simply unavoidable. As long as one was not a cultivator who cultivated the Tao of space like him, they would more or less experience some discomfort during the teleportation, but it would not cause them any harm. That's true. Ba He thought about it and agreed with Yang Kai's statement. Since this matter is settled, we'll take our leave first. Senior Ba He, I'll have to trouble you to pass this space ring to Biluo. There are some pills I refined for her and Qing Luo inside. Ba He took it and swept it with his divine sense, his expression changing slightly as he muttered, "You're quite generous." He was now a first-order origin king and had a high status in Red Moon territory, so the treatment he could enjoy was definitely not bad, but he was still dazzled by the pills inside the space ring. In particular, there were several Origin King-grade pills inside that even he could not help feeling a rush of excitement. "It's just some trivial spirit pills, Please don't laugh at me, senior. Aren't you afraid this old master will be greedy? Ba he asked meaningfully. Yang Kai smiled and said, if I didn't trust senior on this point, I wouldn't have asked you to pass it on. Ba he nodded and said with a solemn expression, you can rest assured, I will safely pass the things inside to Biluo. Yang Kai thanked him again before heading off with Shen Tu and the others to the starship's berth. Ba he and Yu Xiong saw them off. A moment later, the starship hummed and slowly rose into the air, reaching a certain height before cutting through the sky and soaring into the clouds. It would take at least half a year to travel from Monster Star to the home star of Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce, and if there were any delays along the way, it would only take longer. As such, after the starship set sail, Yang Kai began his retreat. In his previous battle with the two monster race tribal lords, Yang Kai had not relied on any external forces and had only relied on the various methods at his disposal, not even using his space force, yet he had still been able to suppress these two tribal lords. After this battle, Yang Kai clearly understood his bottom line. Although he was only a second-order origin king now, no one in the second-order origin realm was his opponent. If he used all his means, even if there were 2 or 3 more, he wouldn't need to put them in his eyes. When facing a third-order origin king though, Yang Kai needed to be careful, but with his space force, he was invincible. In the battle with the two monster race tribal lords, Yang Kai had summoned the dragon scale he had refined before to block Xue Jiao's fatal blow and even damage his monster core, demonstrating just how strong and powerful the dragon scale was. However, that was only the simplest use of the dragon scale and was far from being able to display the true dragon divine technique contained in it. The true dragon scale was indestructible and only divine spirits of the same level could cause damage to it. If Yang Kai could stimulate the true dragon divine technique contained in the dragon scale, his entire body would possess an impenetrable defense. When facing an enemy, he would no longer need to worry about defense, only attack. So, along the way, Yang Kai constantly used his golden blood and spiritual energy to nourish the dragon scale in his body, hoping to be able to display its true power. At the same time, he was constantly refining the dragon bone sword in preparation for refining the dragon spine and dragon bead, the two true dragon artifacts. Staying inside the mysterious small world, Yang Kai paid no attention to the outside world, wholeheartedly cultivating, so time passed quickly. Their luck was pretty good along the way. They didn't run into any trouble. They only encountered a few moderate starry sky storms and meteorite flows. The Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce starship was an origin-grade high-rank starship, so it easily withstood the storms in the star field and avoided the meteorites. On this day, Yang Kai suddenly noticed a knock on his door. Walking out of the sealed world bead, Yang Kai put away the Emperor artifact and opened the door. Outside the door, Hua Yumeng stood quietly, but after seeing Yang Kai appear, she quickly stepped back and respectfully said, Master, young Master Shen Tu asked me to come and tell you that we will soon arrive at Water Moon Star. So fast? Yang Kai was stunned. He felt that he had only entered retreat for a short time, yet they were already arriving at their destination. Hua Yumeng pursed her lips and smiled. It's been 7 months since you entered retreat. Yang Kai nodded and smiled. Since that's the case, let's go together. Hua Yumeng nodded docilely before following Yang Kai forward. After walking for a while, Yang Kai suddenly turned back and said, Right, Shen Tu said last time that he would allow your 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce to move into his territory and become its chief steward. Did he mention this again? Hearing him ask this, Hua Yumeng's heart warmed and she said gratefully, Young Master Shen Tu said that when we arrived he would immediately arrange this matter for our 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce. Did you agree? Yes, this is an opportunity for our Chamber of Commerce. Then I must congratulate President Hua. Shen Tu said with a sad face, Brother Yang, come out with me quickly. I don't know what's wrong with this little brat. From childhood to now, he has come to my palace no more than 3 times, yet this time he insists on coming here. You can rest assured that no matter what kind of grievances you have with him, I will deal with them. If he dares to embarrass you, I'll take you with me and run. Shintu seemed to want to say a few harsh words, but in the end he didn't have the courage. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing, thinking that Shintu had been bullied by Shuiyu so many times that he had long since become accustomed to being submissive, not daring to resist. Don't worry, Shuiyu and I. Third young master do know each other, but there is no grudge between us, so I won't let him tear down your palace. Yang Kai lightly coughed. That's good, that's good. Shintu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately, the two of them walked one after the other towards a certain hall. Inside the hall, Shuiyu was brimming with anger, her handsome face so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. The saint chi around her body showed signs of instability, as if it was on the verge of erupting like a volcano, ready to explode at any moment. She was simply furious. Not only was she angry at Shintu for not informing her earlier that Yang Kai had come to Water Moonstar, but she was even more angry at Yang Kai for not even greeting her first. Didn't this bastard know how much she had been on edge these past few days? Last time, she had waited outside the floating continent for half a year, only to see no trace of Yang Kai. In the end, she had been forced to leave with Ni Guang, so she had been constantly worried about Yang Kai's safety. Although Ni Guang had assured her that with that old fart Gui Zhu here, Yang Kai's life would never be in danger, Shuiyu still couldn't feel at ease. After returning to Water Moonstar, she had sent people to inquire about Yang Kai, but to no avail. Today, while chatting, she had learned that Shintu had brought a friend named Yang Kai to Water Moonstar. Shuiyu asked several times and confirmed that this Yang Kai was the one she had been thinking about day and night. She was so angry that her liver hurt. This man really isn't a good thing, not caring about other people's worries at all. When I see him, I'll definitely beat him up to vent my anger. Shuiyu secretly swore to herself. On the side, Li Nua and Aunt Chun were trying to persuade him, but as they tried to persuade him, they didn't say anything. That was because the two women had discovered that the famous third young master of Shuiyu had an extremely complex expression in his eyes. It was a kind of intertwined love and hate, an accusation of blood and tears, joy, expectation, joy, anger, and even a little tension. This look was clearly the look of a woman who had fallen into a whirlpool of emotions and was unable to extricate herself, but at this moment, it had appeared on Shuiyu's face. It was as if a young girl in love was about to meet her lover. Li Nua and Aunt Chun both felt strange, not knowing why this kind of change would appear on Shuiyu's face. Suddenly, they thought of a terrible rumor, and the two women couldn't help but shudder. Looking at the handsome young man in front of them, whose face was like jade, and who was enough to charm thousands of young women, they both showed expressions of pity and heartache. For the first time, the two women felt some dissatisfaction and anger towards Yang Kai. Third brother, are you crazy? With Yang Kai by his side, Shintu seemed to have gained a lot of confidence, and after entering the hall, he shouted loudly, preparing to take the initiative to attack. Shuiyu's cold eyes swept over him, causing Shintu to involuntarily shrink back, his voice suddenly lowering as he said, "Oh, this isn't your territory, not your palace. Don't make such a big fuss." Chapter 1896. Brother Yang. In the hall, Shuiyu suddenly gnashed her teeth and shouted. Yang Kai's eyes twitched violently as he felt the situation was far from good, but he could only cup his fists and smile. Third young master, I trust you've been well since we last met. Thank you. Shuiyu replied coldly. Inexplicably, after hearing the conversation between the two, Shintu couldn't help shivering as he instinctively realized that there was some kind of grievance between these two. He looked at Shuiyu, then at Yang Kai, coughed, and prepared to act as a peacemaker, but before he could speak, Shuiyu suddenly shot him a cold look and said, "You go out, I have something to discuss with Brother Yang." She emphasized the words Brother Yang. Shintu gulped as he struggled internally. On one hand, he was willing to sacrifice himself for his friend, But on the other hand, his life was more important. As long as there was life, there was hope. He only hesitated for 2 breaths before saying seriously, "Good, since that's the case, second brother will wait outside." "No, take your time." As he spoke, his feet kicked up a gust of wind as he quickly flew out of the room, shooting meaningful glances at Aunt Chun and Li Nua, who were still standing in place. The 2 women understood and glared faintly at Yang Kai before following Shen Tu out. Peng. The main door of the hall was closed. Shen Tu, Aunt Chun, and Li Nua quickly stopped, leaned forward, and perked up their ears to listen. There was no movement inside, no fighting or quarreling, only silence. After a long time, Shen Tu finally couldn't hold back and said anxiously, "Third brother won't bite off more than he can chew. He wants to fight with Brother Yang. Brother Yang is a second-order origin king. If he injures third brother, how can father explain it to him?" "Second young master, what are you thinking?" Li Nua glanced over at Shen Tu and smiled. "They don't look like they want to fight." "They don't look like they want to fight?" Shen Tu was stunned. "It's not like you didn't see third brother's look of wanting to eat you alive just now. His temper has always been bad, but in front of outsiders like you, he's always been polite and refined. Only I knew what kind of demons he was hiding in his heart. I think he has quite a grudge with Brother Yang. Gratitude and grudges, love and enmity. I'm afraid it's not about gratitude and enmity, but rather..." Li Nua didn't know why. His mood suddenly became inexplicably excited. Even his cheeks were slightly flushed. "It's not a grudge." Shen Tu frowned. Realization dawned upon him. Then it must be a love feud. Third brother wants to snatch a woman from Brother Yang? Which woman is so lucky to be chosen by both of them at the same time? Li Nua stretched out her hand to support her forehead. She said softly, "It's not a woman. Didn't you notice the way third young master looked at Lord Yang? His eyes are very vicious. What's the problem?" Shen Tu asked innocently. Li Nua immediately covered her face with both hands, clearly unable to explain herself. Shen Tu angrily shouted, "If you have something to say, say it clearly." To the side, Aunt Chun lightly coughed, her cheeks blushing slightly as she reminded, "Second young master, think about it carefully. Third young master is such a dragon among men. Has he ever shown any interest in any woman over the years?" "Not really," Shen Tu pondered for a moment.